We're in a small village where a test is being held for kids to get into the Magic Academy. This is Ian Page, a boy who always lived alone with his mom. He showed up to take the test and walked past a guard who gave him a smug smile. Ian already felt something was off. Once inside the room, the examiner started the test searching for mana in his head and then in his heart. Ian didn't even wait for the guy to finish and launched fire and water magic at the same time. Everyone in the room dropped their jaw. While they were trying to figure out how a kid could do that, Ian's mom started screaming outside. He runs out and sees the guard grabbing his mom, telling her not to make things difficult. The head guard asked what was going on, and the coward made up a lame excuse, saying he thought she was an intruder. But Ian saw right through the lie and decided to keep an eye on him. When night fell, the guard was walking through the city, furious about being humiliated by the maid's son. He wanted to make Ian regret it. Out of nowhere, his body froze. Ian appeared right behind him and warned him that he messed with the mom of the wrong person. She is everything to him and nobody is ever touching her again. Then Ian threw the guy into the water and left him to drown. Too bad for the guard, because this kid is anything but normal. He was one of the greatest mages in the kingdom, or well, he will be. In his past life, his best friend Ragna was a traitor and poisoned his drink. When Ragna turned his back, Ian grabbed a dagger and drove it into his own heart. The dagger paused the poison for a while, giving him just enough time to cast a spell and travel back in time. With the magic circle ready, he went back 30 years into the past. Now full of power and knowledge, Ian is going to change history. On top of planning his revenge against his former friend, his greatest mission is to protect his mom. In his past life, he went to the Magic Academy, and his mom got sick and died, never getting the chance to enjoy the luxury of when he became a great mage. But now he's going to reach the top again, and will do everything to give her the life she deserves. People without a mom watching this moment. The next day, he woke up with the village surrounded by the royal order. The thing is, the king found out that he can cast 2 spells at the same time, and sent him a message acknowledging all his talent. He was taken straight to the Empire's palace. Arriving at the Morgrian family mansion, Ian and his mom were treated like royalty, welcomed by Lord Marcus Morgrian. During their time there, Ian only focused on training, casting some sinister ice magic. He knew his body was still weak. Before, he had the power to freeze the entire palace. Out of nowhere, a servant shows up in a panic, saying the lord and his son vanished in the forest. They had gone to hunt goblins the day before, and never came back. Ian isn't as strong as before, but now he has an ace up his sleeve, the power to see the future. He knew Marcus was extremely important, and would be killed by an assassin just before the First Great War. His death would be really bad for everyone. Ian couldn't let that happen before its time. Inside the palace, he runs into his mom, who is in a panic because he's too young for this mission. But she has no idea he traveled through time. To help with the rescue, Marcus's daughter Margaret gave him a magic ring that boosts his magic. He thanks her, sticks with the soldiers, and goes after the lord. Searching through the forest, he found blood marks and several goblin bodies. To make the job easier, he created a spirit wolf that sniffed the blood and followed the scent. Meanwhile, Marcus and his son were still alive, but surrounded by goblins with no energy left to fight. One of the monsters saw the lord was exhausted and attacked from behind. A millisecond before the hit landed, everything around them turned to ice. Ian arrived just in time and froze every goblin in the area with a single attack. Before passing out, Marcus looked at Ian and was blown away by the boy's power. Marcus opened his eyes when his daughter woke him. He lifted his head and saw her happily sitting by the bed. As he tried to sit up, he grabbed his head and asked what had happened. She told him Ian had saved him. Margaret burst into tears and said he and Ravi had been unconscious for 2 full days. A moment later, the butler rushed in, overjoyed that he was awake. Marcus looked at them and asked about the others. The butler lowered his head and said the 12 soldiers from the Night Rotten had not made it back. Marcus asked where the magician was, and the butler said he would bring him right away. Tien was at the training ground when the butler called for him. The old man hurried over, saying the lord was asking for him, and thanked him for saving his life. He added that Marcus wanted him in his chambers for a talk. The protagonist gave him a questioning look. When he entered, Marcus and Ravi looked glad to see him, and invited him closer. Tishan walked in with a smile and asked how Marcus was feeling. Marcus said he was fine now, all thanks to MC, and wanted to thank him in person for saving them. Ravi smiled at him, as Marcus added that he had saved both the present and future of the Mogrian clan. With a hand to his chest, Marcus said the protagonist had also cleared Mount Mogrian of goblins, so he could not leave his benefactor unrewarded. He reached for a box and said this was his thanks. At Marcus's request, Ian took the box and opened it. He looked inside in surprise, wondering what it was. His eyes settled on the ring in the box. Marcus explained that he heard MC had sensed the mana in his daughter's ring. It had been in the family a long time, though they never knew its true power, and it had helped him. Without looking away, he said the ring boosts its owner's mana, which is why it helped in the fight with the goblins. Smiling, Marcus said he was glad to hear that, and from now on the ring belonged to Ian as a mark of honor. The protagonist looked at him and asked what he meant by that honor. Marcus declared that from this day on, MC would be the Mogrian's eternal guest of honor. As MC took the ring from the box, Marcus asked if he would accept the gift. He slipped the ring on and studied it. He knew that eternal guest of honor was a 1,000-year oath every noble in the empire had to respect. Marcus bowed slightly and promised that his family would always welcome Ian with honor and help him in hard times. The protagonist watched him closely, then father and son bowed together, and Marcus swore the oath would pass down through every generation as long as the Mogrians lived north of the Emerald River. Later, heavy footsteps echoed through the deep forest. MC and a squad of knights moved through the woods. He stopped and asked the captain if Lloyd's village was still far. The captain smiled and said it was close. They only had to go around the hill. Ian listened carefully. He remembered Marcus saying he had someone to ask about the elixir. Marcus had told him that an alchemist named Letio Heyman lived in the northern village of Lloyd and could likely make it. He was from the capital, but moved there to gather rare herbs. He looked ahead and thought that, unlike in his past life, he needed this alchemist now to get an elixir that could restore his missing mana. One of the knights suddenly shouted for the captain and Ian to look. They turned toward the village, and the protagonist froze in shock when he saw it burning. The knights drew their swords and got ready to fight. In the village, a bandit held a bloody axe. He tossed it over his shoulder, told his men to handle the rest, and ordered them to move out. The one-eyed bandit turned with a grin and said it was time to take the boy to Lockwood. The young boy struggled in his grip and screamed no. His father shouted after them to let him go. One Eye slammed him hard in the side. He sneered that the man talked too much. The man bent over in pain and groaned. The boy fought even harder and begged them to stop, while the one-eyed bandit snapped that he was getting annoying. Looking at the boy, the bandit asked if killing his father would finally shut him up. The boy went pale and started crying. Then the bandit pulled out a knife. He walked toward the father and said he'd take the son somewhere better, so the man could die in peace. The boy cried and begged through tears. Right in front of him, the bandit killed his father. The boy stared in horror. His sobbing only got worse. The dead man's hand dropped to the ground. Then the bandits looked around in surprise, all asking where the ice had come from. Yingya walked toward them, surrounded by sharp ice thorns. Freezing rain began to fall over the bandits, and they shouted in panic. Smoke rose near the mountain. From a high hill, MC looked down at the village. Watching the scene below, he thought the ring really had helped. He slowly turned his hand and looked at the ring, thinking it might have raised him to the level of a third-class magician. Ian kept studying his hand. Below, the villagers sat among the ruins and mourned their destroyed home. Standing in the wreckage, he heard someone call his name. The captain ran over. When the protagonist asked if anyone was hurt, the man said no. Thanks to him, everyone was safe. Ian nodded and said that was good. MC glanced over and wondered if that man was still alive. Then he heard people trying to wake the alchemist, and it caught him off guard. A man held the unconscious alchemist while his son tried to shake him awake too. He put a hand on the boy's shoulder and asked to examine his father. When he got a closer look, the protagonist was startled. He checked the man carefully and saw signs right away. Pale skin, almost no color in it, and gray hair mixed in. Yeyun wondered if this was mana addiction. A dark memory flashed through his mind. This illness was also called God's curse. In some people, mana stays trapped in the brain, causing non-stop pain because it can't move through the body or leave it. They suffer like that until they die. MC looked aside and thought the man likely couldn't have done this to himself. An evil sorcerer probably caused it, and now it had gotten much worse. He placed 2 glowing fingers on the man's forehead. There was only one thing he could do for now. Clear out the stuck mana and replace it with fresh mana. The man's face eased, and he let out a slow breath. Ian told him to treat his injuries. The man agreed at once and thanked him. Before he could leave, the boy grabbed his cloak and asked him to wait. Turning back, the protagonist heard the boy ask if his father would get better. Sadly, MC said it was only temporary. Giving mana could ease the pain, but it wouldn't truly cure the disease. The boy stared at him, trying to understand what that meant. Ian knew the relief wouldn't last. The man would have to keep receiving mana or die. Seeing the boy's expression fall, he added that the process would be painful too. The boy burst into tears and swore he'd find the reindeer flower soon and save his dad. Then he suddenly spun around and ran off. His father called after him, asking where he was going. Ian froze for a second when he heard the boy's name. A dark-haired young man appeared in his memory. Douglas, the greatest alchemist in the Empire's history. He was born a commoner, yet climbed all the way to the top. The protagonist also remembered one more thing. In his past life, Douglas hated magicians. Now it clicked. This sick man was an alchemist ruined by mana addiction, and it all traced back to a magician and a magic flower from the north. MC remembered Douglas crying that he'd find that flower. It really could neutralize mana, but it was also a deadly poison. Then Ian recalled the poisoned drink and went pale. He leaned forward and cast an acceleration spell. Douglas turned as he rushed toward him. The protagonist caught up fast and grabbed the boy by both shoulders. He warned him that robbers might still be outside the village, and the forest wasn't safe. Through tears, Douglas said he couldn't just sit and wait. If he didn't find the flower, Ian cut him off and quietly cast a sleep spell. Douglas swayed and mumbled under his breath. Then the boy dropped onto MC's shoulder. He caught him and let out a relieved breath. For a moment, everything went quiet. Looking at the sleeping boy, Ian thought that aside from his age, he really was just like the great alchemist from his past life. Sitting beside him, the protagonist realized that if he hadn't come to the village, Douglas's father would have died, and Douglas would have been taken away. An older Douglas came to mind next. He was the one who made the poison that killed MC. He knew MC's brother's plan, and acted under his orders. That thought made him fall silent. He looked at the boy and wondered if he should end the problem before it began. Then Ian smacked his own forehead. Rushing into this could ruin everything. Douglas was too gifted. He'd risen from nothing to become an imperial alchemist. With that, the protagonist decided on another path. He needed to bring Douglas to his side. Still, he covered his mouth and hesitated. Even if he saved him from slavery, what proof was there Douglas wouldn't betray him later? MC looked at his hand, still unsure. A voice suddenly broke his thoughts, and he turned at once. The captain hurried over. Ian asked what was wrong, and the man said he came after him, when he suddenly vanished. The captain looked down at the boy. He explained that Douglas had acted recklessly, so he put him to sleep for a while. As the protagonist rose, he said that since the captain was here, he should carry the boy back to the village. The captain watched him and asked if he was leaving. Ian glanced back and said he had something to do. Then he turned away, and added that he was heading somewhere else. Deep into the night, one small house was still awake. A warm light shone through its window. Letio Hamon sat up in bed, looked at his son beside him, and asked if he was awake. Without turning, Douglas said he was. Letio told him he'd heard a magician had saved the village, and that Douglas had done something reckless with him. Still lying there, Douglas said he promised he would find the flower. Letio warned him it was too dangerous. The robbers were still nearby. Douglas shot up and shouted, asking what else he was supposed to do. The magician said his father would keep getting sick. Letio lowered his head and gently told him not to worry. If they found the flower, Douglas broke down crying, and cut him off, saying they'd been searching for over a year. They'd found nothing, so how could he believe that now? Both of them turned when a voice from the door said that he could. Letio stared at the entrance and demanded to know who was there. Ian stood by the door and said he heard they needed a randier flower. The door slowly opened. Letio pulled it wide, and fixed MC with a hard stare. He lowered his hood and greeted them calmly. The moment Douglas saw him, he shouted that this was the magician. Letio still looked doubtful. Ian set a glowing stone on the table and introduced himself. Letio stared at it and asked what it was. When he looked closer, his eyes widened. It really was a randiera flower. The flower was sealed inside clear blue stone. The protagonist said he would hand it over, but first he wanted an answer. Looking straight at the alchemist, he asked how Letio knew what the flower could do. Letio lowered his head and closed his eyes. He said he had read about it. Ian kept watching as Letio added that it was written in a reference book. He pointed to the book and said his father had given it to him. Then Letio opened it, turned the pages, and told MC to look. He read the entry. The flower grows only in the north, can neutralize mana, has 12 dark petals, green leaves, and a poisonous stem. It withers as soon as it's picked, so it can't be stored or grown. Ian asked if Letio's father had been an alchemist too. Liu said alchemy was the family trade, and so was that book. Folding his arms, Liu confirmed that was the truth. The protagonist lifted his head and said that if so, Liu should also know the flower's poison is fatal to a wizard with 2 kinds of mana. Liu stiffened and swallowed. He said he understood the meaning behind that question, but his family had never made elixirs to harm the living. He swore it on the honor of the Hammond family. MC shifted his gaze to Douglas, still not fully convinced. Douglas flinched and looked back at him, confused. At last, Ian looked away and said he understood. He picked up the stone with the flower and thanked Letio for answering. He gripped the stone tightly, then he held it out and apologized. At that same moment, the flower withered and crumbled apart in his hand. Ian explained that the flower couldn't be transported. He had only frozen it to keep its shape. Letio stepped back and asked if the protagonist had lied. The protagonist answered that he'd already proved he could find the flower. Then MC reached out and asked if he wanted to make a deal. The alchemist's eyes widened as he asked what kind of deal. Looking down, Letio listened as he offered to keep supplying him with mana, so he wouldn't have to live under the illness anymore. Ian lifted his head and said he'd also figure out how to turn the flower into medicine. After thinking for a moment, he decided the note he needed had to exist somewhere. Douglas and Ragnar had reached this result in his past life. In return, Letio had to come with him to the capital. Without looking up from the floor, Letio quietly asked what he was supposed to do there. The protagonist pictured a red elixir and said there were potions that could restore his missing mana and help treat his mother too. Letio looked at him like he couldn't believe it, and said a magician could hire any alchemist, so why pick him when he wasn't even the best one? MC shut his eyes for a second, and explained that he needed someone who would stay by his side and make elixirs only for him. Hearing that, Douglas listened even harder. As Ian pressed Letio, his son had run into the forest thinking only about saving him, so as a father, he had to choose what was best for his child. Douglas looked up at his father, startled, and opened his mouth to speak. Touching his chin, Letio muttered that he clearly wasn't an ordinary boy. Then he asked if he could have some time to think. The protagonist lowered his head a little, and said of course. As Letio walked over and rested a hand on Douglas's shoulder, MC realized that in this life, Douglas hadn't lost his father or ended up a slave. Watching them, Ian swore to himself that he wouldn't let Douglas's talent fall into his brother's hands. Letio gently stroked Douglas's head. Later, he sat on a fence by a tree, quietly looking over the village. Someone called out, and the protagonist quickly turned. It was the captain, telling him the preparations were done and they were ready to leave. Ian looked away and said nothing. His eyes drifted back to the alchemist's house. Rising from the fence, MC said they could start moving, but one thought still bothered him. They still didn't have a final answer. Then the hut door slowly opened. Letio and Douglas stepped outside and looked at Ian. Douglas quickly noticed he was still there. He turned to them and gave a short approving hum. He walked over and asked if Letio had made up his mind. Letio said yes, there was no point refusing when his life depended on it. As he came down the steps, Letio scratched the back of his head. With a small smile, he told the protagonist to make sure he kept his promise. Ian smiled back and said he would, no matter what. Then he looked at Douglas. Clinging to his father, Douglas asked if MC really could heal him. He gave the boy a wide smile. Then he dipped his head and promised that he could. Douglas stared at him and asked again, but Ian's answer stayed the same. Overjoyed, Douglas threw up his hands, shut his eyes and shouted, asking if he could call the protagonist captain. Caught off guard, MC said he could if he wanted, and Douglas quickly said he did. He thought of the greatest alchemist, and remembered believing, back then, that Douglas had been born for this. A horse tore down the forest path at full speed. The sound made Ian and Douglas turn at once. A knight jumped down and told the protagonist they needed to hurry. The protagonist immediately asked what happened. The knight stepped closer and said the prince had already crossed the Kamas River. MC stared in shock and asked why he was already so close. The knight answered that the report had only come that morning. He shot him a hard look, wondering why he was the last one to hear about it. Brushing past him, Ian asked to borrow the horse. The knight asked if he even knew how to ride. The protagonist walked up to the horse, stroked it and admitted not really, but he figured they'd manage. He took the horse's head in both hands and used a taming spell. The horse's eyes flashed blue. MC's eyes glowed the same color as he told it they had to reach the provincial castle, and asked if it knew the way. The horse slowly lowered itself down. Ian studied it for a moment. Then he turned to the stunned captain and alchemist, reminding them not to forget to bring Mr. Letio Hammond. He sprang onto the horse, and said he'd go ahead first. A grand convoy escorted a massive white carriage. Inside, the crown prince sat by the window, looking unhappy. He remembered standing in the emperor's office when Tian said there were still more tasks for him. The tower master, Herbert, had been in close contact with the fifth prince lately. That made the crown prince freeze in surprise. With his back turned, the emperor said that since the nobles listened to Herbert, his support mattered a lot. But right now he favored the fifth prince. The crown prince stood straight and listened. Still facing away, the emperor added that the fifth prince, Ragnar, was smart enough to use the tower master to gather strong allies. Terry then turned toward his son, resting a hand on his chair. The emperor said Ian Page had to be won over before the tower could act. The prince narrowed his eyes as his father told him to lure the protagonist away. He could be a huge help. Back in the carriage, the crown prince let out a breath and looked aside in annoyance. He ran a hand through his hair and thought MC was just a child, even if he was a magician. What use could he be? And magicians all answered to the ivory tower anyway, so why would MC ever join him? Looking up at the window, he bitterly wondered why the tower master had chosen the fifth prince. Once he became emperor, he'd get rid of everyone who had ignored him. He covered part of his face and glared to the side. One of the escort knights rode up and called to the crown prince. It was Oliver, second captain of the Imperial Knights. At the window, he said they should at least send word to Mogrian Castle. The prince looked out and reminded him they had already talked about that. Oliver, looking troubled, said the castle would need time to prepare for his visit, and asked him to show some mercy. Tired, the prince asked whether Oliver's family lived in the north, near Mogrian. Oliver said yes. When asked how much farther they had to go, he answered that it was about 2 more days. The prince gave a slight grin and said that since they were so close now, a message could be sent after all. Folding his arms, he smugly added that he wanted to see how the guards of the north, the Empire's shields, would welcome him. Oliver looked into the carriage with relief and thanked him. Soon, the provincial castle appeared in the distance, already ringing with shouts that the crown prince would arrive very soon. The lord pointed sharply and yelled that not a speck of dust should be left anywhere. Marcus pressed a hand to his forehead, wondering why no one had warned them sooner. He hadn't expected the visit to happen this fast. Turning to the butler, he asked if the other families had arrived. The butler said yes, the Macfadians and Oliver would be there soon, and everyone else was already present. Marcus then asked if there was any news from the magician. The butler lowered his head and said not yet. Marcus covered his face for a moment, muttered that this was bad, and said he had to go. Then a knight shouted that His Highness the Crown Prince had arrived. The huge convoy rolled up to Mogrian Castle. The carriage came to a hard stop. The prince stepped out and looked straight ahead. He walked up to Marcus and immediately asked where the magician was. Marcus started to answer, but a horse rushing in cut him off. It skidded to a sudden stop on the road. Ian was slumped over in the saddle. Lifting his head a little, he apologized for being late. Marcus flinched in surprise, then said he was glad he had made it. The crowd behind him stared, confused that this child was the magician. Marcus gave the protagonist a light hug and said the Emperor's order had been sent to him personally, so he needed to stand in front. Together, Marcus and Ian stopped before the prince and Oliver. The crown prince looked down at him and asked if he was MC Page. He stared back and thought it had been a long time since he'd seen him. Then the protagonist glanced aside and noticed people in white cloaks. His eyes settled on one girl. The dark-haired girl turned, gave him a faint smile, and MC recognized her as Cecilia. That caught him off guard. He knew she was a spy for the Coldwood Empire. The group moved into the hall. Oliver bowed his head slightly and told the prince to please show some restraint. Holding a glass of wine, the prince replied that wine was the only thing worth having here. He looked around and complained about coming all this way. This place was boring, and he didn't like the magician either. Oliver only looked at him in confusion. After a pause, the prince said he'd rather go rest. Nearby, Cecilia leaned against a column with a glass of wine, watching the room. As she looked around, she thought the Emperor's missions had been getting stranger lately, especially this sudden interest in a boy. Cecilia narrowed her eyes and remembered the 2 orders she got a few days ago. First, check if the rumors about the young magician were true, and if they were, kidnap him and his mother for Coldwood. She studied the banquet, wondering what made this boy important enough to take. First, she had to find out. Cecilia headed to the training ground and scanned the area. Then she spotted Ian in the middle of the field. There he was. A faint smile crossed her face as she started casting with her left hand. She decided to test him first with something simple. Wind stirred her hair as she called out a spell, magic arrows. A rain of magic arrows shot straight at him. Cecilia stared ahead, surprised. Ian had already blocked it with a shield. Glaring at her, he demanded to know who she was. She only smiled and said she was a magician from the Ivory Tower too, just here to greet him. The protagonist turned fully toward her, clearly annoyed, and asked if attacking from behind was how they said hello. She stepped back a little and warned him to mind his tone. She was older, and he should show some respect. Ian suddenly went quiet, lowered his head and said one name, Cecilia. She froze and stared at him in shock. Then he finished it, Cecilia Coldwalker. That made fear flash across her face. Trying to steady herself, Cecilia demanded to know who he was and how he knew her name. MC just asked what she thought. With a small grin, he said that was the name used by every Coldwood spy. He even claimed he knew everyone working with her. As he slowly walked closer, Ian started listing names. Yule, the caretaker of the Molten Stable. Cecilia moved toward him in disbelief, while he kept going. Robin, the Emperor's secretary. Irio from the 9th Division. Isabel, a palace maid. He glanced at her and asked if she knew they were all connected, because he did. Cecilia narrowed her eyes and looked at him like he was just a foolish child. Then rage flared in her eyes. She formed a fireball and said she didn't know how he learned so much, but he'd be smarter to act like he knew nothing. A second later, she fired the fireball straight at him. Cecilia watched the flames spread. To her shock, Ian stepped out of the fire and ash. Walking through the flames, he said he was the only one who knew about them and started casting too. Fear crept into Cecilia's face as she asked why he hadn't reported them. At the same time, she couldn't understand how he was completely unharmed. The protagonist tossed a glowing sphere of magic upward and said he still knew plenty. Cecilia looked up in horror. Sharp ice shards came flying at her. Ian swept his hand aside, more fragments forming behind him, and said he also knew why she was after him. Then he thrust out his hand and cast Ice Spear. The spears shot at Cecilia at once. She tensed and took her stance. Throwing up a mana barrier, she barely shielded herself from the attack, but cracks quickly spread across the barrier. Sweat ran down her face as she struggled to keep it up. Ian raised his hand, and a huge red orb formed in his palm. He glared at Cecilia. Then he hurled it at her, and shouted, "Fire explosion." Cecilia bent under the strain. She couldn't fight back while holding the barrier, but if she didn't move now, she'd die. She leaped away just as the barrier broke. Ice shards sliced her leg. She ran, but more shards tore into her body and drew blood. Cecilia kept sprinting as the fragments kept cutting her. A massive blast went off behind her, and she stumbled in fear, turning toward the explosion. She could only stare in terror. Cecilia kept looking back at the blast. She dropped to the ground, shut her eyes, and thought she had survived. He probably burned through all his mana with that last attack, and people would come soon. Then she opened her eyes and looked up, telling herself he had no proof. No one would believe a child, and the tower's magicians would side with her. Ian started walking toward her slowly. Cecilia snapped her head toward him. She had been thinking she'd recover first and decide what to do later. Then heard MC say he could expose her. Stopping beside her, he said that right now. She turned to him sharply and asked if that was really true. The protagonist smirked and said yes, there was evidence. Evidence even the Coldwalkers themselves didn't know about. Cecilia whipped around and shouted that he was lying. At that moment, guards appeared at the training ground entrance. Oliver demanded to know what happened and rushed over to the girl. He ran up, lifted Cecilia, and saw she was hurt. From the crowd, Ian shouted that he was the one who did it. Everyone turned toward him. Oliver fixed MC with a hard stare and demanded an explanation. He folded his hands and said he had accidentally seen this woman meeting with a masked man. Cecilia stared at him, confused by what he was doing. Looking slightly aside, Ian added that when they noticed him, they attacked and tried to kill him. Oliver asked if that meant he had only defended himself, and the protagonist said yes. Oliver looked around, then asked if he could prove it. MC said they had been checking each other's bodies for marks. The guard lowered his head for a moment, thought it over, then ordered Cecilia to be examined. The two men with her immediately protested, saying the captain was going too far and insulting the tower's magicians. A knight slowly drew his sword. An instant later, the blade was right in front of the shouting man's face. Oliver held the sword on them and reminded them the crown prince was here, and this incident happened under his watch. The man raised his hands as Oliver said he needed the truth and needed to know how this tied to the tower's magicians. The man pleaded for Cecilia to be healed first. Oliver raised a hand and said treatment would wait until after the examination. After the women checked the spy, Oliver asked if they found anything. They lowered their heads and said no. The men quickly said they had accused the wrong person and should start treating her right away. Oliver turned to Ian and asked if he had lied. He shook his head and said he hadn't. Then he walked straight toward Cecilia. He turned her over by force and asked her to forgive him. Cecilia watched as he brought his glowing hand to the back of her neck. The whole crowd stared in surprise. A bright mana mark appeared on her back. Cecilia shot Ian an angry look and demanded to know what he was doing. Rising back up, the protagonist said he had seen them touch that area, like they were checking a mark. He remembered the man he had tortured and thought about how all cold walkers were sent to training camps where they received a hidden mark. Only the trainers knew about it, until one person finally broke after a year of torture and revealed the secret. Oliver looked at the others and asked if anyone knew what the mark meant. One man turned his face away and admitted he'd never seen it before, then asked if Ian knew either. Oliver looked down, thinking that maybe no one knew its exact meaning, but it clearly proved there was more going on. Cecilia glared at him as Oliver ordered them to heal her and save the questioning for later. The men looked uneasy when they were told to prepare a manchure for her. Oliver then turned sharply to MC and called out to him. He said that if Ian was right, he would personally tell His Highness about him. He only looked back in silence. Later, the prince sat on a sofa with his arms crossed and asked if the protagonist had really beaten a third-class magician. Oliver said it was true, and the prince remarked that it was hard to believe. Leaning back, the prince asked Oliver what kind of impression MC had made. Oliver looked aside and said Ian was nothing like the other magicians he had met. The way he spoke and acted was far beyond a normal teenager. The prince folded his hands tighter across his chest and thought it over. After a moment, he closed his eyes and said he wanted to meet him himself. Then he ordered Oliver to bring him in. The protagonist entered the prince's chambers, bowed slightly, and said he had been summoned. The prince rose from the sofa, clasped his hands behind his back, and said yes. He had heard Ian exposed a Coldwood spy and defeated her, even though she was a high-ranking magician. Looking toward the fireplace, the prince said it was a victory worth praising. MC lowered his eyes a little and said that praise was an honor. The prince held out a hand and said he deserved a reward. If he had any wish, he could ask for it. The protagonist slowly lifted his head, thinking he wanted to test how far the prince's generosity went. Since the offer was there, he decided to take it. Then Ian quietly said that was good. Looking at the prince, he asked for permission to visit the ruins of the old ivory tower on the way to the castle. The prince tilted his head and asked what was so interesting about that place. MC folded his hands, a little embarrassed, and said he heard stories about those ruins as a kid, so he wanted to see them for himself. The prince studied him for a moment, thinking he could have asked for anything, and chose something this small. Still, he just said they would go there. Ian gave a quick nod. Looking at the prince, he thought this was going to be easy. In his mind, the real target was clear. A hidden book under the old tower ruins. A dungeon lay below, and inside was a book of dragon spells written in the dragon tongue, a key part of time magic. There was nothing else like it. In his past life, he found it right before he died, and never got to learn all it could teach him. This time would be different. The protagonist lowered his gaze with a faint grin. By deep night, only wheels and horses could be heard. An expensive carriage rolled through the dark forest. Ian's mother looked out the window and said this was the first time they had traveled this far. With a warm smile, she asked if it was really true. MC smiled back and said it was. Letio put a hand to his chest and offered to show her around since he had lived in the capital for a long time. Mrs. Page laughed softly and thanked him. Ian stiffened a little and glanced aside, not sure what kind of tour they were talking about. Then someone knocked on the window, and he turned at once. Paul, the second vice captain of the Imperial Army, bowed slightly and told him they had arrived. A massive marble structure stood ahead. After getting out of the carriage, the protagonist learned they would stay here about 2 days, and the prince had allowed him to move around freely. Paul smiled at him and added that this freedom covered the whole area. Pointing ahead, Paul said he would first show them where they would be staying. They headed into a small village. An old bald man bowed with a hand on his chest and said it was a great honor for their little village to welcome the crown prince. The prince looked a bit shy, touched his cheek, and said it wasn't a big deal. Ian watched him closely from behind. He turned fully toward the prince and thought he wasn't acting badly around normal people. That surprised MC, because in his past life the prince had always seemed cold and hostile when they met. Back then, the prince had looked at him with open menace. Ian thought that was probably because Ragnar had always been by the prince's side. Now, seeing the prince smile, he noticed he acted very differently with people outside his family and the nobles. Looking away, the protagonist started to understand why the emperor wanted this prince as his heir. Then someone called him. Douglas came over and asked when they were going to the ruins. MC looked at the alchemist calmly and asked why he wanted to go. Scratching the back of his head, Douglas admitted he just wanted to see them too. He let out a small breath. Since the hidden basement only showed up at dawn anyway, he told him they could go together tomorrow. Douglas lit up and asked again just to be sure, and Ian said yes. The boy shouted with joy. Letio and the protagonist's mother watched the two boys, and Letio noted that Douglas seemed to have become friends with the young magician. Covering his mouth a little, the alchemist quietly said he wanted to ask Mrs. Page something. Letio looked at her and asked if Ian had always acted this mature, even though he was only 12. Mrs. Page watched her son and said he had grown up early. She added that MC was smart and caring, just like his father. Even if he never said it, she felt guilty that he tried so hard to fill his father's place. Letio took that in, thought he really was like him, and asked if her husband had been a magician. Mrs. Page quickly shook her head and said Fren had been an ordinary man. Thinking of her husband, she explained that even before the protagonist was born, Fren left for work and vanished. 5 years later, his belongings were returned to them. Her face turned sad as she said she didn't know why, but lately, Ian had been Foan. Mrs. Page suddenly stopped, and Letio looked awkward. She let out a breath and said no, it was nothing. Ian thought back to his past life. After the war, he escaped both the Emperor and the Ivory Tower, and wandered under the stars with no real destination. That road eventually led him here. Staff in hand, he had crossed open fields in that life. At first he called finding the old tower ruins a coincidence, but deep down, it had felt like he was meant to come. He walked toward the marble ruins. In his past life, young MC had stood in this same place. Looking up, he thought nothing had changed. As he studied the structure, Ian remembered that 300 years ago, this had been the site of a war between the tower's magicians and the dragon descendants, the Draconians. In his mind, dragons and gargoyles unleashed black magic strong enough to wipe out an empire, but the top mages of the Ivory Tower, led by Mitchell, had stood against them. Those magicians broke the dragon's will and destroyed the gargoyles to protect their land. After leading the nation to victory, the emperor gave up his throne and devoted himself to the tower, founding a new one in Green Riverium, where it still stands. That great tower rose in Ian's thoughts. Standing among the ruins, he thought the old tower had eventually been abandoned and left to fade into history. He stopped at a certain spot, feeling this had to be the place. The protagonist pressed a hand to the stone, and light glowed at his fingertips. He stared at one point without moving. Then a staircase opened before him, leading down. Ian started descending into the dungeon. He raised a hand, cast a light spell, and a small glowing orb formed above his palm. Then he sent it upward. The light landed on a stone gargoyle's head. Ahead of him, on a pedestal, stood an ancient gargoyle. Ian remembered how shocked he had been the first time he saw it. Then the gargoyle began to move. A second later, the monster shed its stone shell. MC straightened and thought that even after 300 years, a real gargoyle had still been hiding in this forsaken place. He looked at it, and in the next instant, it vanished. EA looked up just in time to see it diving at him. He thrust out both hands and formed a water ball between them. Then he hurled it at the monster. The blast struck its chest and threw it backward. The gargoyle slammed hard into the wall. Ian kept his eyes on the spot where it crashed. He tensed, thinking that in his past life he had killed it in seconds, but with his current strength, this would take real effort. The gargoyle crawled from the hole in the wall and fixed its gaze on him. Its purple eyes burned with malice. A moment later, it shrieked and flew at him again. Tian dropped low, pressed a hand to the floor, and cast ice spears. Huge spikes of ice tore through the gargoyle. Without stopping, he began casting lightning while keeping his eyes on it. He focused hard and released the spell. A massive bolt crashed into the monster and made its whole body jerk. Staring at the dead gargoyle, Ian thought that after killing it, another passage should appear. Right beside him, an opening began to form in the ground. The hatch opened all the way. The protagonist smiled slightly. Everything was exactly the same. He jumped down and cast a soft landing spell. Dust rose around him as he descended. Then he landed lightly on the ground. Ahead was a table, and on it sat a book bathed in bright light. Ian walked up with a wide smile, thinking they had met much sooner this time. The dragon book. He studied it closely. Stepping nearer, MC wondered who had hidden it here. He tilted his head and guessed it had to be either a dragon or the first magician. Carefully picking up the book, Ian hoped that in this life he could read more of the notes and truly understand it. Then he froze in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. The book was open and completely blank. He flipped through the pages in a panic, unable to understand how this happened. He looked up, stunned, and realized who it had to be. His past self flashed through his mind, and Ian understood. The one who had already used the book was him. The protagonist snapped the book shut and felt relieved that he still remembered the spells he had already learned. He parted his lips a little, then flinched in shock. His hand went to his throat, and he realized he couldn't use it. Staring at the book, Ian figured out the dragon language works through mana, not spoken words. Dragon spells can only be used once, and then they vanish. Since time magic was gone too, he knew he would never return to the past. A small smile crossed his face as he shut his eyes. Part of him had always hoped he could go back whenever he wanted. Then he opened them and thought it was better to learn the truth now, before it was too late. This life would carry an even heavier burden. Looking up at the light above, he felt that weight settle on him. A voice warned MC they would reach the capital soon. The convoy rolled into the grand capital. Ian looked over the streets and thought they had finally arrived. Then his thoughts went to the prisoner in the cage, and he started to worry. Cecilia was still locked inside, and if she escaped and reached the other cold walkers, the Empire would start hunting him right away. He remembered their talk and knew the first thing she'd do was tell them he already knew they existed. That only made him angrier. He already had enough problems. Suddenly, Ian glanced left. A magician in a gray cloak stood in front of the convoy. The owner of the tower stepped forward, raised a hand, and the crowd behind him shouted for them to stop. Oliver slammed on the brakes, confused. He looked at the old man and called out to him. After getting off his horse, Oliver demanded to know why he was blocking the Crown Prince's path. The captain stiffened when he heard it was the Emperor's order. The Tower Master held out a scroll and said the case involving the girl magician had been handed over to the Ivory Tower, so she must be given to them. Keeping his face calm, Oliver remarked that they must be in a rush if they weren't even waiting to enter the castle. The Tower Master shut his eyes and said it was better to settle this right away. A fifth-class magician walked past Oliver and told him to take it easy. They would handle the investigation themselves, so everyone else could rest easy. Oliver clenched his teeth, veins bulging. Without looking away, he ordered that the prisoner be turned over to the Tower Master. That made the magician snap back. It was too early to call her a criminal. Until her guilt was proven, she was still a tower magician and deserved proper respect. With that, he strode toward the cage. The knights by the carriage argued that they had escorted and guarded her the whole way, so the magicians couldn't just take over. One soldier even asked if this was legal, order or not. It wasn't fair. Watching from the window, Ian thought this was exactly what he expected. He knew they didn't care about Cecilia herself. What they couldn't stand was the idea of a magician being judged by regular soldiers. They would throw her into the deepest prison in the Ivory Tower, somewhere even the Cold Walkers couldn't break into, then buy time to save face and figure out their next move. His mother looked out and asked what was going on, and he told her it was nothing important. Still staring outside, he thought at least one problem had been removed. Someone called for Ian and relayed a message. Before entering the castle, His Highness wanted him to visit one more place. Their carriage stopped in front of a grand mansion. The protagonist stepped out, studied it, and recognized it at once. In his past life, Ragnar had given him this same mansion after he became a fifth-class magician. The prince walked over and asked if he liked it. Smiling, the crown prince explained that his father wanted to give it to him. MC bowed deeply and thanked him, saying the emperor's kindness had no limits, which made the prince laugh and brush it off. Ian thought about how he had gotten time magic at 20, yet now he wasn't even 14, and still received this mansion. Whatever the reason, it was amazing. The prince said he could leave his family and attendants here, while they went to the castle to meet the emperor. The protagonist blushed a little, and took a deep breath. Then he asked if he and his mother could quickly look around first, and the prince said they could. Ian lit up and thanked him at once. He went inside with his mother. MC turned to her and asked how she felt, and she blinked, asking what he meant. He carefully looked at her and said this was their new home. She instantly got excited and cried out with joy, while he remembered that in his past life, she died long before he ever got this place. Hand on her chest, she said a simple person like her could never live somewhere like this. It looked even better than an imperial palace. The protagonist looked up at her, thinking that no matter how powerful he became, he never got over losing her. Then he explained that the mansion actually belonged to the imperial family. As she slowly walked into the hall, Ian thought everything had changed. This time he could give her what he couldn't before, and they could spend more time together here. Watching her, he felt happy that in this life he could finally see his mother smile. MC blushed and kept his eyes on her. She looked around in awe and said the place was wide and beautiful, but asked how she was supposed to keep such a huge house clean. That made Ian's mood drop a little. He quickly rushed over to her and called out. He thought that from now on she would never need to wash dirty dishes or clean again. Soon after, they arrived at Green Reverium's imperial castle. The protagonist adjusted his sleeve and admitted to himself that he was nervous. Straightening his formal clothes, he thought about how in his past life he never got the chance to meet the current emperor. By the time he finished the academy and started changing the world, illness had already taken the emperor's life. From everything Ian knew, the emperor had always been praised for his wisdom and skill in ruling. As he walked down the hallway, MC hoped he could learn something useful from him. He turned his head and noticed a grand house outside. He studied it closely. Then Ragnar came to mind, and Ian wondered what the empire's fifth prince was doing now. More than any of the others, he resembled his great father. But unlike the emperor, Ragnar knew nothing of compassion or mercy. The protagonist clenched his fist and reminded himself that Ragnar had once been his friend, and was now his enemy. Lowering his head, he wondered what would happen when they met again. At the golden doors, an attendant stopped and gestured for MC to enter, saying the emperor was waiting. He stepped forward as the doors slowly opened. He entered the throne room. Inside were the emperor and the crown prince. Ian dropped to one knee, lowered his head, and said it was a great honor to meet his majesty. When the emperor told him to rise, the protagonist stood. Thierry studied him, and said that MC, a boy from the north, was still young, but had already accomplished a great deal. He lowered his eyes a little, thinking that wasn't true. The emperor answered that he was only speaking honestly. Ian had come so far in so little time that he probably hadn't even learned proper palace manners yet, so he could just be himself. The protagonist bowed in agreement, and thought with relief that he really hadn't had time to learn court etiquette. As he looked at the floor, MC remembered that Ragnar had once said those exact words when they first met. From his throne, the Emperor glanced at him and said he had traveled a long way. The Crown Prince then asked if he liked the mansion, adding that he had picked one the royal family used. The protagonist smiled softly and said that even in his wildest dreams he had never imagined a home like that. The Emperor cracked a small smile and asked again if he truly liked it. Ian raised his eyes and answered that of course he did, and his mother was happy too. Terry then told him he knew exactly why MC was here, why the Crown Prince had gone to fetch him, why he had been called to the palace, and why he had been given the mansion as soon as he arrived. He stood still, looking straight ahead, and wondered if he should answer honestly. He quickly lifted his head. Looking at the Emperor, Ian thought that blunt honesty was something he had liked in Ragnar, and it seemed the fifth prince got that trait from his father. The protagonist clasped his hands, and decided no, not yet. Until he got what he needed, he would keep acting like a normal 12-year-old boy with simple thoughts. MC looked away for a second and decided to answer like a normal kid, so he said it was because he was a talented magician. The Emperor replied that people were always saying he was far better at magic than most. With a sharp look, the Emperor asked what the protagonist thought caused that talent. MC suddenly went quiet. The prince rolled his eyes to himself. A moment later, he turned to the Emperor. He pointed out that Ian was still just a child, so his reaction made sense. Terry noticed this was the first time he had seen the prince defend someone. The Emperor paused, then agreed. He was right. He explained that the protagonist had been invited because of his skill. The mages and knights with him were amazed by his talent, and he had helped the Empire by catching a foreign spy. Children who did good things deserved rewards. Ian stood straight and listened. Then Terry asked what reward he wanted. The Emperor watched him closely. MC lowered his head and thought this was his chance. As a child, he had to ask for something simple, even if being older would have let him ask for more. He looked up and said he wanted to look around the palace. Terry stared at him, surprised, and asked him to repeat it. Ian said yes. He wanted to see the inside of the castle and how beautiful it was. He added that he wanted to tell his mother all about it later. The prince reminded his father that he had already wanted to see the ruins of the old tower on the way here. Kids were naturally curious. The protagonist gave a small, careful smile and said that was all, if it was allowed. Terry told him that with a certain sign, he could enter any room in the castle. A servant stepped up and handed Ian a golden tablet. As MC took the engraved tablet, he was told the guards could also guide him anywhere he wanted. When asked if he wanted anything else, he said nothing else came to mind. Terry smiled and said that in that case, he would reward the protagonist a little more on his own. Ronan looked toward the maids, and the Emperor ordered them forward. A chest full of gold was brought out. The maids bowed, and the Emperor said the gold and the servants would be sent to Ian's mansion at once. They had worked in the palace for years, so there should be no trouble. MC thought that at least now his mother would not have to worry about cleaning. He thanked the Emperor for his kindness. Then he slowly backed out of the throne room. Once he left, he admitted the Emperor was impressive. He had not expected that kind of generosity. Still, the feeling of being tested never went away, so he knew he had to stay careful around everyone, including the fifth prince. Ian studied the golden tablet. As he hurried down the hall, he remembered Ragnar's words. Distrust is the base of politics and rule, but there was something else he needed to handle, and time was running short. Soon he reached the royal garden. A soldier noticed him at once. The guard asked why he was there, and the protagonist answered with a question of his own. Was this the royal garden? MC showed the golden tablet, and said the Emperor told him to present it. The shocked guard allowed him through and offered to guide him. MC decided to act like he was only sightseeing. He stopped by a marble building, and realized he had finally reached the royal sanctuary. He gazed at it, and thought how much he loved this place. He remembered standing here with Ragnar before. Only the royal family could enter this resting place of their ancestors. One day Ragnar would be buried here too, but not for a long time. Back then, Ragnar had smiled and asked if the protagonist agreed. Ian peeked around the corner to check the area. The guard at the entrance was asleep in his chair. Even so, MC moved in carefully and cast a sleep spell just to be safe. Inside the dark room, he used a light spell and guessed he was near the tomb of the first emperor. Walking among the graves, he searched for what he came for. He kept moving slowly, scanning each spot. Then his eyes snapped to one place. He found it. Near a column, Ian spotted a cluster of stoneheart mushrooms. He fired an ice spear and smashed them free. Carefully, he gathered the mushrooms into a bag. This was more than enough. He flinched when a voice suddenly asked what he was doing there, so late. He spun toward the sound, wondering who it was. With a quick wave, he canceled his light spell. Then he ducked behind the graves. From there, he saw torchlight coming down the passage. Ian tensed and wiped at the sweat forming on him. A red-haired man stepped in, talking about the princess. Hidden behind a column, the protagonist wondered which princess he meant. The royal family had 3, and obviously the 5th prince was not one of them. A blonde girl smiled and said no one came here. It was quiet, with no one around to listen. She placed a hand on her chest and said she came because it was her duty as a princess. Mr. Kevin, she added, was only checking how secure the sanctuary was. They had good excuses. Peeking out, Ian recognized her. It was Haley, the crown prince's sister. Kevin warned that someone might report this to the tower. Haley's face darkened, and she snapped that would not happen. Angrily she asked if he had any idea how dangerous the tower was. Then her mood shifted, and she said her parents would understand. She was doing this for her brother and father. Kevin lowered his head and said he would help however he could. He asked if she remembered the methods he taught her before, and Haley clenched her fist, saying she did. She focused and said she needed to start with light, by gathering mana. A moment later, she held out her hand and cast a light spell. A tiny glow appeared over her palm. Watching from hiding, Ian was shocked. The princess could use magic. Haley frowned at how small the light was, and Kevin told her she was still a beginner. MC remembered her future. She had lived quietly, trapped like a bird in a cage, followed the crown prince after Ragnar took the throne, and was executed with him. He still could not believe it. He never knew Haley was a magician, but why was it being hidden? That made no sense. Learning magic in secret, and hiding magical skill were both against the law, and Kevin, as a magician, had to know that. Haley then asked him to teach her a defensive spell, maybe volcano magic or something like it, but Kevin admitted that kind of spell was hard even for him. Suddenly, Haley felt something behind her. She turned at once. Kevin asked what was wrong, and she said she heard something. Kevin panicked, waving his arms and saying they might have been discovered, so they had to leave fast. Haley told him to calm down. It was already getting dark, and only members of the royal family could enter this place anyway. Ian stood outside again. Looking up, he thought about what he had just seen. Today had brought a huge surprise. He turned slightly, and wondered who else knew Haley was a magician. Thinking back on the sanctuary, he figured Kevin was hiding her power. That made even more sense, because the master of the tower supported the fifth prince, by the fountain in the garden. Ian realized the trip to the sanctuary had taken too long. As he headed out, the guard asked if he was done looking around. The protagonist smiled to himself, knowing he had gotten what he came for. He thanked the guard, and said yes. Then MC returned to his mansion. Letio Hamon saw him come in and called him over. Ian hurried up to the alchemist and asked where his mother and the others were. Smiling, Letio said Miss Page was speaking with the maids, while Douglas was checking out the mansion. At that moment, Douglas was running through the house, amazed by how huge it was. He studied the alchemist for a moment, saw this could help them both, and asked Letio to talk in private. They stepped into an empty room, and the protagonist shut the door behind them. Then he got right to it. He wanted Letio to make an elixir. Letio glanced at him and asked what kind. Ian handed over a bag of mushrooms. The moment Letio saw them, he was stunned. These were stone heart poisonous mushrooms, the kind that could paralyze someone and stop their heart. Tilting his head, he pointed out that anything made from something this dangerous would be poison. MC stepped closer and asked if he knew interrogation magic. Letio said he did. Ian lowered his gaze and said he needed an elixir that could get past it. Glancing at the bedside table, he asked if he could make it. Letio said he'd need to test it first, then asked how urgent this was. The protagonist half closed his eyes and said it was very urgent, the sooner the better. Suddenly, MC turned toward the door. Someone announced that a letter had arrived from the ivory tower. A maid entered carrying a tray with the letter on it. Ian quickly took it and opened it. The letter said the newly arrived magician, Page, was expected at the tower. By their rules, he had to begin training there, and they fully recognized his talent. Reading on, he saw that an official meeting would be held in exactly 1 week. As a magician of the tower, they expected him to attend. After finishing, the protagonist said Letio had 1 week. He turned to him and asked if he planned to sleep at all. A little shaken, Letio answered that a week was a week. This was work. Walking up to him, Letio said he just wouldn't sleep, and would do everything he could. Ian gave a small grin and said he was counting on him. A fancy carriage rolled through the forest. Inside, MC sat quietly, and looked over the carriage. In his hand was a bottle of black liquid. Letio's elixir, made from the stone heart mushroom, should last 2 hours. Ian looked at it with concern. 2 hours was all he had. Then he turned toward the window. The huge ivory tower came into view. He stared at it, thinking how many memories that place held. Yet here he was again. When the carriage stopped at the tower, servants noticed their arrival. The protagonist stepped out at once, then turned when someone called to him. A girl in glasses greeted him. Smiling, she told him to follow her and said she'd take him to the owner of the tower. As Ian walked with her, memories from his past life began to surface. She guided him across the first floor, explaining that it was called the Hall of Enlightenment. MC lifted his head. As he moved down the corridor, he thought the place hadn't changed at all, and probably never would. The girl pointed ahead and asked if he could see the golden disc. Ian said yes, and she explained it was a lift magicians used to travel between floors. She added that high-ranking magicians used it to reach the very top. After asking if he wanted to try it, he stepped forward without hesitation. Once he got on, she told him the tower's owner would be waiting on the top floor, then said goodbye. Golden light spread under his feet. A second later, the lift shot upward. Ian looked down at the bottle in his hand. Then he opened it and drank. Not long after, the lift came to a sudden stop. The protagonist fixed his eyes ahead. A dark, elegant door stood in front of him. It opened on its own, and bright light spilled out. Ian walked in without slowing down. He glanced aside as someone told him to come closer. The tower's owner smiled and thanked him for accepting the invitation. Seated at the table, the old magician gestured for him not to stand there and to come in. MC looked around and saw a crowd already seated. The old man said he understood MC was nervous, but there was no need to worry. Turning the other way, he saw even more people watching him. He carefully sat down, as the old man explained that every magician in the tower went through the same initiation. The protagonist could feel their distrust anyway. The owner raised a hand, and glowing text appeared above it. He said they acknowledged MC's talent, but it was unusual enough to make them suspicious. The old man studied the floating text. As he sat there, he heard that magicians were closer than family, so there should be no distrust between them. Ian smirked and asked if they were going to torture him. The old man laughed and asked if they really looked that scary, then said no, they didn't use barbaric methods. His face hardened as he told the protagonist he only needed to answer their questions. Looking over the room, the old man announced that they would begin. He read from the glowing text. Ian Page, born in 488, under the sign of the Red Goat, father merchant Fran Page, mother cook, and asked if that was all correct. MC nodded and said every word of it was true. A bald man with a mustache said they wanted to know why he was connected to the alchemist Lydio Hammon. He looked down and answered that his mother was sick and needed medicine, and the Lord had advised him to hire an alchemist. A short-haired woman asked why he had gone to the ruins of the old tower, and the protagonist replied that he had seen them in books and always dreamed of seeing them for himself. Another man folded his hands and asked if he remembered the magician girl. He went on to say that Ian had seen her meeting someone, and when she noticed him, she tried to kill him. MC looked away uneasily and said that was true. He really thought he was going to die. A gray-haired woman raised her hand, closed her eyes, and asked if he had studied magic before. He said no. She brought up the advanced spells he had used, like Fireball and Freezing Explosion, and said she wanted a convincing answer. Ian kept his eyes on the floor and said he had only imagined what he wanted to do. A flame appeared above his palm as he explained. He used to picture fire in his hand, and one day it really appeared. The protagonist watched the flame closely. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted that this was nonsense. Then the whole hall erupted. The tower's owner studied Ian in silence. Interrogation magic was active, so there was no reason to think the boy was lying. Could a legendary first magician really be reborn as a child? The old man wondered if MC was some top-class magician, able to resist interrogation magic, but that should have been impossible at his age. Staring at him, the owner could only wonder who he really was. Then a red-haired woman shot up from her seat and yelled that this had gone far enough. She jerked her hand to the side and snapped that they should stop asking stupid questions. What mattered was why they were all really here. Ian looked up at her with innocent eyes, while the others tried to calm her down, but she shot back that they all wanted the same answer. Helene stood right in front of him and demanded to know who he was. With one hand on her belt, she said they'd heard enough of his filthy lies and wanted the truth, who he was, and why he kept lying. The protagonist looked at the red-haired woman and thought she hadn't changed at all. He remembered that Helene had once been the youngest fourth-grade magician. Before he appeared, people called her the Fire Lady because of her temper. Putting on a guilty look, Ian asked if she didn't know. Helene glared and demanded, "Know what exactly?" MC glanced at the floating text and said it was all written there. Turning fully toward it, he added that he was Page, born in 488 under the Red Goat, and asked if she could read. Helene clenched her fist in anger. Then she wheeled on the others and shouted for them to stop. A fifth-class magician looked at Ian and said he had one last question. The protagonist remembered a soldier harassing his mother, as the tower's owner brought up the incident. On the day of the inspection, he'd clashed with a soldier named Jonathan for disrespecting her. MC stayed silent as the magician continued. Jonathan died the very next day. An image flashed through his mind of Jonathan's body rising to the surface. The owner added that traces of mana had been found when the body was examined. Fixing Ian with a hard stare, he asked if Jonathan's death was connected to him. The protagonist sat up straight, stared at the floor, and thought the Tower Master clearly hadn't earned his title for nothing. Watching the fifth-class magician, MC realized the man didn't trust magic alone. He questioned everything, and thought things through. He lifted his head and thought calmly that if a normal person got accused of murder, panic would make them look guilty either way. So he stayed still and thought it over. Since this was the last question, the protagonist wondered if he should shake off the elixir's effect, or just give them the answer they wanted. A second later, he put a hand on his chest and said he knew nothing about it. The hall exploded with noise. Ian didn't move. The Tower Master gave a faint smile and asked if that meant MC had nothing to do with it. He said yes without hesitation. The fifth-class magician lowered his head a little, said that was good, and apologized for asking something so harsh. Then the Tower Master admitted he lied about the mana traces. Jonathan had really just fallen off a bridge. Ian only glared at him in silence. Leon raised a hand and said he knew lying was wrong, but hoped the protagonist understood. Every magician went through this test. He added that MC's case was different, because the Ivory Tower knew almost nothing about his real strength. They needed to find out not just what he could do now, but what he might become later. The other magicians stayed quiet and listened. Then Ian looked at the orb in front of him as Leon explained it was a mana storage device, the tower's main power source. Right now it was neutral, but the more mana it absorbed, the bluer it would turn. He just had to pour his mana into it. The protagonist asked if he should send in all of it. Leon said yes, they wanted to see everything. Walking up to the orb, MC thought it could store mana up to a third-class level, so stopping at second class would be safer. He placed both hands on it, and figured that if he gave them what they expected, they'd finally relax. But his face darkened. He wondered why. As an 8th class magician, his name never stayed in history beside words like wise ruler or great leader. As memories of his past life rose up, the orb shone bright blue, and Ian thought he had always lived however the moment demanded. Keeping his hand on the glowing orb, he told himself he never cared about power, status, or honor. He never needed any of it. As magic swirled around him, he realized the only thing precious to him was magic itself. He thought again. No one had ever been stronger than him. The wind around him kept getting stronger. Then the orb started to crack, and in the next instant it shattered into tiny pieces. Everyone threw up their arms against the blast of wind. White steam spread through the room. Ian bent forward and started breathing hard. He doubled over more, trying to catch his breath, and Leon stared at him in shock. Every magician in the room was stunned. Helen could barely believe it and asked how that was even possible. Picking up a broken piece, she said they thought he was only 3rd class. Now it was clear his level was beyond what they expected. Ian slowly stepped away, one hand on his chest. Sunlight spilled onto the balcony. One magician slammed the table and shouted that the rumors were true. He jumped up and said the protagonist wasn't 3rd class at all. He was 4th class, and only the Tower Master could match him here. Remembering Ian's face, the man said they had all seen his expression when he denied killing the soldier. Then he shouted, asking if everyone understood what that meant. The hall fell into thought as he argued the ivory tower had to bring MC in and control him before he became a real monster. There was no need for academy training or a 5-year mana mission in the provinces. The Tower Master nodded to himself and said him entering the academy made no sense. With sweat on his face, the magician listened as Leon added that the protagonist would only become a burden to beginners. Even top magicians felt shaken by him, so imagine the students. The room silently agreed. Lee Yunxins then said it didn't matter whether Ian killed the soldier or only helped cause his death. That wasn't the issue. What mattered was that interrogation magic still worked on him, so they could always tell if he lied. Looking over the hall, Lee Yunxin said no one needed a reminder of how important the Ivory Tower's reputation was. The stronger their magicians were, the stronger the tower would be. So he proposed recognizing Ian as the 12th Archmage and officially announcing him as a 4th-class magician. Because of MC's age, Leon added he should get private training from a high-class magician. Did everyone agree? The whole hall answered that they did. Leon smiled, pleased, and asked who wanted to train him. A hand went up at once. Standing outside the tower later, he thought he never expected to be named Archmage this fast, or called back here so soon. He had guessed something like this might happen, but not this quickly. Then a girl with glasses walked up and called out to him. Ian looked at her and realized they'd met before. A little shy, she said she heard he'd been recognized as a 4th-class magician. The protagonist lowered his gaze and said it just sort of happened. Her eyes lit up. She told him he was amazing, only 12 years old and already an Archmage. A bit embarrassed, MC asked what rumors she meant. Smiling with her eyes closed, she said maybe he'd already heard, but she'd explain anyway. She had been assigned as his assistant for the next year and hoped they'd get along. Ian gave a small smile and said there was no need for that. He was younger and knew less. She stared, thinking she was the older and more experienced one here. Straightening up, the girl said that in that case, she had to give him a proper tour. She led him to a large building and said this was the Magic Academy. As he followed, she explained he would have studied there, but his talent was too great, so he needed a personal mentor instead. Ian turned aside and thought the idea of a personal mentor was almost funny. More likely, they planned to shape him into someone loyal to the tower. That had to be the Tower Master's goal. Then the protagonist noticed a group he recognized, his old friends. They were standing together with a teacher. Looking at them, MC remembered how he once stood among them in his past life. He recalled them by a grave and thought about how Coldwood spies killed them all during the First Unification War. He never expected to see them again. Yi-Yun smiled at the group, though he knew a huge distance now stood between them. Still, maybe they could talk someday. The girl stopped, smiled, and said this would be his study room. By the door she added that she had already cleaned it with magic until there wasn't a speck of dust left. The door slowly opened. Seeing the room, he realized it was the same one as before. He stared at it in surprise. The girl explained that when the new tower was built 300 years ago, there were 24 4th-class magicians. Now there were far fewer, so many rooms sat empty. She added that the Tower Master had allowed Ian to use this room for his personal training. Then she started to leave and told him to wait. She would bring his teacher. A moment later, the door shut. The protagonist looked at it quietly. He touched the table and thought it had been a long time since he was here. Then he looked up at the window above the desk. Ye-Yun looked out the window and thought that in this new life, he got this room 7 years earlier. Since he was named an Archmage so young, his road was already set. As he stepped closer to the window, he decided that over the next 6 years, he had to build his power inside the tower. MC moved back to the table, rested a hand on it, and kept thinking. The tower's owner came to mind. In his past life, the whole tower ended up backing the 5th prince, so he knew he had to secure his place before that happened. To do that, he needed power strong enough to stop the Tower Master and break his hold over the prince. Ian had to bring the tower under his own control, instead of letting it keep following its owner. A staff flashed through his mind, and he told himself he had to earn real respect, as a high magician who could reach the tower owner's level and go beyond it. He imagined giant hands reaching for the ivory tower. If he could pull this off, the tower would be his. Then the protagonist lowered his head and decided to keep acting like a child for now. He was still too young and too weak. At this stage he would not even rank 5th grade. The sudden sound of the door jolted him. Someone walked in and greeted him. Ian whipped around toward the door and immediately wondered why they had sent this person. Helene stepped in and said it had been a long time since they saw each other. Standing there with a smile, she called him a little liar. With a small grin, Helene greeted him again, still teasing him as a liar. Ian gave her a tired look, clearly wondering why she was the one they picked. He slowly opened his mouth to answer. Lifting a finger, MC pointed out that she was supposed to gather the mana storage fragments. She smirked and said he had gotten even more shameless. As Helene walked closer, she said he probably already knew most of the program. Etiquette, the tower's history, magic theory, everything taught at the academy. But because normal students would have trouble keeping up with him, the tower owner gave him a personal teacher instead. Ian stayed quiet and listened. A second later, Helene snapped her fingers. Books floated off the shelf. She caught one and basically asked what good all this was. The rest dropped to the floor in front of Ian. Tossing the book aside, Helene said books were for old people, not her. She leaned toward him and brought up the spy he had exposed. Then she said the spy had done well in battle, and people had high hopes for her. Looking off to the side, Helene admitted that if the girl had not been a spy, her skill as a magician might have surpassed hers. Turning those red eyes back to him, she said it was lucky he found the traitor. Qian studied her quietly. She turned and stretched out a hand, saying that since she was his teacher, she had to teach him something. As images of different magicians ran through the protagonist's mind, Helene explained that there were several kinds: warrior magicians, assistant magicians, and research magicians. Raising her chin, she brushed off the rest as trash. Glancing back over her shoulder, she asked which type he thought she was. Ian, sounding bored, said the first one, and Helene shouted that he got it right. Turning with a proud smile, she said she was the best warrior magician there was. No matter what anyone said, Helene insisted her skill was on a whole different level. As she started walking, she added that her way of teaching was a little different. Passing by him, she told him to come along. Refusing was not an option. Ian only looked at her and stayed silent. Soon they reached the training ground. Spreading her arms, Helene asked if he knew what they were about to do. Then she answered it herself. She was going to teach him how to fight without fearing death. MC watched her closely and thought things were moving just as expected. He remembered Helene from his past life. Back then, she never stopped bothering him, but this time he glared at her and decided he would show his ability right from the start. The nearby students started whispering, asking who picked this fight and whether facing the lady was dangerous. Helene glanced at the crowd, smirked, and said enough people had gathered. They could start. While stretching his shoulder, Ian heard her say he could move first, since she was the teacher. He quickly took off his cloak and asked if she could handle it. That made Helene bristle, and she snapped that he should worry about himself instead. He tossed the cloak aside. It vanished in the air, and he simply said he understood. Then he narrowed his eyes, and blue smoke started swirling around him. Red smoke spread around Helene as she told him he should put up a shield. Flushed and grinning, she warned that whatever he tried, she would crush him. 3 huge fireballs formed behind her. Yezun focused and cast Ice Block. Ice spread over his whole body. In an instant, he was sealed inside a solid block of ice, and Helene stared in shock. She frowned and asked if he was joking. Walking up to the block, she knocked on it and asked why he chose Ice Block of all spells. Was he planning to sit there until all his mana ran out? Tian stayed still inside, but he knew Ice Block was one of the best defensive spells. Its weakness was simple. The caster fell asleep and could not use anything else. Helene spread her arms, confused about his plan though. To her, he was still just a boy. Then a strange sound made her turn. The watching students heard it too. Helene snapped her head back toward Ian. Fear crossed her face as she looked at the ice block and thought this should be impossible. The protagonist started moving inside the block, and Helene could not understand how he was able to move while using ice block. She slowly stepped toward him. Then she froze. Huge stems were sprouting up beside her. Looking up, Helene realized this was bad. The towering stems were so big they could be seen from far away. One suddenly burst from the ground, shaped like a bolt of lightning. Helene darted around and fired off flames, thinking they had to burn, but how many more were going to appear? Staring ahead, she realized she was about to lose. Her eyes went back to Ian, and she thought the only chance was getting him out of that ice block. From inside the ice, MC kept watching her. Helene was shaken. How do you get close to a magician who can move inside ice block and still cast spells? A sharp stem rose behind her and shot forward. Helene stiffened in fear. The stems wrapped around her body. At that point, Ian slowly stepped out of the ice. Bound in place, Helene looked down and finally understood why so many thought he was the reincarnation of the first magician. With a soft look, she admitted defeat and said he won. He gave a small smile. When she asked him to let her go, he said it was too soon. It would be boring to end things there. He started walking toward her, and Helene had no idea what he meant. Nervous now, she reminded him that she had already lost. Yahello raised his hand. Sparks danced around his fingers. The sky darkened. Helene panicked and yelled for him to stop. Ian caught a lightning bolt in his hand, and she cried out that this was only training. Helene opened her mouth wide and screamed at him to stop. but the protagonist only looked at her calmly. Then he pointed at the ground and cast a lightning spell. A massive bolt came down toward her. The students watching stood in total silence. The stems were left blackened and burned. Helen stared in terror at the lightning mark on the ground between her legs. She quickly caught her breath and realized she was still alive. Then anger hit her all at once. As Ian knelt beside her, she shouted for him not to come closer. He leaned over her and looked her straight in the face. Moving in close, MC asked if she really thought she had anything to teach him. A cold smile spread across his face as he held her gaze. Helen quickly lowered her head and hid her eyes. Seeing that, Ian smiled again. Then he stood and said that, in that case, he would be leaving. He turned and walked away. He kept moving across the training ground. The stunned crowd just stared at him. As he passed through them, Ian told everyone to clear out. He was exhausted. By evening, sunset light washed over the tower. The tower owner walked down a corridor with another magician. Ladio asked how Helen was doing. The magician lowered his head and said it was bad. She had refused food for days. The tower owner stared ahead, his expression turning dark. He thought losing to a 12-year-old boy was humiliating. Li Yun had sent Helen to crush Ian's spirit and pull him to his side, but instead she was the one who broke. A wolf with a chain in its mouth came to Li Yun's mind, and he realized the protagonist wouldn't be easy to tame. He wasn't some house pet, he was a wild wolf. Li Yun quickened his pace, thinking this would take far more time than he expected. Then the door suddenly opened. Ragnar carefully held his book and seemed pleased. Li Yun had arrived. Li Yun bowed and apologized for being so late. Ragnar stood by the table with the book still in his hands. The fifth prince snapped the book shut and said it was fine. They had planned to meet. Li Yun quickly looked up at the prince. Ragnar gave a small smile. With his arms folded, he asked Li Yun to tell him more about Ian. Sunlight filled MC's mansion. Douglas ran down the corridor, stopped short, and shouted that he was ready to go. Letio Hammond walked over to his son with a smile and said it was time. The alchemist told Ian he was taking Douglas to the academy. Douglas cheerfully called out that they'd be back soon. A moment later, the door shut. He kept his eyes on it for a while. Then he reminded himself that today was the first day of classes. As Douglas and Letio Hammond got into the carriage, Ian noted that the alchemist's son had been accepted into the best alchemy academy nearby. Clearly, he had talent. The protagonist went back to reading, thinking study was easy since he had learned all this long ago. Then he suddenly shut the book. Leaning back in his chair, he realized there was nothing else to do. MC stood up, thinking that since coming back to the past, he hadn't had a single real break. Ragnar still hadn't made his move, but that wouldn't last. He headed down the corridor. Looking into the mirror, Ian thought the best thing would be to train his body and raise his limits. He stared at his trembling hand and wondered if he could just rest for once and do nothing. Then he quickly turned toward the door. A maid entered, carrying a tray with a letter on it. She told him an invitation had arrived from the palace. Ian turned to the tray and asked her to repeat that. He carefully picked up the envelope and looked it over. The seal told him it was from the Crown Prince. He froze for a moment, still staring at the envelope. Later he arrived by carriage at a grand house. After stepping out, Ian wondered why he had been invited at all. Everyone knew magicians without noble blood usually weren't welcomed into high society. One hand at his side, he looked at the entrance and wondered what the prince was planning. He also noted that this was the first time the Crown Prince had taken charge of a banquet. In his past life, the Crown Prince never hosted public events. He wasn't close to the nobles, stayed passive, and never found a place in imperial politics or high society. Ragnar came to mind instead. The fifth prince was the opposite, social and bold, and he built his power by taking control direct. Seeing Ragnar's wide smile in his thoughts, Ian guessed the Emperor, the Crown Prince's only real supporter, had finally pushed his son to act. The protagonist folded his arms and looked aside tiredly. Still, he figured this might work out well for him too. As he walked into the hall, MC decided he'd keep quiet, sit through it, and leave. He had never liked events like this anyway. Inside, a servant took his invitation and announced, "Mr. He Page may enter." The doors swung open. Ian stepped into a lavish room. The whole crowd turned to stare at the young magician. The nobles began sizing him up. The protagonist gave a faint grin, already feeling out of place. Then a servant called out that His Highness, the Crown Prince, had arrived. Every noble bowed at once. The prince slowly entered the hall, then stepped onto the balcony, rested a hand on the railing, and faced the crowd. A moment later, he smiled and thanked everyone for coming. Looking over the guests, he added that this time he was opening the banquet in place of his father. Then, with a slight grin, he said he wanted to introduce someone before they began. He turned toward Ian. MC tensed, sensing this was serious. The Crown Prince faced the crowd again and announced his special guest, the fourth-class Archmage of the Ivory Tower. Gesturing toward him, he added that he came from the northern province of Mogrian. Ian stared in shock and clenched his fists. His eyes drifted upward, trying to hide his reaction. The prince beamed, spread his arms, and called for the protagonist to come forward. When he came down to meet him, the prince said MC was the real reason for this celebration, and he answered that he was honored. With a small smile and his eyes closed, he realized the prince had staged this whole show to tell the nobles he was on his side. Terry came to mind, and the protagonist felt sure this was the emperor's plan. As he looked around the hall, he heard the prince say he had heard many stories about how impressively Ian had performed in the tower. Speaking loudly, the prince said MC had barely arrived before defeating a high-ranking magician right at the gate. He could only imagine how the tower's old veterans felt about that. Then the prince looked at him and added that when they first met in Mogrian, he had seemed like trouble, far too sloppy. The protagonist remembered that first meeting and couldn't understand why the prince saw him that way. The crown prince smiled with his eyes closed and said MC's talent had amazed him. His father had ordered him to bring MC back, but he was glad things turned out this way. He stood there confused, listening closely to the prince, who wore a broad smile. Then he said there was one more person he wanted to introduce. Turning to the side, he held out a hand and called them over. The protagonist looked on in surprise. A girl in an elegant dress stepped forward, and the prince introduced her as his younger sister, Haley Greenriver. She looked at Ian and politely said she was happy to meet him. Her name was Haley Greenriver. MC was briefly stunned by her beauty, as she told him people in the Imperial Palace talked about him often. He was practically a celebrity there. With her hands near her chest, Haley added that she had only come to greet him today, but next time she wanted to invite him to lunch and hear about his life in Mogrian. He replied with a proud look that all he could offer were dull stories about monsters and magic, but she said that was exactly the kind of thing she cared about. She was interested not just in magic but in how people lived in the world. Smiling brightly, Haley said that was why she wanted to speak with him about so many things. Standing beside her brother, she said she would send him an invitation soon, and hoped he enjoyed the banquet. Ian thanked her for the kindness. Then the prince and princess moved away. The protagonist watched them closely, deep in thought. He realized the princess wasn't at all like he had thought back in the sanctuary, and though the crown prince was clearly nervous, he was handling his role well. Meanwhile, the prince kept talking with the nobles. Ian started toward the exit, thinking he should leave before this got even more boring. He opened the door and stepped outside. Then MC noticed a man by the door. It was Oliver, and he greeted him as soon as he saw him. He walked over and noted that the knight looked surprisingly good in a tailcoat. Oliver dipped his head and said the crown prince had ordered him to dress formally. The two looked at each other. For a moment neither said anything. The silence turned awkward. Ian looked away, thinking he probably shouldn't have come out to the terrace. While Oliver said he knew what rumors were spreading, the protagonist asked what rumors he meant. At once the image of a tied-up red-haired girl flashed through his mind. Rumors that he had defeated Helene, the archmage of their tower. MC's expression darkened and he looked aside. The prince had already brought it up too, and Oliver added that he'd heard plenty about how brilliantly MC had shown himself in the tower. Looking down toward the street, Ian said it was surprising even Oliver knew. He thought matters of the tower usually stayed inside the tower. Oliver gave a small grin and said knights have to gather important info. Otherwise, what are they even for, especially now? He stared ahead. He thought about how mages now handled the Empire's protection, while knights had been reduced to polished helpers that showed off their master's status. Looking at the lantern, Oliver admitted he was shocked. The protagonist had beaten not just some fourth-class mage, but Helene herself. It almost made him doubt the protagonist was really just a boy. MC got a little awkward and tried to stop him, but Oliver turned to him and said the crown prince trusted him enough to invite him to a banquet for top nobles, so he had a right to know. Then Oliver dropped to one knee and asked whose side Ian was on. He froze a little as Oliver said it didn't matter who he was or how someone so young got that kind of talent. Watching him closely, Oliver asked if the protagonist knew the ivory tower backed the fifth prince and whether he stood with them too. MC gave a faint smile and said that kind of question wasn't something he could answer on the spot. Oliver lowered his gaze and said that as the crown prince's chief knight, he needed to know who was an enemy and who was an ally. He glared at Ian. He met his stare, thinking Oliver was the kind of knight who would die protecting the crown prince. Then he answered that he still didn't know. He could already tell that answer wouldn't satisfy Oliver. So the protagonist looked at him and added one thing for sure. He would never side with the fifth prince. That caught Oliver off guard. As Oliver turned, Ian told him not to worry. He had cast magic, so no one could hear them. Smiling, MC asked if that answer was enough. Oliver smiled back and said it was. Then Oliver looked up and asked for a favor. He asked what he wanted. Oliver said that before the protagonist chose a side, he wanted a duel. He needed to get stronger. MC tilted his head and asked if Oliver wanted to learn how to fight mages, even though one day his sword might be aimed at MC himself. Oliver gave him a hard look and said he couldn't deny that. Ian smiled and called him ruthless. Then he shook his head and said no, there was nothing in it for him. Oliver reached behind his head and started unfastening something. He pulled off a gold necklace and held it out. Oliver explained that the late Empress gave it to him when he became the Crown Prince's personal knight. She said it was magical and could clear the mind. Ian studied it closely, wondering if this was one of the lost imperial treasures once owned by the Empress. A picture of a woman covered in gold jewelry flashed through his mind. Oliver said he was willing to give it up. He was sure it would help him more than it helped him. Surprised, the protagonist pointed out that it had been a gift from the late Empress. Oliver answered that her last request was for him to protect her son. Lowering his head, Oliver said training with MC would help him keep that promise, and he believed she would understand. After thinking for a moment, Ian closed his eyes and agreed. He slowly took the necklace. Oliver broke into a wide smile, then a huge explosion went off nearby. Both of them looked over in shock. A massive fireball slammed into the Imperial Palace. Oliver reacted at once and shouted for the crown prince. He rushed inside, searching for him. Soon Oliver spotted the prince and called out. The crown prince shielded Haley and asked what was happening in the palace. Running up to him, Oliver asked if he was hurt. The prince said he was fine. A squad of knights arrived and asked the same. Oliver ordered them to report. One knight nervously explained that an explosion had hit the palace grounds. The cause was still unknown, but they had already activated the emergency communication system and called for reinforcements from every post. Yahyun looked aside, thinking about that system. He remembered the Imperial Emergency Network, the link between the palace, the army, the country, and the ivory tower. Once it was activated, everyone had to rush to the palace. Yahyun realized that meant soldiers and mages would be here any minute. He scanned the room and thought that if the explosions were meant to cause this, he suddenly looked up and tensed. At once, he threw up a mana barrier. It enclosed all the important people nearby. Looking back, the protagonist asked Haley if she could keep the barrier going with her own mana. Frightened, Haley asked him to repeat that. Ian said there was no time and told her to answer clearly. She hugged herself, then said yes, she had learned how Pulsand. MC told her to do it. He stepped out of the barrier. Then he walked over to a maid. He asked if there was a maid named Isabel here. The girl started trembling and said yes. Isabel had come from the second palace because she wanted to visit the central palace. Yahyun's face darkened. That was exactly what he expected. He thought of Cecilia, tied up and trapped. The Coldwalkers were using the explosions to pull guards from the ivory tower so they could reach her. They didn't care if she lived. They wanted information about him. He couldn't let that happen. The protagonist stood still. In the dark passage ahead were the prison cells. Boots rang through the corridor as a man in a cloak walked up to Cecilia's cell and said it had been a while. From the looks of it, she'd had a rough time. Cecilia stared at him and asked who he was. The man pulled back his hood and said it was him. It was Daniel. Taking the hood off fully, he said he was disappointed. He had expected more from her. Cecilia rushed to the bars and screamed for him to free her. Daniel waved a hand and said of course, but first they needed to clear something up. Grabbing the bars, Cecilia insisted she hadn't told them anything. Yahyun was the one who knew about the Coldwalkers and the orders they'd been given. Daniel tilted his head and asked if MC really knew that much. Cecilia said he even knew about the magic marks, unlike her. Her words echoed down the hall as Daniel said almost none of the Coldwalkers knew about those marks. Most had only heard recently. He asked what else. Cecilia said that was all she knew, so he should let her out already. Daniel paused, then said fine. The cell door suddenly opened. Cecilia looked over in relief when Daniel called to her, and in the next second he slit her throat. At the very end, she stared forward in terror. Daniel held the knife out as she dropped to her knees, clutching her neck. Looking down coldly, he said the leaders had spent a long time deciding how to get into the tower and what to do with it. As Cecilia shook and held her bleeding throat, Daniel went on. She was still a third-class mage, so maybe saving her would have been better. Standing over her body, he added that this was the final decision. With a small grin, he told her to rest peacefully. Then Daniel heard a voice behind him and spun around. He instantly pulled out a dagger and threw it. The blade shot straight at Ian. It buried itself in the wall beside the protagonist's head. MC stood there with his arms crossed as Daniel demanded to know who he was. He glanced at Cecilia's body and wondered if Daniel had already killed her. Then he thought that actually made things easier. Daniel's legs slowly started freezing over. Ian walked toward him and said Daniel was unbelievably unlucky to run into him here. With a deadly look, the protagonist added that he had wanted to kill Daniel with his own hands for a very long time. Daniel gave a faint smile and said it would be better to capture MC alive. He answered that now he could finally avenge his friends. Confused, Daniel shouted that he had no idea what he was talking about. What friends? The protagonist kept moving closer and said those events were still 10 years away. Ice spread over Daniel's whole body as Ian remembered returning to the past and swearing to change everything. Michi touched the ice with his fingers and shoved it, sending the frozen body crashing down. He watched without any emotion. Then he walked over to Daniel. He reached for Daniel's neck, thinking he had to find the mana seal there. Footsteps sounded behind him. 3 mages came around the corner and saw the scene. The archmage asked what happened here. Ian stayed calm beside the 2 bodies and looked at him. The archmage noticed the seal on Daniel's neck. Furious, he slammed his fist down. First a maid, and now another palace person had turned out to be a spy. Secretary. From his throne, the emperor barked at the old man with the staff, demanding to know how the magic tower let this happen. Still furious, he asked why the tower requested control over the investigation into Cecilia and then failed to properly check anything. Since he could no longer trust the tower, he decided to strip that authority away. He went on ordering the old man to hand every detail of the case over to the imperial guards. After a moment, the old man bowed and accepted. Done with the argument, the emperor dismissed him. He still had plenty to handle himself. The tower master turned and headed for the exit with his staff. Then a servant announced Ian Page. He entered and bowed before the emperor. The protagonist stepped into the room and the emperor welcomed him warmly. He called him MC Page, a young norther. The emperor praised him, saying his skill had once again protected the empire from spies. Without Ian, secret information could have fallen into enemy hands, and the imperial family's secrets might have been exposed. As he stood before the throne, the emperor said he never ignores loyal and responsible service, so he chose to reward him. A servant brought over an open case, leaving the protagonist stunned. Inside was a shining blue cloak with a chain and medallions. MC was shocked. It was the robe of his ancestor Mitchell Greenriver, the only magician with imperial blood. The emperor admitted it should not go to someone outside the family, but he felt Ian needed it more. He said he could think of it as a loan until the end of his life, or until he chose to return it. Greenriver was the first and last imperial-blooded magician. He was the hero who saved the empire and rose to Tower Master, proof of his incredible magic. The emperor asked the protagonist to try it on, adding that it could be worn over his clothes. With a flick of the cloak, Ian put it on, but it hung too loosely on him. The emperor noticed too, and joked that one day he would grow into it. Then MC remembered the robe's special ability and adjusted it. The cloak glowed and began to shrink. A moment later, it fit him perfectly. The people around him were stunned by what they saw. From the throne, the emperor praised Ian's quick thinking, and said the robe suited him, especially the color. He smiled and bowed. He said he was honored to receive such a gift from His Majesty. Later, at the White House, the princess approached Ian and asked him to hear her out. When he bowed, she shyly asked him not to do that anymore. With her hands clasped, she asked again for a moment to talk. She looked nervous. There was something important she needed to say. The protagonist understood right away. He apologized for how rudely he acted that evening, and bowed again, which left the princess confused. Then he promised their secret would stay hidden, and put a finger to his lips. That finally eased her worries. Just then, a man walked up behind them and praised Ian. MC froze. Without seeing who it was, he was suddenly on edge. The newcomer kept praising him, saying he had saved not just the palace but the whole empire from spies. He turned around and saw a young man. As his father supposedly said, Ian was a true hero of the nation. But the protagonist went pale. The man terrified him. It was the empire's fifth prince, Ragnar Greenriver. Memories from the past rushed back. Ragnar had once been his old friend, then one of the people who tormented him. Back then, MC could only show fear, while Ragnar looked at him with hatred and pity. Now the prince seemed calm and smiling, but even hearing the name Ragnar filled Ian with fear. Ragnar kept talking, saying it might be late, but he still wanted to congratulate him on the Ivory Tower's recognition. The protagonist barely heard him. He was too shaken, staring in silence. He didn't remember Ragnar being this young. Then, as thanks for protecting the empire from spies, Ragnar invited Ian to dinner and waited for his answer. Still shocked, MC couldn't respond. He clenched his fist to steady himself, but someone cut in. It was the princess. She apologized to Ragnar and said he already had plans with her. Holding out an arm, she stopped him from stepping forward, and that caught him off guard. Ragnar laughed at that and suggested meeting tomorrow instead. Only then did the protagonist answer. MC apologized and said he had too much work to do, so he had to refuse. Ragnar looked away, clearly annoyed, but accepted it. The princess noticed the displeasure on his face. Still polite, Ragnar said goodbye, claiming he had another meeting, and thanked them for their time. Ian, still shaken, said nothing. He only watched Ragnar leave with his guards. The princess awkwardly apologized for stepping into the conversation. He reassured her. He said she had done nothing wrong. As he watched Ragnar go, he remembered that in his past life they met 2 years later. Even now, though, Ragnar was already showing his intent. Ian swore he would crush the prince's plans before he could build more power and influence. Ragnar would not move forward even one step, and the protagonist would watch his fall with satisfaction. From now on, they stood on opposite sides. 5 years passed, and we returned to the same White House. On a sunny day, the prince sat in the library with a pile of books, clearly not understanding any of them. He grumbled that none of it was written simply, and wondered who even made books this hard to read. A man came over and brought more books written by the first emperor, all about the qualities a future ruler must have. Soon 2 huge stacks stood beside the prince, and to him they were just mountains of nonsense. When the man warned that he had to read every one of them, shock filled the prince's eyes. They covered the empire's history, culture, economics, and politics. The prince irritably argued that today was not a good day for reading, but he knew his father would be angry if he skipped it again. So he turned to the vice captain beside him and asked if the final match between the captain and Ian was today. The vice captain said yes. At once the prince brightened. This was something worth seeing. He jumped up and ordered them to head there right away. At the second squad's training ground, a man stood out of breath, knowing this was his last chance. He gripped his sword and told himself he could not afford a single mistake today. Then he looked up and saw spikes of ice raining down on him. He shouted and ran. None of the falling ice struck him. After dodging that attack, he stopped, but sharp stone pillars burst from the ground behind him. He sprinted, kicked off the earth and climbed over them, leaping clear of one more strike. He landed safely as the deadly rock stayed behind him, but he had to stay alert. Another attack was already coming. A wall of fire rushed straight at him. The blazing wave moved insanely fast. Still, his eyes showed no fear, only confidence. With a yell, he swung his sword upward. When the flames reached him, he split the wave apart before it could hit. He had one clear goal: touch his opponent. Surrounded by fire, he searched for the magician, hoping that this time he would finally succeed. Through the smoke and sparks, he spotted his target ahead. Without hesitating, he charged forward with a shout. The next instant, his sword pierced the magician through the heart. Everything went quiet, only smoke remained, and the captain, frozen with his sword in the enemy's chest. His eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. Then someone tapped him on the back from behind and praised him. It was the real magician. The captain had no idea what had happened. He still stood in the same pose as when he struck the fake body. Once he realized the truth, he let out a breath and turned around. Even now, he still hadn't managed to lay a hand on Ian. The magician was completely unharmed. That sword through the heart had only hit an illusion. Otherwise, MC would be dead. They shook hands. The captain thanked him for the training, and he said it repaid the necklace. Even so, the knight felt he had gained far more than the protagonist had. Looking back, he admitted the protagonist was far beyond where he had been 5 years ago, and now the captain could even withstand attacks from him. The man then asked something MC aloud. What rank had he reached by now? He admitted his level was not as high as it seemed. In his previous life, he only reached 5th class at 26. His growth now was fast, but he still had not become a 6th class magician. Because of his body's growth rate and the limit on how much mana his heart could restore, 5th class was his current ceiling. He looked at his hands, clenched his fists, and knew he couldn't stop trying to grow stronger. Then both of them noticed someone in the distance calling out to the best magician and the best knight of the empire. It was the prince. He heard this was their last sparring match, so he came himself. He invited them to breakfast to celebrate how hard they'd pushed to improve. Ian bowed and apologized. His training at the tower ended today, and before taking up his archmage duties, he had to meet the tower's master. The prince wasn't happy about it, but he couldn't stop him, so he let the protagonist leave and said they could share a meal another time. MC said goodbye and promised they'd meet again soon. To reach his destination, he rose into the air and headed for the tower. Before leaving, he called down that he'd be back soon, then sped off. The captain, vice captain, and prince watched from below. The prince pointed out that Ian could fly thanks to the mantle his father gave him, and admitted he was a little jealous. Then he turned to the captain. The training was over, so what did he think? The captain had noticed 2 things. First, he still couldn't land a single hit on him. Second, the gap between them would only keep growing. Even so, the captain spoke with confidence, and the prince listened closely. After a short pause, he proudly declared that he could beat any other magician. Soon, Ian arrived at the tower. The door opened, and the protagonist stepped inside. The tower's master greeted him with surprise and warmth. He still remembered hearing about a gifted boy from the north and coming to meet him here. With a smile, the old man said it felt like no time had passed. Yet now a handsome young man stood before him instead of that boy. Ian closed his eyes and told him he still had plenty of years left. The tower master began sorting through papers filled with praise for MC. They called him a blessing to the tower and the whole empire, and said new magicians were trying to follow his example. Reading it aloud, the old man said he was practically a guidebook for the perfect magician. He asked him not to praise him so much. The old man said they'd see soon enough whether it was too much. Today was the famous hero's final day of training. A normal academy student would graduate and then be sent to the provinces for testing, but the protagonist's case was special. The old man asked how he felt about spending such an important day talking with an old man, and the protagonist said it was an honor. The tower master knew that was the polite answer, but still thanked him for saying it kindly. He congratulated MC on becoming a true magician, and handed him a badge marked with a cross. With that sign, anyone in the empire, from soldiers to common people, would have to heed his words. He studied the gift carefully. He wondered if they already needed his help as a full magician. The old man admitted they were short on people. They had lost Helen, and no one was left to handle her duties. He didn't want to put pressure on Ian, but said he would be grateful for the help. Looking away, the protagonist said he hoped he could be useful. Of course, the old man replied. MC was one of the tower's main archmages, and many hopes rested on him. Then he reached out and opened the magic tablets. Since this was his first assignment, he could choose where to go himself. There were 3 options. Ian looked up and started reading. The first was Rodmere, the empire's biggest port city. The second was Benson, its largest producer of iron. The last was Perik, where the protagonist had carried out mana tests in his previous life. He remembered that a magician died on that mission, and that was when he had been sent back and taken that person's place. Without hesitation, he chose the last province. The old man agreed. Perik needed magical help more than anywhere else. They had already sent 2 third-class magicians and imperial knights, but the problem still wasn't solved. It seemed the monsters of the Great Meadows had started attacking. Holding out a paper, the old man said all the details were written there. He asked Ian to read it and give his answer today. If he refused, they'd have to find someone else. MC didn't even take the paper. He firmly said he would go to Perik. By evening, in another White House, someone was so shocked that his first mission was to that province that he stopped eating. He knew huge monsters raided that place all the time, and said so at the table. Ian got annoyed, thinking he was only trying to scare everyone. The protagonist set down his utensils, and then his mother asked if it really was that dangerous. He reassured her and said a couple of months should be enough to settle everything. She had no choice but to accept it, though she asked how long he'd be gone without him. The big mansion would feel too quiet. MC promised his mother he would return as soon as he could. After that, the same young man excitedly offered to show Ian an elixir he had made himself. The man beside him looked surprised, but the boy insisted it might help on the trip. Their father then pointed out that the boy was grown up now. Wasn't it time to stop calling him captain? The boy got annoyed. To him, a captain was still a captain. Puffing himself up a little, he turned to the protagonist. Ian looked back, confused by what was happening. Then the boy decided he would call him brother. MC nearly choked on his water and spit it out. The boy panicked at that reaction, and had no idea what to do next. Across from him, he and his mother stared back with questioning looks. Forcing a smile, the boy corrected himself and said brother, the protagonist. MC couldn't understand how this person had ever become a villain in his past life, and that thought hit him hard. Their mother smiled, saying her son now had a younger brother, and she had a youngest son too. The boy turned red from embarrassment, and couldn't figure out why those two were looking at him like that. Their father cut through the awkwardness and told his son to call Ian master, but the boy protested. They had grown up together. His father said that changed nothing. Even so, the boy promised to be useful to both his brother and this house. The woman who had watched the whole exchange laughed. Her son noticed how happy she looked, and was glad to hear his mother laugh. At that moment he realized this kind of life wasn't bad at all. After dinner, Ian told him not to call himself brother anymore, which left the boy upset. The next morning, the magician was ready to leave. When the driver asked if he wanted to head straight to Perak, he said he would first say goodbye to the Tower Master, then continue to the province. He reminded Legium Han that mana traps had been set up for their protection. Legium was ready to risk his life to keep the protagonist's mother safe, and the protagonist hoped nothing would happen while he was gone. Legium's son ran up and called to Ian like a brother. Seeing the mage's displeased look, he quickly apologized and switched back to captain. He had brought an elixir. His father had made one too, the same kind, but this one was his own version. He leaned in and whispered to MC that his potion would work even better. Ian smiled and thanked him for the gift. Even though his younger brother still had 3 years left at the academy, his talent had already been recognized by the Empire, and he was given the title of Imperial Alchemist. His father admitted that was impressive, but said he still had plenty to learn. He, though, trusted the younger boy's elixir. The boy asked if the protagonist would fly there with his mantle, but the protagonist said that would draw too much attention, so he'd travel by carriage instead. Then his mother hurried over. She had packed food for the road and extra, as always. The top held food that would spoil fast, while the bottom had dried meat and vegetables that would last longer. She had even made his favorite bean pie. Ian thanked her for taking such good care of him. She stepped closer and hugged him tight, telling him to be careful, not push himself too hard, and eat well. MC was touched. He smiled and hugged her back. He promised to do all of that, and return soon, so she didn't need to worry too much. Then it was time to go. He got into the carriage and left. His family and the servants stayed behind. As he ate, he looked out the window and told himself he had to trust that his mother would be safe even without him there. Everyone slowly went back inside, but his mother kept watching the carriage disappear. The mansion was large and well guarded, the city was safe with little crime, and the mana traps could only be controlled by Douglas, his mother, and Ladeo Hammond. That should be enough to keep his family and home safe. It had been 25 years since his last visit to Perak. Back then, a terrible battle broke out there, as monsters attacked from every side. They were storming the city, and he ordered the soldiers to bring back 100 monster corpses. Until then, they weren't allowed to even think about dying. The knights obeyed, and charged into battle. Then a mounted knight suddenly rushed up. As a captain, he was alarmed and hurried over at once. When he arrived, he reported that a group of orcs had struck from the rear. He couldn't believe it. How had they gotten around them? He ordered the second and third squads to stay with the magicians, while the first squad came with him. Then he led his forces to the rescue. The city. These monsters might be strong, but they follow patterns. Veteran soldiers can handle them, but for newer troops, orcs are a real problem. The captain just hoped they weren't already too late. As he rode forward, snow suddenly started falling. But snow never falls in the east, so how could this happen? Huge blocks of ice began rising in front of them. Frozen orcs were trapped inside them, and that both shocked the army and stopped the monster charge. No one understood what had just happened. Then in the distance, a man stood on top of one of the ice pillars. He was spotted, waved his cloak, and vanished. The battlefield suddenly went silent. Ice blades skewered some monsters, while others were sealed inside giant blocks and left unable to move. Soon, the man came down to the ground, and spears were aimed at him, as the soldiers demanded his name. He calmly said he came because they needed help. The commander and his men could only stare in disbelief. Then he removed his robe and introduced himself. Ian Page, Archmage of the Tower. The captain was stunned. Was this really the same mage from the northern village of Magrion? He never imagined he would be this young. They said that even as a child, he cleared goblins from Mount Magrion. Meeting him was a great honor for the captain, and Ian said it was an honor to meet the East's finest warrior, Callian Pyrrhic. Callian Pyrrhic. They shook hands, and though the protagonist had just arrived from a long trip, Callian asked if he could still spare time to talk about the war, since there was something important to discuss. So they left the battlefield behind, and returned to the city. In Callian's room, the warrior explained that he expected monsters to return, just not in numbers like this. Today's attack was far bolder than usual, which made it clear something major was changing in the Great Grasslands. If Ian didn't already know, they had sent requests to both the palace and the tower. One asked for reinforcements and supplies, the other asked for an archmage, because only a top-class mage could help now. MC's ice wall bought them time, but not much. They had fought monsters for years, and the invasions never stopped. Food was short, soldiers were too few, and if their requests had been accepted they could have kept fighting, but it looked like the palace ignored them. As for the tower, since they sent Ian, that must be their answer. He understood right away. He said the ice wall should hold for about 10 days. If the monsters didn't cross the mountains, they were safe for now. During that time, the protagonist would head into the Great Meadows alone. He needed to find the source of the problem and end it. Ian sounded sure of himself. The province had guarded these lands for ages, but still no one knew where all the monsters were coming from. The only thing they had learned was that many kinds of monsters were working together instead of fighting each other, and all they wanted was to kill humans. Green River wasn't the only target. The Sorcerer Empire in the north, and the Ro Kingdom in the west were attacked too, but their rough, narrow roads limited the damage. Most monsters came through the Great Snake Canyon. The strange part was the south. The kingdom of the Agaton Aborigines was never attacked. MC pointed to it on the map. It was like something there scared the monsters away. The soldiers believed the south was tied to the growing attacks on the grasslands, but they could never reach it because the canyon was always under assault. MC thought about it. In his past life, invasions like this did happen, but never on this scale. He agreed they should go straight to the Aboriginal kingdom. Their great shaman had to know something. Could Ian really speak with him? He was sure he could. That night, he stepped outside and looked up, so that thing was still here. This was the same artifact owned by the Aboriginal shaman, the Staff of Great Boughs. Ian remembered it well. It was made from rare iron birch. 3 years earlier, the Green River Empire, the Sorcerer Empire, and the Ro Kingdom had formed a coalition to wipe out the monsters in the Great Boughs. Since most of them appeared there, the three nations even planned to split the land between themselves. But in the protagonist's past life, the great shaman vanished, and the Aborigines were enslaved. Because of that, none of this happened before. His return might have changed history, or even caused these strange invasions. He kept moving across the barren land. This was where the Aboriginal territory began. Something felt wrong. The north was full of monsters, but there wasn't a single one here. Why had they attacked Pariki and avoided this place? A little farther on, he spotted a group of men. They were clearly nervous about the stranger. Ian raised his hands to show he meant no harm, and said he was a mage from the Green River Empire. Hearing him speak their language only scared them more, but he didn't waste time. He said he was looking for the shaman. That stunned them, because the king of shamans held a rank as important as the tower's master. A shaman was a being born with the heart and mind of mana. Even so, shamans weren't mages, and at the top of their order stood their king. Ian explained he was investigating the monsters attacking the north, and he was sure their leader knew the reason. One warrior pressed a weapon to MC's neck and warned him he was going too far. Who did he think he was? If he kept speaking like that, they'd offer him to the spirit of the Great Meadows. He had no reason to obey them, and that set the warriors off. They rushed him, but Ian formed an ice spear in his hand and swung it. With one strike, he sliced through his enemy's weapon and warned that heads would be next. They could avoid a fight if they just took him to the king. Then footsteps came from behind them. It was the king himself, asking why Ian wanted to see him. The warriors were stunned by his sudden appearance. From the way they reacted, the protagonist knew this was the Shaman King. He was surprised the old man came in person, but got right to the point. Monsters were attacking the three nearby nations, even though this had never happened before, so Ian believed the old man knew why. The ruler claimed raids were just in monsters' nature, and said he knew nothing. MC knew that was a lie, and stared straight into his eyes. The old man looked serious, but he couldn't fool Ian. He demanded the truth. The warriors bristled at how he spoke to their ruler, but the old man stopped them. Him seeing through his deception magic surprised him. He admitted lies wouldn't work, and agreed to explain. The old man said that long ago a prophecy appeared. A sea of fire would swallow the great meadows, and the golden land would run with blood. It also said their people, who had lived there for thousands of years, would be enslaved. The story shocked Ian. They had no idea what to do, because war would mean their end, so they kept living as usual, hoping prayer might delay the inevitable. Then one day, a woman came to the village. She gave them the powerful staff and disappeared without a trace. A woman? Ian paused. Her final warning was clear. If a stranger appeared, he had to be killed at once. Suddenly, flames erupted around the protagonist, and the dead began crawling out. The ruler apologized, but said MC would die here today. He understood at once. It was black magic, a forbidden art banned 300 years ago and believed extinct. Yet somehow, it still existed, and now it had reached him here. Still, Ian had no plans to die. He declared he'd take the staff tied to that black magic. The old man answered, "Take it if you can." The protagonist told him to watch closely, then started casting his spell. Meanwhile, back in the province, Callian wondered if something had happened. 10 days had passed since Ian went into the meadows. The ice wall would melt soon, and once it did, everyone would be in danger again. As he thought it over, Callian turned to Ardal. He ordered him to put everyone on alert, gather every unit, every weapon, every catapult, and call back the guards on the mountain too. Ardal moved at once to carry out the order. They had to defend themselves and protect the province and its people. No matter what, they had to be the shield that held. Fog rolled over the mountains and the catapults were set. When Callian gave the order to prepare, he noticed a figure coming through the fog. Ian, coughing as he stepped forward. Callian was shocked by how bad he looked. He called out, but MC only lifted his head and warned them not to touch the staff in his hand. Later, EA opened his eyes and realized he was in a room inside the castle, so everything worked out for now. They still had to deal with the staff he brought back. He sat up, clutching his head. His body was wrapped in bandages. Callian entered and said he was finally awake. EA had been unconscious for 4 full days. When asked how he felt, the doctor said he should stay on bed rest, but the protagonist insisted he was fine, and sat up anyway. He asked where his staff was. The Lord said the magicians locked it in the chest in the corner, a kind of mana prison. He praised Ian for handling it so well. Then the Lord paused. He said MC's mana and body were completely drained. If he had arrived any later, he would have died. Even so, the Lord needed to know what nearly killed him, and what happened in the Great Meadows. He said the staff in front of them caused everything. It had been made from a black poppy the shaman used to drive monsters away. That alarmed the Lord. Black magic had been banned and thought gone for 300 years. He believed the shaman was involved, but someone else had made the staff. Ian still didn't know who that was. When the shaman died, the black magic started to fade, and the monsters attacked the staff's new owner. It was like a curse meant to hide the truth. That was why the protagonist returned so late. If the staff was that dangerous, why not destroy it or leave it behind? Ian simply said he liked it. That's it, the Lord asked, still confused. MC explained he had already removed the black magic and was pretty happy about it. But right then, his vision went dark, and his heart started pounding hard. His legs shook. Clutching his chest, Ian collapsed. The Lord panicked and rushed to him. He looked like he was caught in a whirlpool. Blood soaked through his bandages. The Lord couldn't believe it. Blood splashed onto the floor. He shouted for a doctor at once. Then Ian suddenly woke up and said he was fine, and no one needed to panic. Nothing serious happened. He had just shed his skin in a way. The Lord asked what that meant. The protagonist said his mana heart still wasn't big enough to hold all his mana, and sometimes this happens. That calmed the Lord. He asked if MC was really okay, and MC assured him he was. He figured he should hurry and upgrade his class, since his mana had grown so much. Looking at his hands, he realized he could finally move forward. The Lord was relieved, though he still wanted a doctor to check him. The protagonist thanked him, and they turned to more important matters. First, the Lord brought up MC's trip to the Great Meadows. Someone had wanted to show him the orb, but he was still unconscious then. Now it was finally time to give it to him. Ian took the package, but the Lord had one more thing. A messenger had also brought a letter. His Majesty had ordered it be placed directly into the protagonist's hands. But why send it by messenger instead of a faster modern way? Ian wondered if there was something the tower wasn't supposed to know. He decided to check the tower's message first, and open the orb. It was for Archmage MC Page. The delivery had been delayed so it wouldn't interfere with his mission, and they asked for his understanding. While he was away, robbers had broken into his home to steal his inheritance. Robbers? He was stunned. His family was under the Ivory Tower's protection, so he thought they should have been safe. That made him furious. They knew he'd worry, so why send this now, unless it came from the tower's master? After calming himself a little, Ian opened the Emperor's letter. It said that if this letter reached the Archmage, then fortune was still with his Majesty and his son. He had a favor to ask. Ian was on an important mission, so he might not know that a meeting would soon be held in the free city of Demodora to decide the fate of lands taken by monsters. The protagonist was shocked he hadn't noticed sooner. In his past life, this happened 3 years later. The meeting would include the Crown Prince, the 5th Prince Ragnar, and Captain Duncan from the Magic Tower. By the time MC was reading this, they had probably already reached the free city. The Crown Prince had no support there, so the Emperor asked him to stand at his son's side and guide him through it. In return, the Emperor promised by direct decree that Ian's family would be protected. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought it through. Negotiations in Demodora were exactly where Ragnar could shine. There, while the Crown Prince weakened, Ragnar could prove himself as a top diplomat and push for giving up imperial land. After that, the nobles would flock to Ragnar's side, and the Crown Prince would be blamed and nearly cast out by high society. Ian wondered if both past and present events had been arranged by the tower's master. He didn't know when or why he had started thinking this way, but the monster invasion, the Shaman King getting a black magic staff from a mysterious sorceress, and these talks beginning 3 years earlier than before, all of it felt connected. He was sure of it. Even the attack on his house seemed like a warning. Ian realized this was more than a guess. He badly wanted to return to the capital and his family, ignoring the Emperor's request. But to beat his enemy, he needed something special. Magic never written in books. Magic even the tower's master didn't know. He could only win by becoming a 6th MT grade magician. Ian turned to the Lord. Could he grant one request? Demodora was a free city that belonged to no nation. Its grand blue and white cathedrals stood around them. The Crown Prince asked Captain Duncan to call Ian. He apologized and asked the prince to be patient. His Majesty had sent him here to represent the Empire, and this chance could completely change his fate. The prince understood, but he was still nervous. Duncan knew why. The meeting would include foreign envoys, the Tower's Master, and Ragnar. Up ahead, Ragnar and the Tower's Master were already speaking with others. The prince had a bad feeling. MC's support would really help now. Duncan stayed silent. The Tower's Master felt the moment had finally come. He had prepared for this for a very long time. Surely he was already rushing back to the palace by now. The old man believed he understood him well. He would choose his family first, no matter what was happening in politics. Then people noticed something in the sky, and thought it was a giant bird. The crown prince stared in shock. It was Ian. His cloak whipped in the wind as he came down. The protagonist landed and apologized for being late. Everyone nearby was stunned by his entrance. The Tower's Master couldn't believe it. How could MC put anything before his family? Back at the Green River Empire's palace, Ian's family was safe. His younger brother was waiting for Captain Duncan to return. Because of the ban, he couldn't even go to the academy, and was bored out of his mind. Their father told him to calm down and be thankful they were being sheltered in the palace. He was also glad the mana traps had caught the robbers. Anyone touching that dangerous magic would have been crushed to dust at once. Then he turned to Lady Page and told her not to worry. This was the Imperial Palace. Was there any safer place? She stayed quiet, so to break the silence, he kept talking. He mentioned that a letter had arrived from the Ivory Tower, and that the gentleman would be here very soon. At that exact moment, the door opened, and a voice asked if he was late. The whole family froze in shock. His mother, who had said nothing until then, called his name, jumped up and ran into his arms. Ian apologized for making them worry, and promised everything was fine. Now he would protect them. The night before, at Callion's provincial castle, he had spoken with the Lord about that request. The man agreed to help, but only if the protagonist explained what he planned to do. Ian asked him to protect his body with his life. The Lord didn't fully understand what he meant. MC said he wanted to use a spell that would put both his body and mind to sleep. If anything went wrong, the local magician should send mana into his head to wake him. No one had officially reached 6th NET grade magic before, so almost no records existed. Even in his past life, before reaching the 6th circle and going further, he had to invent his own methods or dig through ancient books. He began at once. He drew a magic circle with a star at its center. Inside it, his body seemed to split in two, and then he collapsed. The Lord quickly caught him. With Ian in his arms, he stared in shock. How could there be two perfect copies standing in the circle? This spell was called Puppet Show. With 6th grade magic or higher, the real body becomes the controller, falls asleep, and summons two dolls. Those dolls can move on their own, and even use 5th grade magic. Still holding Ian, the Lord spoke to one of the copies. Through it, the protagonist told him he was counting on him. Back at the meeting with the prince was overjoyed that MC had come. He relaxed at once and thanked him. Before they could talk more, the Tower's Master stepped over. So the gentleman had really come. He had already received word that the mission in the province was a success. Ian had done very well. He answered that everything he did was for the Empire. That was an Archmage's duty. But if he had recovered, shouldn't he return to the tower and handle other urgent matters? When the old man hinted at the protagonist's family, the protagonist cut him off. He had received a letter from the tower, but also one from the Emperor. In that letter, the Emperor personally asked him to help the prince at today's meeting. The old man asked to see it, and Ian handed it over without objection. As soon as he folded the letter, the tower owner knew the Emperor would pull something like this. Still, he couldn't believe MC would leave his family behind and come here. He admitted it was the Emperor's letter, but said Ian still couldn't stay. That answer made the prince furious. Was he really going against the Emperor? The tower owner turned to him and said, this was about trust between the three nations. The number of people allowed at the meeting had been decided beforehand, and they couldn't just change it. If the prince suddenly brought an archmage like him, it could damage their country's image and raise suspicion. Surely His Highness understood how dangerous that kind of misunderstanding could be. Ian knew the old man was right. The three nations were peaceful now, but they had spent years fighting and clashing with each other. Under the new agreement, each country could only bring its representative, escort, and guards. Their side already had 3 archmages there, including the tower owner. Adding one more could shake the other's trust. Ian lowered his head and said he understood. The concern about diplomacy and trust was real. The tower owner thanked him, told him to return to the capital soon, and started to leave. The protagonist said it was a shame they had spent so long traveling, but at least things were clear now. He would report this to His Majesty, but asked for one thing. If any archmage left the group, he wanted to be told. Then he could take that place. Since this was the Emperor's direct order, a replacement should be fine. The old man agreed in theory, but asked who would ever step down. At that moment, one man stepped forward and said he would gladly give his spot to Ian. Everyone was stunned, including the prince. The tower owner turned to Ronan and asked if he understood what he was saying. Ronan was completely serious. As servants of the Empire, he said, they couldn't ignore the Emperor's order. Ian was pleased. Ronan understood diplomacy, but as a citizen of the Empire, he also wouldn't dare defy his Emperor. This solved both problems at once. The tower owner's face hardened, but he kept quiet. Ronan then asked the prince to pass his duty to MC Page. The prince gladly agreed, thanked him for putting the empire first, and said he could return to the capital under his personal order with the crew. Ronan bowed, thanked the prince, then faced Ian. From now on, he would join the delegation in his place. He asked him to treat the role with full seriousness. The protagonist said he was grateful for the choice. Archmage Ronan was known as someone worth winning over, honest, fair, and neutral toward both the Ivory Tower and the Emperor. He was a simple man who had given his whole life to magic. If MC taught him a few new tricks, he'd likely come to his side. MC understood that well. Ronan bowed and said he would take his leave, since as the tower owner had said, Archmages not on an official mission shouldn't remain here. That only made the tower owner even angrier. He had thought Ian was just a harmless fool, but now he wondered if the young man was aiming for his seat as tower master. He watched him chatting easily with the others. The man had spent years building the tower into a center of power that influenced the whole empire, and he wasn't about to let some young mage ruin it. Ragnar was also watching the protagonist from a distance. A purple pendant hung at his neck. As they looked over the city, it was clear that Demeter truly was a free city, tied to none of the three nations. They studied the Grand Gate, and noted that the city had stayed neutral for years, and all sides officially accepted that. The 19th mayor, Angelo Ngolo Neville, gave a small bow and welcomed them inside. The prince asked where the rest of the assembly members were, and the mayor said they had already gone to their guest estates. Ngolo gestured toward a mansion and said it had been prepared for the ambassadors of the Green River Empire. Then he added that this estate was specially set aside for the prince, and used only for their highest-ranking visitors. The prince looked it over and said it was pretty good. He then asked the tower owner if they had anything planned for today. Leon lowered his head a little, shut his eyes, and said there was nothing scheduled. The crown prince smiled wide, and said that was great. He waved to the group and told everyone they could rest. Then he turned to Ian, and told him to come along. Memsi and the prince quickly headed off. Ragnar watched him leave, then turned to the tower owner, and said they needed to talk. Leon bowed in reply. Soon the door to a private room opened. Ragnar and Leon stepped inside. With his head lowered, the tower owner listened, as Ragnar said he wouldn't demand blame for what had happened. What bothered him was the magician who kept hovering around his brother. Ragnar turned sharply toward Leon, clearly angry, and said he didn't like any of this. Leon kept his eyes down and said he understood. Without lifting his head, he told Ragnar not to worry. Ian Page was talented, but this meeting would depend on diplomacy, not magic. Magic wouldn't help him there. Leon was sure the protagonist wouldn't know what to say in a meeting like this. What could such a young magician possibly add among the greatest diplomats of the three nations? Then Leon looked up at the fifth prince, and said MC would just be decoration. The real star of today's meeting would be the one they had planned. Ragnar shut his eyes and said he understood, but he still couldn't shake his unease. Every attempt to win Ian over had failed. He imagined him staying in his way, and said that if this continued, the man would become a major obstacle to his future. Turning to Leon, the fifth prince said he hoped the matter would be dealt with soon. The tower owner bowed and assured him there was nothing to fear. Looking out the window, Leon promised everything would go as Ragnar wanted. The crown prince entered his room, dropped onto the sofa, and said it was a great place. Oliver and Ian then heard him say that Demeter was famous for nightlife, so they should go see a show. He perked up and loudly asked if he could buy new clothes for going out. As Oliver called for the servants, the protagonist cut in and called out to the prince. The prince looked at him in surprise, and a little nervous now, asked what was wrong. Ian stared at him so hard that the prince asked why he was looking at him like that. Scratching his head, MC asked if he understood why they had come here. They were here for a meeting of three nations, and the prince would speak as the official representative of the Green River Empire. Raising his hands, he told him they had not come to play around. The prince looked disappointed when the protagonist shut down the idea of partying, but pointed out they still had plenty of time. That made Ian snap. He shouted that they would start preparing right now. The prince gave Oliver a pitiful look, but Oliver quietly looked away. MC then reminded the prince that as head of the delegation, he had the right to speak first. If he stayed silent, that chance would go to the fifth prince. The prince looked down and admitted he knew that, but he'd be honest. The fifth prince was probably fully prepared, and likely to take all the attention. Did he really want that? Ian asked. The prince shut his eyes and said, of course not. He sat down, let out a breath, and confessed that he knew nothing about diplomacy, armies, borders, or slavery. No one had ever taught him these things. He studied him in silence. The prince gave a faint smile and said maybe it was better to stay quiet than say something stupid in front of important people. Ian could tell he was just trying to run from his own weakness, but that wasn't an option. Looking away, the protagonist reminded himself that the crown prince was the key figure needed to bring down the fifth prince. Ragnar's image flashed through his mind. MC lowered his head, closed his eyes for a moment, and said the prince had to become the center of attention at the meeting. The prince stared at him, confused, and asked how that was supposed to happen. Ian snapped his fingers, deciding to give the crown prince a real chance and help him. Papers and a pen appeared in the air, as he said the emperor had sent him to support the prince at the meeting, and in his heart he meant to help him prove himself. The pen kept writing in midair, as the protagonist said he'd give the prince every answer he needed, so he wouldn't lose his place or let all the attention go to the fifth prince. He narrowed his eyes a little and raised a hand. A strange noise filled the room. and he said that from now until the meeting day, the prince had to study. The prince stared in horror at the papers flying all over the room. Ian gave him a hard look and said he'd have to memorize them. A week passed, and the day of the meeting finally came. That night, Ragnar walked with the master of the tower. The fifth prince turned to him and said he'd heard his brother hadn't left his residence once since arriving. Glancing aside, Ragnar asked what had kept him so busy. Leon replied that he found it odd too, but the guards said nothing unusual happened there. The crown prince only took short walks in the garden, looking deep in thought. Ragnar gave the magician a knowing look and said he understood. Then he turned sharply and spotted the crown prince. After wishing him good morning, the prince fixed the fifth prince with a cold stare. Standing across from him, Ragnar asked how his night was. Calmly, the prince answered that it was fine. Ragnar gave a small smile and said that was good. He studied his brother, then said he'd head to the meeting room first. The crown prince quickly moved closer, as Ragnar said they'd meet again soon. Ian strode past the fifth prince without hesitation. He moved in behind the prince. Then the prince turned toward his brother. The crown prince's fists tightened. The protagonist caught it at once. When Ian called out, the prince looked ahead stiffly, fear flashing across his face. Turning to him, he heard the protagonist say, "Not to worry. They had prepared well all week." Looking off to the side, the protagonist said he was sure the prince would be the star of today's meeting. The prince watched him closely. Then his expression hardened with confidence, and he answered, "Yes." N'Golo stood by the hall and introduced himself as N'Golo Neville, the 19th mayor of the free city of Demeter. As the princes sat around the round table, the mayor said the meeting would be recorded and could be paused only by his request, so they should keep that in mind. The princes exchanged cautious looks. Then the mayor declared the meeting open. Ragnar and the crown prince sat straight, with their mages behind them. One prince raised his hand. Maxwell Vane, heir to a duchy in the kingdom of Luo, said the route from the kingdom of Thorns to the Great Meadows was difficult, so trade and exchange were hard for them. Because of that, he said they wanted to help with magicians and elite knights instead of regular troops, money, or supplies. The Coldwood Empire had already agreed. Maxwell looked around the table and said there was no need to overthink it. Then he added that if the Green River Empire refused, they were always willing to revisit the choice. Ian watched the crown prince and thought they had started with military support. He told himself this was the right moment to answer, just as they had prepared for. Ragnar looked at the crown prince with a broad grin. A second later he cleared his throat and started to speak for him, but his brother cut in and said this was about army supplies. The prince kept his gaze steady and said he'd rather hear their commander's opinion first. Maxwell looked a little thrown off, clearly wondering if the fifth prince wasn't supposed to be the speaker. But the crown prince said an expert was here now, so it was the perfect chance to hear him. Ragnar stared at his brother in shock. The crown prince turned sharply and called for the commander. Duncan looked over and agreed to speak. As Duncan talked, the protagonist lowered his head slightly and thought this was a good start. Now it just had to keep going. Ian scanned the room carefully. His attention moved across the whole table, while the discussion on supplies carried on. The prince argued his point with another prince, calm and sure of himself. Maxwell answered with a smile, one hand on his chest. Ragnar sat rigidly and said nothing. The talks went on until evening. Ian watched closely and realized they had reached the final topic. One prince clapped his hands. Hector Coldwood of the Coldwood Empire held out a hand and said they needed to be honest. They wanted to split the land into 3 equal parts, but who could prove those parts were truly equal? He pointed out that such a huge land had different resources and soil, so why should one side get the good parts while another got the bad ones? All the princes turned toward him, as Hector said the side that lost out would surely try to take land from the others, and that would lead to war between all 3. Ian shifted his gaze and thought this was the key issue of the day, how to divide the Great Meadows among the 3 nations. Hector folded his hands and said his empire didn't want that. They wanted peace to last many more years, so if anyone had a better plan, they should say it now and avoid a fight. After that, the whole hall broke into discussion. Ragnar turned and called to the master of the tower. Leon tilted his head toward him. Ragnar lifted his chin to speak, but his brother suddenly cut in and announced that he had a great solution. The crown prince shot up from his chair. Every prince looked at him in surprise. Eyes shining, the crown prince declared that he would present it. Ragnar slowly lowered his hand, confused. Adjusting his monocle, N'Golo said he believed everyone present would want to hear the prince of the Green River Empire. Leaning on the table, the crown prince said the Ivory Tower, also called the Tower of Magic, had created a new method to detect resources hidden underground and measure how much there was, even across a wide area. Ragnar and Leon both stared at him in shock. Sweat slid down the Tower Master's cheek as he wondered how the prince could know that. Maxwell turned sharply and asked if it was true. The prince answered with full confidence, saying they had surely heard of the magician standing beside him. The prince tilted his head, stretched out a hand and said the method had been created by Ian Page, the youngest archmage in their empire. The whole hall was stunned and could barely believe such magic existed. Leon grew tense and angry. This had been their plan too, to use that method to gain an advantage. But how had that kid known this would become the meeting's biggest topic? Leon stared hard at the protagonist. The prince stood straight and held a hand out, adding that they could use this to make a resource map that also showed soil quality. He pictured the map in his mind and said it could help divide the land fairly. The prince admitted the results might only be close, not perfect, but said that in 10 years, every nation would focus on pulling resources from the land anyway. Ragnar clenched his fists and trembled with anger. He shot an angry look at the protagonist. Ian met it without fear as the crown prince declared there was no better answer than his. The protagonist gave a faint smirk. Lifting his chin, the crown prince said they should settle it this way. By sunset, the meeting was over. Oliver waited in the corridor, leaning against a column. He looked up at once when someone called to him. The crown prince came down the hall, beaming. Rushing over, he shouted that Oliver should have seen it. He had won everyone over in the meeting. Stopping in front of him, he added that it was a shame Oliver missed the Tower Master's sour face. With a smug look, the prince said he'd tell him everything while they walked. They hadn't had any time to enjoy themselves while preparing. Then he turned to the protagonist and told him to come too. When else would they get a chance to have fun? Ian nodded in approval. That made the prince even happier. He walked up to the protagonist, put his hands on his shoulders, and said that soon he'd be an adult, so maybe he could have one more drink. The prince smirked and said he'd teach him, but Ragnar rudely called out and cut him off. The fifth prince stood nearby, watching them closely. Ragnar wore a smile, but said nothing. Annoyed, the prince looked at his brother and asked what he wanted. Ragnar placed a hand on his chest, bowed, and said he had been magnificent today. Bowing even deeper, he added that he had learned a lot from him, leaving his brother surprised. The crown prince smiled a little. He crossed his arms, turned his head, and said he was glad to help. It was nice to see Ragnar studying and taking part in meetings like this. Ragnar stayed still, silently staring at the floor. The prince faced his brother and told him not to give up. If he ever needed help, he could come to him. Ragnar slowly straightened up and thanked his older brother. Then Ragnar suddenly turned and walked off. The crown prince watched him leave without moving. A moment later, he spoke to the boys behind him. Looking west, he said this had truly been the best day. Ian and Oliver watched him with small smiles. The prince walked over, grabbed both their shoulders, and shouted that they had to make up for the whole miserable week. Grinning at Oliver, he told him to relax and stop standing so stiff. Everyone was off duty here. Then he turned to MC and said he'd teach him how to drink. He started to keep talking, but his attention shifted back to Ian. His eyes dropped to his blue hands, and he asked what happened. The Tower Master and Ragnar stared at them in shock. Oliver and the prince then saw blue light spreading from the protagonist. MC held out a hand and said it looked like his whole body turned blue, and he finished by saying this was his limit. Startled, the prince asked what limit he meant. Ian lowered his head, shut his eyes, and said the drinking lesson would have to wait until the palace. As his body began to fade, he promised to explain everything there and said he'd see them later. The crown prince stared at the empty spot in fear. Everyone else in the room was just as stunned by his disappearance. Leon gripped his staff and declared that Ian had been an illusion. Shaking, the Tower Master asked if he had been fake the whole time, because if that was true, Ragnar kept staring ahead, speechless. All that remained was the disturbed air where the protagonist had been. Horrified, the Tower Master realized MC had simply been toying with them. Leon suddenly burst into loud laughter. The sun finally sank past the horizon. Morning light later touched the castle as a soldier came in with lunch and told the Lord his meal had arrived. The Lord turned and told him to set it down. The soldier glanced at him and asked if he was still unconscious. Looking over at him, the Lord said yes for now. Several days had already passed. He added that the magicians had lowered the protagonist's mana and life drain, and his body seemed to be slowly recovering. Then one of MC's fingers twitched. The Lord remembered Ian's earlier warning. If anything went wrong, send a mana signal to his head. He quickly stood and said it was probably time to call a magician. But he snapped his head back toward the bed when he heard, "I think?" He was still lying there, yet calmly said there was no need to call anyone. Shocked, the Lord asked if he was finally awake. The protagonist turned his head, gave a faint smile, and said it looked that way. The Lord leaned over him and asked how he felt, and whether anything hurt. Exhaling softly, Ian closed his eyes and said he still wasn't fully awake yet. Then he added that his head felt like it was splitting. He couldn't move, and his stomach was. The Lord panicked and offered to call a doctor at once, but MC said no, he was just hungry. The Lord froze, a bead of sweat running down his face. Silence filled the room, and then Ian's stomach growled loudly. A second later, he quietly admitted he was very hungry. Dawn brightly lit the castle as he turned at the sound of a request, asking if he could stay at least one more night. The Lord said he knew the protagonist was busy, but they wanted to properly say goodbye and share a meal with him. MC lowered his head a little, and replied that their help had already been more than enough. Looking toward the fountain, he added that he wasn't some great savior, just an archmage, and any other archmage would have done the same. The Lord rested a hand at his side and said he didn't believe that. He looked down and admitted that at first, he had doubted Ian. Most others would have just killed the monsters and gone back to the tower. He recalled his sign, and how he had said the young magician could truly help stop the monster attacks. Now the Lord said he had been wrong. The protagonist had solved more in 10 days than they had in a very long time. That kind of power was special. MC stood there, a little embarrassed, listening to the night. The Lord smiled and said that before Ian left, there was one more thing to do. He asked what he meant, and the Lord asked if he could guess. Then he explained that about 5 years ago, the protagonist had been named an eternal high-ranking guest in Mogrian province, so why not do the same here? MC looked doubtful and said that didn't sound simple, but the Lord laughed and told him not to worry, they could skip the extra ceremony. Spreading his arms, he officially invited him to become an honorary guest of Kalyan province. The knight made it clear this wasn't a small thank you. He added that even a 6th-grade archmage would be pleased to receive that kind of honor. With both hands at his belt, the Lord said it helped both sides, the province and Ian. The protagonist lowered his head and admitted he wasn't sure such major imperial decisions were usually made this easily, but if the Lord believed it was fine, then he looked up and said he saw no reason to refuse. The Lord turned to his aide, took the sword from him, and said he was glad to hear it. Pulling the blade free, he asked that their pact be sealed for 1,000 years. With a slight grin, he told Ian not to worry, it would be over quickly. Then he drove the sword into the ground. Closing his eyes, the Lord began the formal vow in the name of the Kalyan family. He swore they would always welcome the Archmage and help him whenever he needed it. MC listened with a smile. The Lord bowed his head and vowed on his name that this promise would pass down through every generation. After handing the sword back, he covered his face and admitted he still wasn't used to these formal speeches. He'd rather just say the contract was done. Ian laughed softly and thanked him. The Lord held out his hand and asked him to warn them before his next visit, so they could show him the best parts of the region. The protagonist nodded and said he would. Then he rose into the sky and said his goodbye to the knight. The Lord and his aide watched him fly away. Ian climbed higher and looked toward the rising sun. Hovering there, he thought about how much had happened in such a short time, and how much he had gained. He smiled and lifted his staff. In his mind, he noted that he had even found an archmage's staff, one holding black magic lost for over 300 years. Staring ahead, he thought that once he returned to the capital, he'd need to work hard to restore it. A woman in heels rushed down the stairs. When Ian's mother spotted him in the hall, she called out to him. Holding a letter, MC quickly turned toward her. He smiled and called back, "Mother." She hurried over and scolded him for disappearing without a word, asking if he understood how worried and scared she had been. Then she stopped in shock, hands near her mouth, and cried out at how terribly thin he looked. Touching him, she said he was all skin and bones. Had the people there not fed him at all after all his help? She looked him over sadly and said he had clearly suffered. Ian gently moved her hands away and said a lot had happened, but he was sure he'd gain the weight back soon. Then he slipped a hand under his cloak and said he had something for her. He held out a blue orb and explained that it was a communication sphere powered by mana. He had a workshop on the road to the capital, make it so she could always reach him when he was away. After giving it to her, he pointed to the one in his staff and apologized for worrying her. His mother looked at him warmly, holding the sphere in both hands. Tian told her he'd try to stay closer from now on. Douglas suddenly rushed into the hall, calling for him. The alchemist's son came out and asked what kind of magic that was. He'd learned many things at the academy but had never seen anything like it. Letio followed behind him, eyes shining. Douglas hurried up and asked how the protagonist had been both here in the capital and in Demeter. Was it an illusion, mirroring, or something like that? MC tilted his head and asked if they could do one question at a time. Looking up, he said he could explain it simply. Ian straightened up and said he had reached 6th grade, so he could use spells like that now. Everyone stared at him in shock. Douglas raised a hand and said that meant he was the strongest mage in the Empire. Letio slowly stepped closer, admitting he knew him was strong from their first meeting but not this strong. The protagonist shut his eyes for a moment and said nothing had really changed, so they should treat him the same as always. Douglas lit up and eagerly asked if MC wanted to join him tonight to test some new elixirs. Ian glanced up and turned him down, so Douglas asked why. He looked at him and said he was already invited somewhere else. The protagonist walked into the bar. Once inside, he was sure he had the right place. The Crown Prince spread his arms and called MC over. When the prince said this was a banquet for him, his mood dropped a little. He already wasn't liking it. With a faint smile, Ian thought about his plain clothes and wondered what kind of banquet this was supposed to be. The vice captain waved the protagonist over. He sat MC down and Oliver pointed at the table, calling for more snacks. He stared at the mug in front of him. The Crown Prince set it down and loudly congratulated him on reaching the 6th level. Eyes half closed, the prince proudly said he had brought a special drink from the Imperial Reserves, rare, choice, and unlike anything else. Then the prince called for more drinks. Ian looked at the mug and thought that in his past life he barely drank at all. He picked it up, remembering Ragnar's warning that alcohol dulls the mind. The protagonist swallowed hard. Then, to everyone's surprise, he started drinking fast. The Crown Prince watched him and asked how it was. Ian slammed the mug onto the table. Wiping his lips, he said it was really good. The Crown Prince smiled, glad MC liked it. Then the bartender greeted the prince and asked him to talk about Demeter. The prince turned with a big grin and agreed right away. He walked over and started telling the story with full confidence. Ian noticed and stared in surprise. He kept watching the prince until someone offered to refill his mug. He turned and saw Oliver holding a bottle. Oliver poured him another drink and warned him to take it easy since it was his first time. With a joke, Oliver said if Ian got drunk, his mana might make the whole night order vanish. Taking the mug, the protagonist said they were worrying for nothing. He was still surprised by how easily the Crown Prince mixed with the knights. Was that normal? Pouring himself a drink, Oliver said it was. The local knights had sworn loyalty to him, and the trust went both ways. MC rested his head on his hand and quietly repeated, "An oath and trust." Oliver looked over at him. As he drank, Oliver said he finally understood why he had no friends. He sat up at once and asked why he would say that now. Oliver calmly replied that he figured it out the first time they met. He asked if the protagonist remembered their first talk 5 years ago in Malgrian, after catching that spy. Oliver remembered how young MC had already been a third-class mage and had captured a dangerous criminal, yet looked totally unbothered. He controlled his emotions far better than kids his age, who still didn't know how to act in society. Yahello tightened his grip on the mug. Oliver added that his face barely showed anything more like a veteran knight than a child. Resting his head on his hand, the protagonist wondered what that was supposed to mean. He knew he had never acted like other kids. Oliver grinned and said that was when he realized MC already carried a lot of secrets. With that kind of distance, making friends would be hard. Then he looked straight at him and said he was good at seeing through people. The protagonist closed his eyes a little, thinking Oliver was right, even if hearing it so plainly stung. He admitted that he had once had a friend, but that friendship ended badly. Oliver took another drink and said he was curious what kind of person that friend had been. Leaning closer, Oliver said there was something else he had learned after 5 years of knowing MC. MC braced himself, worried another harsh truth was coming. Oliver bent toward him and said, "Talking to him always felt like talking to a grown man." The protagonist shut his eyes, thinking Oliver really did read people well. Then MC glanced at him and deadpanned that he was actually 48 years old, and used magic to stay young. Oliver recoiled in horror, and Ian quickly told him it was a joke. He broke into a wide smile and said Oliver himself had said he was bad with people, so of course he was still bad at jokes too. Oliver looked at him and smiled a little. Beaming, he declared that as the generous captain of the knights, he would forgive him. The protagonist grinned and thanked him. Much later, night had fully set in. Outside, it was quiet, except for the noise from the bar. Holding his head, Ian stepped out and thought he had definitely drunk too much. Even in his past life, he never drank this much. Then someone called out to him. Arkong turned and saw the vice captain squatting near the bar. Walking down the steps, he asked what he was doing out there. The vice captain said he was weak with alcohol. 1 glass was his limit. Paul looked at him and said he had come out for some air, then asked why Ian had left. Leaning against the wall, the protagonist exhaled and said he had also stepped out to breathe. He wasn't used to nights like this. Arkong Tinenrigroid Istoijan. Empathy studied him and thought that Paul, the knight's vice captain, had been the most skilled swordsman after the captain in his past life. Watching Paul crouch there, he remembered that even though Paul came from humble roots, his loyalty to the crown and the country made him one of the crown prince's trusted men. Paul asked if today had been the protagonist's first time drinking, and what he thought of it. MC lowered his head a little and said it wasn't bad. Maybe he'd spend evenings like this now and then. Paul smiled wide and said he was glad. The knights were all thankful for Ian's help, and they hadn't seen the prince this happy in a long time. It was all thanks to him. He looked away with a small grin and thanked him for the kind words. Thinking of the well-dressed crown prince, the protagonist said he only gave them a push. They were moving forward together. Then MC opened his eyes a bit wider and repeated, "The prince was happy?" With a faint smile, he said he'd take that as a compliment. Paul looked at him with surprise, almost entranced. He turned to him and asked what was wrong, and Paul said he just hadn't expected him to smile like that. The protagonist looked up into the dark sky, not sure what he meant. A moment later, someone poked his head out of the bar, spotted them, and shouted that the vice captain was over there. Paul looked tired and alarmed when the man said His Highness was calling for him, and if he kept dodging drinks, he'd get demoted. Paul muttered that this was too much. He stood up, turned to Ian, and apologized because he had to go back inside. MC smiled as Paul said the crown prince would probably pour him even more this time, so he'd better keep watch himself. He glanced toward a tree, then started walking. He stopped at the railing, looked out over the city, and realized the memories of his past life no longer felt so heavy. A memory flashed through his mind, him standing in a field at sunset. Then he pictured the crown prince laughing in the bar. Ian wondered what his choices had been, and what changes they had caused. He thought of a sad Ragnar by the window, and realized things were completely different now. Ragnar's image lingered, and the protagonist thought he could no longer know where Emperor Terry's choices made as he sat in his office studying papers would finally lead. He reached out and caught the feather. He stood across from the girl as she watched the white magic bird. Ian's mother sat at dinner with Douglas and Letio, laughing warmly. That happy image of his mother flashed through MC's mind. He realized protecting the people he loved felt simple now. His past self stood still, staring into the distance. Under the stars, Ian looked ahead in silence. He smiled and thought that from now on, he would live with a clean heart. As the king piece dropped toward him, he realized the game had finally begun, right now, with Ragnar. Moonlight covered the fifth prince's estate. Then a voice came from inside by the window. By the window, Ragnar lowered his head and asked the tower owner what they were supposed to do now. He spun toward the magician and reminded him that he once wanted Ian removed before he became a problem. So what now? Leon kept his head lowered and admitted Ragnar was right. Ragnar studied him and asked if that was all he had to say. He told him to wait, promised to remove the protagonist, and this was the result. Turning fully toward him, Ragnar said coldly that Leon had become their biggest problem. Leon, sweating with nerves, said his earlier words had been a mistake. He only wanted to end this faster. But even then, he was too late. He lifted his head and said he hadn't known the boy would be this clever. Looking up, Leon said he was done making excuses, but asked for one last chance. Ragnar gave him a tired look and asked what he meant. Leon lowered his gaze and said this was the final time he would ask Ragnar to wait. Then he looked up sharply and said they were finally ready. A girl in a black cloak stepped out from behind him, and Leon told Helene to introduce herself. Ragnar stared at her in shock and asked if she was the archmage who had been hiding all these years. Fear crossed Ragnar's face. Helen slowly pulled back her hood. Once it was off, she looked at him with her black eye and said she was pleased to meet His Highness. Ragnar stumbled back and raised a hand in fear. Leon stepped in front of her and told him not to panic. She was only a novice, acting under orders. With anger in his eyes, he added that she was willing to do anything for them. Ragnar shook and said Leon was the tower owner, and yet Leon cut him off with a wide smile, asking, "Really what?" Ragnar glared at him and said she was a forbidden black magician. Leon answered that Queenie and Page would soon kneel before them. Ragnar stared at him in fear, as Leon told him not to worry. Leon said everything would go as planned, and the crown prince's seat would become Ragnar's. Dawn lit the ivory tower. In his office, Leon muttered about the 6th grade. Gripping the table hard, the old man repeated it again. The 6th grade. Purple energy burst from Leon and blew everything apart. A plate shattered, and papers flew across the office. Staring at the desk in horror, Leon wondered how that kid. He suddenly looked up. A magician had entered the office, and Leon said he had called for him. The man looked around the wrecked room in surprise. Leon stood by the desk, surrounded by scattered papers and broken dishes. He gave a faint smile and said Marco had arrived. Marco stepped closer, folded his hands and asked what happened. Leon brushed it off and said it was nothing. Holding one hand with the other, Leon smiled faintly and said he still remembered their first meeting. 20 years had passed, and back then, Marco was only a tiny child. Marco listened as Leon said he remembered it clearly. Turning aside, Leon said Marco had been an abandoned child wrapped in cloth. He added that the baby kept tossing and reaching out, and he could never forget the joy he felt when he saw him. Then Leon told Marco he knew that child would grow into not just a mage, but an official magician. It had seemed impossible, and that was why he was proud. Marco smiled and said it was all thanks to the tower owner's wisdom. To repay even a little of that kindness, he was ready to do anything. Leon gave a small grin and said Marco was like a son to him, so there was no need to talk about repayment. Resting his hands on the table, Leon admitted he had called Marco because he had a favor to ask. Marco bowed, and when Leon asked him to come to his house that night if he was free, he agreed at once. Leon smiled thinly, thanked him, and said he would be waiting. Late that night, every window was dark. Then the door suddenly swung open. The bartender turned, while wiping a mug, and started to welcome the guest. But he stopped mid-sentence, surprised. Seeing the figure in the doorway, he blurted out that it was Ian Page, the archmage of the Ivory Tower. MC strode to the bar, pulled back his hood, and asked if the man knew him. The bartender spread his hands and said everyone had heard of him. He bowed deeply and thanked him for coming to such a humble place. Then he quickly looked up and asked why he was here. Taking off his cloak, Ian told him to relax. He came to buy information. With that, he tossed a heavy pouch of gold onto the bar. The bartender glanced at it with a grin and said people claim tower mages paid well. Looks like that was true. Smiling, he asked what kind of information the protagonist wanted. MC held out a hand and said he wanted anything connected to black magicians. The bartender touched his chin and asked if he shouldn't know more about that than they did. Ian tilted his head and said what he knew was only basic. He was searching for something deeper. Opening his eyes, he looked straight at the bartender and added that any detail could help, but he especially wanted something most people didn't know. The bartender spread his arms with a big smile and said he understood. Lowering his head, he said they had been lucky lately. They had focused hard on this issue. Leaning on the bar, he asked if Ian had ever heard of the Order of Dragons. The protagonist watched him closely. The bartender explained that it was one of the Empire's religious groups, one that worshipped dragons as gods. It wasn't very large or famous, but it had existed for centuries. He went on to say the order first began as a small group of believers in a village. Then a grave robber claimed he was the dragon's only descendant, and started convincing people he had special power. Most people didn't believe him at first, but over time that little group kept growing. Now the whole order was buried in mystery. No one knew who led it, how many followers it had, or what it really wanted. Because of that, rumors spread, even stories that they could bring the dead back. The bartender raised a finger and said he didn't know if those dragon followers were real, but one thing was clear from all the rumors. Yeyun grew tense and listened closely. The bartender leaned in and said there was definitely a link between the Order of Dragons and black magic. He added that some people believed members of the Empire's upper class were tied to the order too. Black magic needed more than a mage, it needed people and support. MC lowered his gaze, thinking as the bartender explained that only powerful forces could provide that. Arms folded, the bartender said the group was so closed off that it was hard to learn how to reach them, or even tell who belonged to it. But if they really could control people, then tricking those in power for their own goals might not be impossible. Dropping his smile, the bartender said that was all they knew for now. Still, they could keep digging, and if they found anything, he would send word. Ian turned, pulled up his hood, and gave the bartender one last look. He said he understood and hoped the investigation went well. Watching him leave, the bartender waved with a big smile and called out, thanking him for the generous payment. Late that night, moonlight covered his house. The protagonist sat alone in his office, thinking about the Order of the Dragon. He touched his chin and frowned. In his past life, he had never heard that name, so how could a group this old stay hidden? His eyes shifted to the staff, and he thought of the Shaman King. Looking closer, Ian remembered the black symbols carved into it. The shaman had used that staff for black magic. He recalled the burning Shaman King with monsters behind him, and wondered if black magic needed more than mana. MC looked away, trying to sort it out. Then he thought of Leon with his scrolls. He couldn't prove it, but the tower's master likely knew about the Great Meadows and black magic. Maybe he was tied to the Order of the Dragon himself. Leaning back, he held his head and thought about how much had changed from his last life, and not just because he had returned. Studying his hand, Ian realized the world may have always been this way. Still, the gap felt too big, and it kept growing. He pictured a chest leaking black dust, and wondered if this came from using the dragon language, or from going back in time. Either way, it felt like he had opened something that should have stayed shut. Still, he thought it had been worth it. The protagonist stood, took off his glasses, and admitted to himself that moving forward had been easy when he knew the future. Now, he knew almost nothing. He opened the desk drawer. From it, he took out a small box. Inside was the precious medallion. Looking at it, Ian told himself he had to be ready for anything. Elsewhere, a house still had its lights on. Leon apologized for calling so late. Marco sat across from the tower's owner, gave a faint grin and said it was fine. With a small smirk, Marco asked what Leon wanted. He waited for the answer. Leon half closed his eyes, snapped his fingers, and began to speak. Marco suddenly turned, listening closely. Looking away, Leon said no one else could know about this. Then he stood and asked Marco to come with him. Marco watched him carefully and asked where they were going. Instead of answering right away, Leon pulled a book from the shelf. When he opened it, blue light spilled out, and he said the book would show the way. The glow grew stronger. A portal opened in front of Leon, and he stared into it. Marco looked at him and said this was the same thing as before. Leon asked what he meant, but Leon just turned, stepped into the portal, and told him to come. Marco swallowed hard, still watching the old magician. Then he quickly followed him through. They arrived in darkness, and Marco kept his eyes on Leon. Leon raised a hand and cast a light spell. The sudden brightness made Marco shield his eyes. When he looked again, he froze in shock. In front of him was a prison, and Leon stood still. People were locked in cages. 2 were crammed into one cell, and 2 more were trapped in another. Shaken, Marco asked who they were, but Leon cut him off and told him not to be afraid. They were only ingredients, Marco snapped, demanding to know how people could be called ingredients. His eyes darted to one of the cages. There he saw a thin young man with ash-colored hair and one missing arm. Chris. Leon lowered his head and calmly said, Chris had nearly died while practicing magic, just like most of the mages here. As Marco looked over the starved mages in the cages, Leon went on. They could have died during work by accident or from illness. Marco lifted his gaze and noticed the cages hanging in the air. Leon added that some were brought in from other countries, while non-mages were taken straight off the streets. Marco lunged at him, but Leon kept talking. They would have ended in misery anyway, and wasted their lives. Horrified, Marco listened as Leon said these weak, sickly people were hardly different from broken creatures that could not even reach first class. Gripping his staff, Leon insisted the world would have thrown them away through neglect or abuse. He had saved them from shame. His eyes burned with anger as he declared they were only ingredients, things that could still help the ivory tower. A moment later, Leon raised his staff. Red smoke spread through the room. Marco stared as Leon told him not to worry. Dark magic poured from the staff, and Leon said that fate would not come for them. He had promised. With a cold grin, Leon asked if Marco knew how much he meant to him, almost like a son. Then he slammed the staff against the floor, and black smoke burst out. The dark magic wrapped around Marco, and he tried to fight it. His eyes started turning black, and he groaned as the magic sank into him, making his whole body shake. At last, Marco dropped to his knees, helpless. Leon slowly walked toward him while Marco hung his head. Stopping in front of him, Leon ordered him to stand. Marco rose at once. When told to look up, he lifted his head toward Leon. Leon studied him and asked who he was. Marco answered stiffly that Leon was the master of the magic tower of the Green River Empire. Asked again who he was, Marco replied that he was Marco, a second-class magician of the Ivory Tower. A blade floated above Leon's hand, and Marco added that he was Leon's personal assistant. Then the dagger dropped at Marco's feet. As he bent to pick it up, Leon asked if he could cut off his little finger with it. Without hesitation, Marco silently did it. Leon watched with a twisted smile as the finger was severed. Then, lowering his head, he said that now he could truly call him his son. Later, the Ivory Tower stood quiet in the sunlight. Inside the hall, someone said the tower's owner had taken leave for an unknown time. One mage crossed his arms and said Leon had plenty to handle and wasn't young anymore. Another guessed it might be because of Ian. The youngest archmage had already reached the 6th class, and that probably stung. A girl in the group asked what would happen now. She pointed out that the tower's owner supported the 5th prince, while MC stood with the crown prince. The tower's 2 biggest figures couldn't stay on opposite sides. Walking past them, Marco heard someone say it wasn't like they had a choice. Whoever ranked higher would decide. He went to the door and knocked. Inside, Ian turned toward it and told him to come in. Closing the book on his lap, he greeted Marco. Marco returned the greeting and kept his eyes on him. Holding the books tightly, Marco said he had brought what the protagonist asked for. MC watched him set them down, thanked him, and said he had been searching for those books for a long time. Marco had helped him a lot. Then Ian suddenly asked if the tower's owner was sick. Marco lifted his head a little and said it wasn't serious enough to worry about. He glanced at him carefully. Noticing the bandage on Marco's hand, he asked what happened. Marco answered that he got hurt while practicing magic and told the protagonist not to worry. Ian let out a small breath, gave him a gentle look, and wished him a quick recovery. But as he studied Marco, MC felt something was wrong. He was different. Usually Marco acted much more at ease around him. His face and voice were the same, but now there was a wall between them, and it started right after Leon took leave. He focused harder and realized something. Lowering his head, he remembered a moment from the past. Their first meeting flashed through his mind. He said they had met 6 years ago in Mogrian province. Ian brought up the battle with the goblins, and said that without Marco's help, things would have ended in disaster. Marco looked at him and said he remembered. The protagonist started picking at the book in his hands, tense with anger. Marco gave a small bow and started to ask if MC needed anything else, but MC cut him off. Ian quickly got up from his chair and told him to wait. Then he realized something. Marco hadn't helped him during the goblin fight. It was during the mana test exam. Marco just stared at him, confused. He slowly walked over and apologized for not remembering sooner. A second later, his staff appeared in his hand, and Marco was stunned. The protagonist suddenly thrust the staff forward. It lit up at once. With a calm, sure look, Ian cast Big Cancel. A huge blue magic seal spread out in front of him. Marco raised an arm against the violent wind. Dark magic started leaking from his eyes. He dropped to the floor as black smoke curled around him. Then he coughed hard, and more black magic poured from his mouth. His eyes flashed bright red. Ian watched closely as Marco writhed on the ground. Kneeling beside him, MC asked if he was back to himself. Marco slowly lifted his head and shakily asked why. He told him black magic had taken hold of him. He added that he used anti-magic, leaving Marco staring at the floor in shock. Then Marco jolted up and shouted that they had to stop the tower owner. Ian studied him and told him to explain everything. Marco looked at him with resolve and began from the start. As Marco spoke, the story shifted to a house at sunset. Leon was having tea when a servant told him the protagonist had come to see him. After taking a sip, Leon asked if Ian was alone, and the butler said yes. Leon lowered his cup and told him to bring the guest in. His eyes narrowed. Everything was going just as planned. Thinking of Marco, Leon recalled casting black magic on him on purpose. A mage like MC would notice it. That meant the trap was ready. Even all those spent materials were worth it to catch a 6th class mage. He calmly sipped his tea and thought he could always get more ingredients. Then the door slowly opened. Without looking up, Leon said he hadn't expected this visit. Ian entered, bowed, and greeted him politely, saying he heard Leon was sick and came to pay his respects. With a hand to his chest, he wished him a quick recovery. Leon thanked him and invited him to sit. The two sat in silence, drinking tea and sizing each other up. Leon mentioned that Marco wasn't feeling well, and said he worried the sickness might spread. Ian narrowed his eyes a little and said he didn't think so. Looking away, Leon said that was good to hear. He always worried about Marco, since the boy worked so hard. The protagonist set down his teacup and said Marco had told him an unbelievable story. Leon said nothing and simply watched him. MC went on, saying Marco claimed there was a hidden lab on the estate where Leon did cruel black magic experiments. Leon suddenly laughed with his eyes closed and dismissed it as nonsense from a delirious boy. Ian stared back and said Marco seemed to be under a black magic spell. Then he added that the caster appeared to be the man Marco saw as his father. Without looking away, he said Marco begged him to stop, though Leon acted like he had no idea what that meant. Leon gently set down his cup and explained that he did have a portal to a lab, made with an artifact he got by chance. Laughing again, he insisted the black magic part was complete nonsense. Leon rose from the sofa and said Ian could come inspect it himself. If the protagonist didn't trust him, he should see the truth with his own eyes. MC gave him a wary look and stayed seated for a moment. Then the protagonist gave a faint smile and said, with permission, he would. Leon started walking out, then turned back to Ian. Leon slowly straightened and said he would show everything. As head of the ivory tower, he couldn't allow rumors of black magic to spread. He walked up to a red curtain and grabbed it. With one sharp pull, he swept it aside. A blue portal was hidden behind it. A book appeared in Leon's hand, his artifact's power. Opening the glowing book, Leon said its magic let anyone use portal spells, even ones normally limited to the 8th class. Ian said nothing and stared at the book. Leon stepped toward the portal and told him to come through. Soon, he and Leon were inside a dark room. As he followed, the protagonist remembered that in his past life, Havert Leon had been known as one of the best ivory tower masters. He had helped lay the groundwork for uniting the continents, led the fifth prince to the throne, and greatly raised the ivory tower's power. Since Leon supported the fifth prince, Ian had once respected him deeply too. Then Leon stopped. Red energy began rising around him as he called MC by name. With a small grin, Leon looked straight ahead. Stopping by his staff, he said he had once wanted to be a hero too. He said he wanted to save the empire with his own hands and help the poor and suffering. Looking at his shaking hands, Leon said he learned something over time. Clenching his fists, he admitted he couldn't change everything alone. Then he looked up at the staff. A moment later, he reached for it and said this was the power that could make him one. Holding the staff, Leon turned to Ian and said it wasn't what he first imagined. Dark streams of mana rose around him. They quickly wrapped around him. Leon watched as the protagonist struggled to breathe. A point of light appeared over Leon's hand, as he said this power would make countless mages obey him, so he could save the empire from ruin. Gripping the staff tightly, he flashed a wild smile and told Ian its name was Power. Dark mana spread through the whole dungeon. Leon stared at MC with a huge grin and declared that he would become part of it. As dark magic poured into the protagonist, Leon said that under his rule, the protagonist would help save the land and its people. With crazed eyes, Leon said a man like Ian and an old man like him needed this to become heroes. MC collapsed, held down as the dark magic forced its way into him. Leon silently watched him suffer. Then he lifted his head and ordered him to stand. The protagonist quickly rose. Standing straight, he fixed his eyes on Leon. Leon twitched, lowered his head and clenched his fists. Then he shouted that it was easy, insanely easy. Reaching a hand toward Ian, Leon asked him who he was. MC lowered his head, shut his eyes, and answered that he was the master of the ivory tower, Havert Leon. Then Leon's face changed when he kept talking. The protagonist snapped his head up, gave him a mocking look, and called him a total psycho. Leon froze just in time to see Ian's fist in front of his face. MC slammed him with a heavy punch and sent him flying. The old man crashed into the wall with a scream. When he hit the ground, he shook and grabbed his face. He shook out his hand and exhaled, while Leon muttered that it was impossible. The protagonist looked down at him and asked if he really thought that counted as magic. Leon looked up in horror, still trembling. Ian told him that since Leon never got past 5th class, he probably didn't understand their levels were completely different. As he slowly walked closer, MC said that even with black magic, 5th class was still 5th class. Kneeling beside him, he asked if Leon really thought he had come here unprepared. The protagonist gave a faint grin, lowered his head, and admitted this kind of careless mistake was unlike him. He had rushed for nothing. Leon yanked his hand from his face and demanded to know how Ian was still standing. Before he could finish, MC shot his hand toward Leon's face. A blue magic seal flashed in front of him, and he cast Mana Drain. Leon's eyes went wide as he let out a scream. His fingers scraped into the stone floor. Then the protagonist slowly pulled his hand away from the Tower Master. Ian got up fast and told Leon to rest. After that, he wouldn't be able to move anyway. As he turned to leave, MC glanced back and said age had caught up with Leon, so recovery would take a very long time. He walked off without hesitation, hearing only Leon's curses behind him. He raised a hand and cast a light spell. The spell lit up a dark chamber packed with treasure. Ian spotted a giant chest overflowing with coins. Next to it were shelves lined with costly potions and fancy ornaments. Looking around, the protagonist smirked and mocked Leon for being such a modest tower master. He turned back to the old man and asked why someone with nowhere to spend it hoarded so much wealth. Had Leon really planned to carry it into the next world instead of giving anything to the Empire? Leon clutched his head, shaking as he groaned. That was when Ian noticed something strange. He slowly walked toward the cages holding people inside. Peering in, he saw they were in awful condition. Though some were still alive, 2 of them were already dead. MC studied the prisoners through the bars and told himself to wait a little longer. He'd get them out and make sure they were treated. With his last strength, Leon opened his mouth and said something that caught Ian's attention. He slowly turned back as Leon mentioned that Marco was the only one. He faced the old man who was still trying to continue. Leon looked up with a nasty grin and said he had people everywhere. Men far better than Marco. The protagonist turned fully toward him, waiting for the rest. Pushing himself off the wall, Leon shouted that Ian should stop pretending. They were likely already on their way, and they would not stop without his order. Lowering his head, Leon added that from the start, he wanted them focused on 2 targets. MC stared at him and asked if he meant his family and the attack on the prince. Leon slowly lifted his head and offered a simple deal. Holding out his hand, he said they could forget everything that happened today. He pointed out that Ian had no proof besides this portal, and if it came to words alone, people would trust Leon over him. With a small grin, Leon warned that he didn't understand the cost of crossing him, and if he did, he'd regret it deeply. The protagonist half closed his eyes, turned his head aside, and calmly refused. Leon stared at him in shock, then fear hit. He screamed that he'd kill MC's mother and the crown prince, but MC only stretched out a hand and told him to try. Leon looked confused, not sure what Ian meant. He answered with a wide smile and told him again, "Go ahead and try." Moonlight covered the protagonist's mansion. His mother turned at once when someone called to her. Letio stood beside her on the balcony and remarked that the wind was cold tonight. The alchemist bowed slightly and asked her to go back inside. Mrs. Page lowered her head sadly and said Ian still hadn't come home, and for some reason she couldn't reach him even through the ball. Her eyes grew heavy with worry as she said he always let her know if he was going to be late. Letio smiled gently and reminded her that MC was a 6th-class archmage respected across the empire. Even the worst scoundrels would beg for forgiveness before him, so she shouldn't worry. Mrs. Page opened her eyes wide and cried out that to her, he was still just a boy. Leiyun flinched a little and stepped closer. Sweat ran down his cheek as he slowly opened his mouth. Then he bowed and asked her to forgive him. Leiyun admitted he had a child too, yet he still tried to brush off her feelings. He asked for forgiveness again. She gave a faint smile, looked away, and said it was all right. Mrs. Page looked out over the city at night and said she always thought about how heavy Ian's burden must be. She pictured him standing alone with his staff and blue cape, moving forward without leaning on anyone, and said it hurt to know how much he had suffered. Fidgeting with her hands, she admitted she wanted to help carry that burden and hated that all she could do was wait for him here. Letio straightened and asked her not to say that. With a warm smile, he told her Ian reached those heights because of his family. He remembered his own mana poisoning and said he survived only because of his son. That was what family was for. Mrs. Page looked at him in surprise as he explained that even if she thought she was useless, she gave others peace of mind. Still smiling, Li Yunxing said he always had a place to return to, and that was part of what made him who he was. He lowered his head and offered to stay with her if she wanted. She looked at him calmly as he said he could remain there until the protagonist returned. Mrs. Page tilted her head and gave a small smile. They looked up, and Li Yun quietly said, "The night felt calm and clear." Sitting beside her, he added that there were usually many guards around, but tonight there were strangely few. Then Letio sensed something. A second later, he shouted for her to get inside. Something was wrong. He had heard a sharp sound from below. Letio stared toward the bushes and yelled, asking who was there. 2 unknown men moved through the grass, hiding near the bushes. One of them lifted red eyes and stared right at Letio. Letio thrust out his hand and ordered them to stop right there. Grinding his teeth, he realized they weren't listening. One of the intruders stepped toward a thin blue thread, and Letio knew if that line was crossed. The truth hit him all at once, and he froze. He reached for Mrs. Page and shouted to her. Letio grabbed her and threw them both down. At that instant, a huge bolt of lightning struck, shaking the ground. A massive lightning blast slammed into their house. The prince and the captain, who were out in the city, saw it and were alarmed. They had no idea what was happening or where that thunder and lightning had come from, and the captain immediately worried about his highness. Seeing the strike, he suggested they return to the palace, but the prince refused, saying it was too soon to leave and that nothing had happened to them. The captain had no idea how hard it had been for the prince to get his father's permission to leave the palace and secretly see how ordinary people lived, so the prince couldn't just go back now. Besides, he had something he wanted to ask. The captain bowed with a hand over his chest, ready to listen. After thinking for a moment, the prince asked him to teach him sword fighting. The request caught the captain off guard, and the prince looked embarrassed. He asked for only the basics and wondered if that was really so hard. The captain was still stunned. The prince even asked him to teach at least a few stances, but the captain suddenly looked off to the side and drew his sword. The prince thought training was about to start, and told him not to rush, that they could do it later. But the captain had no such plan. He ordered his highness to stand behind him, leaving the prince confused. The captain called in the second squad of imperial knights. They rushed over at once to protect the prince. The knights formed around him, ready to fight, while the prince stood in the middle in shock. The captain then demanded that the hidden person show themselves. A cloak appeared on the wall, and then the full shape of a person emerged. It was Helene, the Ivory Tower Archmage, with bright red hair, stood before them. The captain thought she had disappeared years ago, so why was she here now? Helene said nothing and kept moving forward. The captain ordered her to stop for the prince's safety and explain why she had come. After a brief silence, the girl answered, "Hayden Green River." Then she coldly said she would kill anyone who got in her way. Her eyes were empty, without a trace of fear. The captain knew this would not be easy. He didn't wait long before charging straight at her. As he swung, Helene blocked the strike with her staff. Up close, he saw that the eye hidden beneath her hair was completely black. She leaped back and took her stance again. Then the girl decided to use a fire explosion. She swung her staff. A wave of fireballs shot toward him, but the captain didn't panic. He'd trained for this before. He charged in and sliced through each fireball with his sword. Step by step, he cut his way closer. The girl looked stunned. She clearly didn't expect him to fight back. He kept rushing straight at her as she retreated, then drove his sword forward at her staff. She slipped aside just in time and let the blade hit the staff instead. Still, the captain didn't stop. He leaped up and attacked again. Right as the strike landed, she raised a mana barrier. With that shield up, nothing from outside could break in. So of course his attack bounced off. Even so, the captain was amazed to finally see that barrier for himself. He'd wanted to train with Ian so he could face something like this. The captain pulled off his gloves and realized he still had a way to fight through the barrier. He can't control mana like others because he's a half-blood with only a mana heart, but the mana in his blood could still help him beat her. Now he was ready to show her what a half-blood could really do. Blue magic wrapped around his sword and started to spin. With one strike he cut through the barrier, reached her, and stabbed her. He didn't mean to kill her. He still needed to learn who ordered the attack on his highness. At this point, all she could do was pray for a quick death. Then we cut to the tower's master and the magician beside him. The old man looked shaken, wondering what this kid could possibly do, but Ian wasn't bluffing. Over the last 5 years, he'd built ties with all kinds of people. The old man started yelling, but MC calmly asked if he really thought he'd been sitting around doing nothing. Back in Dim Meter, it was that same old man who sent those unwanted guests to his home. That wasn't going to happen again. Anyone sent this time had probably already fallen into a trap or died. There was no point trying to bargain with Ian now. He wanted nothing from the old man. The only thing left was full punishment under the law. The old man deserved death, and the protagonist would see it through. He smiled and said the ivory tower, the thing the old man sold his soul for, could guard his body too. MC hadn't planned to go this far, but then he reached out toward the old man and aimed for his head. He said the tower's master should at least protect its name, then used magic on him. The magician nearby clearly understood why the old man favored the fifth prince over the crown prince. He once thought the same prince should rule. The old man was driven by greed for power and money. That much was obvious. As he spoke, the old man writhed in pain. Magic swirled around him and kept tearing at him, but he didn't stop. He only pushed harder. The old man had crossed the line by targeting the protagonist's family. People should answer for what they do, and the protagonist kept making him suffer. Next, we moved to a large white hall. The emperor lashed out as the Tower Master's crimes became known to everyone. From his throne, he shouted that the man had forgotten his duty, fallen into black magic, and used innocent bodies and souls for monstrous experiments. Striking the bell on his throne, the emperor declared that even death couldn't wash away those sins. The crime was too great for mercy or understanding. From this moment, Herbert Leon loses every title and honor, and is sentenced to death. As the crowd erupted, the emperor added that the execution would be public. He declared that this man would be remembered as one of the empire's worst criminals, and any helpers or relatives tied to the case would be dealt with at once. Everyone who knew about the crimes would be punished, and mages using black magic would be hunted down too. The emperor said he would personally judge everyone connected to this matter. No one would escape investigation or punishment. Then he turned to the nobles and demanded their full cooperation. He was sure others in the tower had helped without thinking about the outcome, so he ordered all black magic users to stop and turn themselves in. There was only one exception, Archmage Helene. She tried to kill the prince, and a different punishment awaited her. The prince beside him lowered his head and listened. Even if she acted under the Tower Master's orders, her attempt on the Crown Prince's life could not be ignored. In the ruler's name, the emperor sentenced her to life in prison. It was a terrible scandal, but it also shined a light on two heroes whose deeds deserved praise. The emperor spoke of the magician, who exposed the Tower Master's dark crimes, and of the knight Oliver, who bravely protected the Crown Prince. He called Oliver forward. Oliver stepped up, and the emperor noted that the magician had also played a key role in the investigation, with even more expected from him. Then he asked everyone to look at the knight, who had protected the Crown Prince from a 4th-level mage, as Oliver walked toward the throne. Oliver stopped right before the emperor. The emperor called him closer. Captain Oliver of the Knight Order. Oliver placed a hand on his chest and bowed. The emperor praised him as a true blessing to the empire. He hadn't just saved the Crown Prince, he proved people can go beyond their limits. Oliver, he said, would become an example for the whole empire, even the world. Of course, service like that could not go unrewarded. So the emperor announced that Oliver would gain authority over every knight in the empire, and receive the title Lord of Swords. The crowd was left speechless. The emperor said this title had gone without an owner for a very long time. For centuries, no one had earned it because magic had overshadowed the greatest deeds of knights. But Oliver had restored its meaning by proving his loyalty to both the imperial family and the empire. In the crowd, the prince smiled. He knew this honor was deserved. The emperor said he hoped this spirit would continue, and that Lord of Swords fit Oliver perfectly. Then he lifted a beautiful white and gold sword. Drawing it from its sheath, he told the imperial knight to kneel. Oliver obeyed. The emperor stepped forward and began the ceremony. In the name of the first channel of the Emerald River, he officially granted the title of Lord of Swords to Oliver. He touched Oliver's left shoulder with the blade, then the right. Then he asked if Oliver was ready to accept this title, one that had waited centuries for its owner. The captain swore by his honor that he would give his life to defend the empire. Later at the palace, the prince called out to his father. He still didn't understand the sentence. How could the empire execute the Tower Master? He begged his father to think again. Didn't they realize how hard this would hit the empire? The Tower Master was an archmage. Killing him was like losing hundreds of ordinary mages. The prince argued that this solved nothing. Once the punishment was carried out, every nearby country would hear about it, especially Coldwood, which had long wanted to expand. They would finish with the Great Meadows and strike while the empire was shaken, and its strongest mage was gone. It was the perfect time to attack. His father explained that the Tower Master was no longer truly a mage, and no longer the strongest one either. That title now belonged to Ian Page, the Ivory Tower's new 6th grade mage. He could take the Tower Master's place, so there was no real problem. The Emperor even saw this as a chance to raise the tower's standing across the continent. The prince fell silent, but his father pressed him. Was he wrong? The prince admitted his father had a point. MC could bring something new to the tower. Still, the old master had years of strength and experience. If he had worked with Ian, the tower might have grown even faster. A young genius and an older veteran could have pushed each other to become even better. They also could have watched each other, which would ease the burden on the imperial palace. Wasn't that useful too? His argument did make sense. The prince tried to go on, but his father cut him off. The Tower Master had used forbidden black magic and studied it, though calling it study was too kind. The materials for those experiments were mages he was meant to protect, and innocent soldiers. He was willing to sacrifice them without a second thought. That crime was far too serious. His goal had blinded him. For power, the Tower Master was ready to kill countless innocent people. He even tried to drag a powerful mage to his side through black magic. The prince closed his eyes and understood. The Tower Master was one of the Empire's most important figures. The heir agreed the man was wrong, but he still believed black magic could have been used to strengthen the Empire's defense. Ragnar argues that if ingredients are needed for this, they should use criminals at least for the public good. That set the Emperor off, and he snapped that this was exactly Ragnar's problem. The prince just stared, confused. Then the Emperor coldly said that's why Ragnar would never be named heir. Black magic is evil. It stains the user and harms the whole world. That's why Magic's founder Mitchell Greenriver worked so hard to wipe it out from their land. Had Ragnar really forgotten that? The Emperor knows how he thinks, and he knows his ambition. Ragnar may be capable, but he's missing the one thing that matters most, and he doesn't even see it. He managed to hide that flaw for years, but when it truly matters, it always shows. As he walked past him, the Emperor turned and said, "The heart of politics is justice, and carrying it out. A ruler must remember that justice applies to everyone. The moment he decides some lives are disposable, it's over." Ragnar stayed quiet for a second, then laughed. That caught the Emperor off guard. But Ragnar said that wasn't the real reason. His father turned back and asked what he meant. Ragnar said he knew why the Emperor would never choose him as heir. Hayden was the beloved eldest son, the one who got all his love and care. Ragnar, on the other hand, was only born to help keep control over the nobles. That was the difference, and it made the Emperor furious. Ragnar knew how hard he'd worked, just to be recognized once. Was it really so hard to look at him, even once, instead of always choosing the favorite son? Was it really that hard to treat him like a son, and love him the same way? Ragnar even says the Emperor would have freed the Tower Master if Hayden had asked. Enraged, the Emperor raised his hand and slapped him. Silence fell between them. Then the Emperor laughed, turned away, and called Ragnar a fool as he left. Outside the hall, he ordered Damphil to place Ragnar under house arrest and make sure he had no contact with anyone. Damphil bowed and said the order would be carried out. That brought the day to an end. Back at the palace, Ragnar was alone in his room when Archmage Ian came to see him in peace. Ragnar was stunned by the visit and went quiet. After a moment, he said he didn't want to see him and told the guards to send him away. But the door opened anyway, and Ragnar shouted that he had ordered no one to come in. Ian stepped inside and politely greeted the prince. The two faced each other, the protagonist holding his staff. Ragnar guessed this came from the Emperor, and he was right. MC had been sent to check whether the Tower Master had affected him with black magic. He said he hoped Ragnar wouldn't object to the inspection. Ragnar was already furious on the very day the Tower Master was being executed. They chose this moment to test him. To him it was pure disrespect. Ian calmly explained this was a routine check given to the imperial family and palace staff alike. He asked Ragnar not to take offense. Ragnar let out a breath and sat down. He told Ian to go ahead and finish the inspection before anyone else came. He warned him the spell might cause nausea or dizziness, but that would only mean the process was working. He raised his staff and cast a large spell, magic swirling around Ragnar. Ragnar clenched his lips, and the protagonist asked if he could endure it. The sensation was clearly painful, which explained Ragnar's mood. Still, Ian found no trace of black magic, and advised him to rest if he felt unwell. With that, MC thanked him for cooperating, and turned to leave. As he started to go, Ragnar stopped him with one question. He wanted to know why Ian served his brother. He was smart enough to know the crown prince wasn't fit to rule, and plenty of noble families opposed him too. The protagonist answered that he did not serve the crown prince. That shocked Ragnar. He even rose from his chair, confused, but Ian wouldn't explain. He only wished him a good rest and headed out. At the door, MC stopped. He said he does not serve Hayden Greenriver, because in another world he swore loyalty to only one person. Looking at his hand, he slowly clenched it into a fist and lowered his head. So whatever he does now could be called revenge, or betrayal of that old oath. Night came. A guard entered Ragnar's room, and after knocking, he stepped inside and found the place in ruins. Ragnar asked if the Tower Master had been executed. The soldier said yes earlier that afternoon, in public at Green Riverium's main square. Without even turning from the window, Ragnar said he understood and dismissed him. The soldier asked him not to kill himself. Ragnar only laughed and asked why he ever would. Then the man stepped closer and set a paper on the table, sliding it toward him. Ragnar didn't know what it was. The soldier said it was something personal he needed to read. After the man left, Ragnar sat in silence for a while, staring at the paper, then finally picked it up. When he opened it and read the message, he realized they still had a chance. Meanwhile, the survivors from the old man's secret lab were being kept safe and treated. In the Emperor's chamber, he spoke with Ian, who had reviewed statements from those recovering their health and memory. Many stolen treasures had also been returned to the royal treasury. Anyone who had close contact with the Tower Master was being tested for black magic, and so far no traces had been found. The Emperor praised him for handling it so well. Ian admitted he never imagined the Tower Master was this insane. It still shocked him. He felt responsible for not noticing sooner. Still, the Tower Master had been deeply respected by everyone. Who would have guessed that behind that smile was a tyrant? The protagonist promised to report the test results and anything new from the investigation. The Emperor agreed, but said he had one more question. If MC didn't mind. Ian said of course. The Emperor asked what he thought of the Crown Prince. The question caught him off guard, though he clearly understood what was being asked. The Emperor knew that too. The room went silent. Ian finally said he could not swear loyalty to the Crown Prince. That answer raised an obvious question. What exactly did he mean by that? The protagonist said he would still do everything he could to help Hayden take his rightful place on the throne. He was ready to support him in becoming a good ruler for the people. He couldn't give him an oath, but he would stand by him to the end. The Emperor rested a hand on his chin and thought it over. In the end, the answer satisfied him. Then he called servants into the room, and they carried in a large brown box. The Emperor told Ian to take it. Inside was the staff left behind by the former Tower Master. MC understood this wouldn't be simple. Even if everyone knew who should replace him, there were still many details to settle. Normally, the imperial family chooses the Tower Master, but this time the Emperor wanted no delay and decided to appoint the new one at once. The staff of the Tower Master now belonged to Ian. Then the Emperor said he had one favor to ask. He agreed at once and asked what he needed. The Emperor was sure Ragnar would not abandon his plans, even after losing such an important ally. He knew how deep Ragnar's greed ran, and if Ragnar took the throne, many innocent people would die. Still, the Emperor admitted that he himself had helped make Ragnar this way. Ragnar would hate him until the day he died. So if Ian could stop him and guide him onto the right path where his father had failed, the Emperor would be deeply grateful. The Emperor rose from his seat, and the protagonist stood as well, holding the staff. He promised to carry out the Emperor's will. Then he knelt before him. That was the moment Ian Page became master of the Ivory Tower. Later, he arrived at the tower. The doors opened, and MC stepped inside. His thoughts started to flood back. He looked ahead and remembered that once he had wanted to be a hero who saved the Empire, a mage who protected countless lives. Power lets a man command others, and maybe even bring peace to the Empire and its people. But his obsession with protecting that power had destroyed him. Ian no longer wanted to be a hero. Now he wanted only one thing: Ragnar dead. He wanted Ragnar to die in shame, and be forgotten by everyone, now and in the future. From here on, he lived for revenge. Then we returned to Ragnar's room. He sat there, lost in thought. Soon Hayden came to greet the new Tower Master. Ian stayed silent. He hadn't been formally appointed yet, so Hayden said that title wasn't proper, at least not between the two of them. Who would have thought the little boy the protagonist met 6 years ago would rise this high? The prince was happy to see how much his friend had grown. Ian turned toward the Crown Prince. Right now, MC was busy checking people for black magic. The prince said he had already gone through the test, so if he had no issue, he would leave. He felt a little let down since the prince had come to see him. Still, the prince asked again if the protagonist was really okay. He said he had a headache, and his sight was blurred, but MC insisted nothing was wrong, and that he was perfectly fine. Of course, he noticed the prince was suspicious. There was a good chance the Tower Master had used magic on the Crown Prince. If someone twisted the prince into seeming small-minded, it would make helping Ragnar rise much easier, and with the throne usually passed down by blood, that idea wasn't far-fetched. Ian kept that thought to himself as he watched him. The prince then asked if Haley Greenriver was next, and she was. Before she came in, he wanted to tell the protagonist something. Lately, Haley had been asking about him all the time. That caught MC off guard. The prince said she kept asking how Ian was doing, what he liked, and even what food he preferred. He couldn't figure out why she was so curious. Even the prince didn't know what to tell her, close as they were. As he got up to leave, he told the protagonist to answer Haley himself when they met. Even a little would make her happy. With that, the prince left and shut the door. MC thought the prince was growing up fast. He had matured, grown stronger, and kept moving forward in both knowledge and skill. Ian felt that would make him worthy. Then someone knocked, and when he allowed them in, a girl entered. He and Haley hadn't seen each other in a long time. He asked how her highness had been, and she said she was doing very well thanks to him. Glad to hear it. He invited her to sit. She sat down, but stayed quiet. Then she cast a second-class spell to block sound. Ian was honestly surprised she could use that level already. Haley held up 3 fingers. That shocked him even more. She had reached an even higher class in so little time. Her teacher had said she wasn't there yet, so the protagonist congratulated her and praised her. Then he asked what was so important that she needed to see him, and even use magic for privacy. Haley turned to the Tower Master and asked what she should do. Ian told her to explain more because he didn't understand yet. She didn't know where to begin, so MC said he'd ask instead. Why had she hidden that she was a magician? It was her father's order. When she was 12, Kevin tested her for mana and learned she had talent. He told her father before reporting it to the Tower Master. Ian knew what that meant. Once someone became a magician, they had to give up their title and serve the Ivory Tower. That rule applied even to princes and princesses. Her father wanted her to stay his princess, not become a magician, so Kevin hid the truth on his orders, and Haley went on living as before. But eventually she realized her magic was starting to spill out. Ian understood right away that she had been training in secret, and had now come to him for advice. Kevin was one of the few people who had always supported the Crown Prince in his past life. Back then, Haley only wanted to help her brother because he lacked support. But now things were different. Her brother had Sir Oliver and Ian. He was finally on the right path, so she wondered if she had any purpose left. Almost none, she admitted. Since learning magic in secret, she was scared she'd only become a burden to her brother. Seeing her sad face, the protagonist knelt in front of her. When she looked up, he told her that living her own life would be enough. She needed to live for herself, not just for the Imperial Palace or her brother. Haley lowered her eyes and said she didn't know how to do that. She looked up in surprise when Ian said nobody is born. Knowing that, sitting across from her, he added that if a person lives only for others, then they're living someone else's life, not their own. He lowered his head and said that over time she'd lose herself. A memory flashed through his mind from his past life, and he quietly added that she'd end up trapped in emptiness and fear. Then Ian said she had to choose for herself and decide what truly mattered to her. Eyes lowered, he told her he believed she would find her own path. Haley watched him closely and slowly parted her lips. With bright eyes, she asked if he had found his own path in life. The question took MC by surprise. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. After a pause, he looked away, gave a faint smirk, and said he didn't know. Haley quickly waved her hands, worried he thought he'd said too much, but she told him that wasn't it at all. Smiling brightly, she said he was the first person to ever tell her something like that. She lowered her head and admitted she had always believed her life only belonged to the Empire's princess, so she never thought about any other way to live. Then her mood lifted, and with a big smile, she thanked Ian for giving her confidence. He looked at her and smiled too. Rising with his staff, he said that if she kept studying magic, it would help her no matter what path she chose. He added that if she had improved this much so quickly, then a great future was waiting for her. Embarrassed, Haley looked away and said she wanted to ask him for one more thing. Ian looked surprised and waited. She gripped her dress and began to speak. Then she lifted her head and asked if he would teach her magic. The protagonist froze, staring at her in shock. He pointed out that Kevin was already her mentor, and Haley sadly said Kevin told her he had nothing left to teach. In her mind, Kevin apologized to her gently. Then she clasped her hands, shut her eyes, and blurted out that she wanted Ian to become her teacher. MC looked at her seriously. He studied her, wondering what he should do. He could clearly see her talent. Reaching 3rd class with so little support was amazing. The last Imperial Blood Mage had been Mitchell Greenriver, a 5th class magician. Ian lowered his eyes and thought that very few people knew Haley could use magic. If she became a high-class mage, she could be useful to him later. Haley's eyes went wide when he said yes. He lowered his head and said there was one condition. Looking straight at her, he said that if he ever needed her help, she would have to give it. Haley happily agreed. Since he was helping her, she said she'd gladly help him too. The protagonist tilted his head and reminded her that was a very serious promise. He didn't know what he had done to deserve such trust. Smiling with shining eyes, Haley simply said she believed in him. Ian froze, embarrassed. A second later, his cheeks turned red, and he said nothing. Haley kept smiling while he thanked her. MC said they'd talk about lesson times and details later, and maybe he could also test her. She quickly agreed. After checking her, Ian said there were no signs of black magic, and that she could stand up. He offered his hand and warned she might feel dizzy, so she should move slowly. Haley rose and thanked him, but her head started spinning, and she felt sick. He moved to catch her, and ended up pulling her into his arms, leaving them both flustered. Holding her steady, he asked if she was all right, and whether he should call a maid. Red-faced but thrilled, Haley said she was fine. She quickly pulled away, and an awkward silence filled the room. Ian stared at her, surprised, and slowly started to speak. After calling to her, he suddenly answered all the questions she'd been asking. After tower work, he usually goes home, reads, studies magic in the lab, and lately he's gotten into alchemy because of an alchemist's son living with him. He doesn't have a favorite food, but he can't handle spicy dishes. Haley looked confused. Tilting her head, she asked what he was talking about. With a small grin, Ian explained that the prince had told him to answer her questions, though there really wasn't much to say. Haley covered her mouth and cried out that her brother had actually told him that. A little startled, the protagonist admitted it. She gave him a pitiful look and tears welled up in her eyes. Then, blushing hard, she turned and ran off, hurriedly wishing him a good day. The door slammed shut. Ian just stared at the door and thought he must have said the wrong thing. MC says the rumor about the 5th class magician and the tower's old owner spread fast across the empire. Terry Greenriver personally warned everyone about black magic and told them to report anything suspicious. Terry threw out his hand and gave a loud warning. He explains that to calm the people, he investigated every case tied to black magic after becoming the new young master of the tower. He adds that the old tower owner would only be remembered for horrible crimes against people. Ragnar kept his head down while the crowd whispered, and Ian says many nobles who once backed him and the fifth prince abandoned them. In the end, those nobles joined the new owner of the tower instead. Later, back at the protagonist's mansion, he spots something and asks what it is. Letio shows him a tray full of letters and says they're invitations to receptions. Ian opens one and wonders why people are acting so freely when the investigations still aren't finished. With a grin, Letio asks if he'll read them anyway, but MC says he has no plan to attend. Letio takes the letters and tells him to at least check them first, then asks what one says. The second Letio mentions an engagement proposal. He spits out his tea. Still stunned, he learns Count Gerard wants him to marry his oldest daughter in 5 years, when the girl is only 12 now. In the protagonist's mind, the Count has completely lost it. Letio just smiles and points out that Ian is an adult now. Since he's the youngest tower owner, offers like this were bound to come, and there will only be more. MC grabs his head and realizes the nobles just want to use him to raise their own status and power. He makes a face and says it's hard to believe they'd throw their young daughters into this for political gain. Letio agrees and says he should find a partner who truly deserves him. Then Letio starts sorting through the letters, saying he'll send refusals to all of them, and the protagonist thanks him. Seeing how pleased Letio looks, Ian remembers how much extra work these inspections have given him, and thinks he should repay him somehow. He goes quiet for a moment, sets down his tea, and admits he's never really thanked him properly. Letio glances over with a small smile. Lowering his head, MC thanks him for protecting his mother. Letio freezes in shock, and the room goes silent. He slowly parts his lips, then answers softly that if Ian feels that way, it was really the mana traps that saved them. Even so, he says he would have protected her with his life. That brings a wide smile to his face. He says that's exactly why he wants to help Letio. Turning serious, the protagonist asks who the magician was that pumped mana into Letio's body. He wants a name, a face, anything he can remember. Letio only stares at him, surprised and silent. Ian presses harder and says he promised to find that person and make him pay for what he did. Letio bites his lip, finally understanding what MC means. Then he touches his cheek and says he remembers nothing. He is taken aback and asks how that's possible. Looking away, Letio says it happened late at night. Back when he studied alchemy in the capital, plenty of magicians had reasons to hate him. A memory flashes through his mind, sleeping in bed, then a hand reaching toward him, and he admits he hates the attacker and once wanted to kill him, especially when he thought he'd have to leave his son all alone. His gaze drops as he says mana poisoning pushed him to the edge of death, many times. Now though, after meeting the protagonist, his life is no longer in danger. He wants to focus on his son's future, not revenge, and thanks the protagonist. MC says he'll remember those words. He looks away in silence and stares off for a moment. Then he suddenly jumps up and says he has never even seen his own father's face. As he paces the room, he explains that his father vanished before he was born, and no one knows if he's dead or alive. Stopping short, Ian says living with Letio made him realize that if his father had been there, his life might have been like Douglas's. Letio sits there in total shock, unsure how to take that. By the window, the protagonist smiles and says it's obvious now why Douglas is so lively and cheerful. He adds that his mother only recovered because of Letio's elixirs. Then MC says he'll probably be away from home much more from now on. So he turns back with a faint smile and says he hopes Letio will keep protecting them. Flushing red, Letio quickly agrees. Ian crosses his arms, looks toward the door and says he thinks he'll show up soon. Right then, Douglas bursts into the room shouting. He lifts an elixir high and happily announces that the Landiora flower cure for mana poisoning is finally finished. Letio jumps out of his seat at once, and Douglas says he has to give it back right now. Staring at his son in surprise, Letio hears that Douglas wanted this to be a surprise. He turns to Ian, asks about the elixir, and demands to know what's going on. Standing by the window, he calmly explains that he found the recipe in the tower owner's library. He adds that making an antidote from Landiora flowers needs high-level time-stop magic, and luckily it works on plants too. Tears fill Letio's eyes as he walks toward his son. He wipes them away, reaches Douglas, and thanks the protagonist. Then Letio pulls his son into a tight hug. Watching them with a huge smile, Ian hears Douglas declare that he'll become an alchemist who makes cures for hard diseases. He turns toward MC and says he wants to stop anyone else from suffering. With tears in his eyes, Douglas loudly thanks the captain. Elsewhere, someone rushes through a dark cave. An elf hears that he is the only one left. A blonde man holding a staff stands before him and says the world of humans and draconians will soon shut its doors. He goes on to say the dragons brought chaos and ruin, and the price of that sin was far too high. As he walks closer to the winged elf, he says the elf will pay for his race's sins for the rest of his life. Blood drips from the man's outstretched hand as he declares that the elf is forbidden to leave this place. A golden seal forms around the elf. With a chilling stare, the man adds, "Forever." That night, the fifth prince's mansion is silent. Ragnar stands alone in the dark room, facing his double and noting how perfectly they resemble each other. He remembers the letter saying someone would wait for him, but he never expected to actually see this. Ragnar circles behind the double and asks how he's supposed to get out. Two magicians assigned by the new tower owner are guarding the place outside, and he doesn't see how anyone could slip past them. Without opening his eyes, the double tells him not to worry. The clan leader is far stronger than the tower owner. Ragnar turns at once and asks who this clan leader is. The double pulls out a book and says it's better if Ragnar sees for himself. The book starts glowing blue. A portal opens in front of them, and both stare into it. Ragnar tenses and asks what it is. The double gestures to it and explains that it leads outside the capital. Ragnar watches in fear as the double moves away. Then a well-kept gray-haired man steps out of the portal and asks His Highness to take his hand. Surprised, Ragnar asks if this is Sir Domfil. He studies the offered hand, then slowly reaches out with his own. The next moment, Ragnar steps into a dark forest. He asks Domfil how this is even possible, and Domfil calmly tells him not to be so shocked. Domfil answered calmly that Leon really didn't know this kind of magic. He said he'd thought Leon had earned his place as master of the tower on his own. As Domfil kept walking, he added that even with all that power, Leon only cared about himself. Better that weak link was removed without their help. Ragnar dropped his gaze and stared at the ground in anger. Domfil glanced up and said the world was far bigger than Ragnar thought. Then he looked right at him and said this world belonged to the chosen ones. Ragnar had a chance to make a choice even the ruler never got. Ragnar stared at him, confused, and asked what choice he meant. Domfil lowered his head and said their leader believed Ragnar would make the perfect emperor for this country. Then he added that Ragnar could cast aside the old ways and all the fools clinging to them. A man meant to bring new rules into the world. Looking straight at the fifth prince, Domfil said the blood in Ragnar's veins was fit to open a new path, and their leader had waited a long time for him. Ragnar glared at him, wondering what kind of madness this was. As he watched Domfil walk ahead, Ragnar thought about what he'd heard. How could anyone be stronger than the protagonist and the former tower master? The fifth prince kept following him through the forest, realizing this sect that ignored the imperial religion was far deeper than he thought. Even the tower master and the captain of the imperial guard belonged to it. He then pieced together their goal. They wanted to replace the state religion, and for that they needed someone from the ruling family. Ragnar's expression turned steady as he realized this could be his chance. He pictured the throne and decided to use it to grow stronger. To claim what he believed was already his, he was ready to do anything. Domfil suddenly stopped. Ragnar halted too, and Domfil said they had arrived. A dark fortress with a tall tower stood before them. Domfil motioned toward it and told the fifth prince to enter. In the halls, dim lamps lit the way, leading to a room beyond a heavy dark door. Once inside, Ragnar asked where they were. Domfil said Draconians had lived here 300 years ago, until the Tower Master sealed the place and erased it. Ragnar kept following him and noticed a strange statue above. It was a dragon, and Domfil explained they had only recently found this place again. Ragnar turned to him, annoyed, and demanded to know why he had been brought here. Domfil stopped but said nothing. Then several people in red cloaks appeared before them and announced that they had arrived. As Ragnar stepped into the room, the whole group bowed and welcomed the fifth prince. With hands over their chests, the red-cloaked figures paid respect to the prince, and Ragnar studied them carefully. The fifth prince gave a small grin when he realized they were nobles. Many he knew personally. Domfil bowed his head and said that to build a new world, he had gathered the finest people in the country. Ragnar turned to him and cut to the real point. Why was all of this needed, and why had he been brought here? Domfil only said it would all be clear soon. The two stopped before a massive door, and Domfil said their master was waiting behind it. The door slowly opened. Ragnar stepped inside. He froze in surprise. An elf with red wings stood before him on top of a pentagram. The elf kept his hands behind his back and watched Ragnar closely. The nobles in red cloaks dropped to their knees, raised their hands in prayer, and welcomed the last descendant of the dragon. Ragnar turned to them in shock, unsettled by what was happening. Looking back at the elf, he realized this had to be their leader. Ragnar placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly, thinking he now understood who this was and why he had been summoned. Then Ragnar knelt with one hand near his chest, facing the winged elf, who introduced himself as Avantis, the last Draconian on Earth. Ragnar was stunned and asked if Draconians hadn't gone extinct over 300 years ago. A thought crossed his mind. Draconians were known for powerful dark magic, and this winged elf looked just like the figures from history. No wonder they called him the last descendant of the dragon. Avantis gave a faint grin and asked if Ragnar was that confused. The winged elf then said it was true. His race was wiped out 300 years ago by humans, and no one survived except him. Glancing down at the red pentagram under his feet, Avantis explained that his ancestor Mitchell Greenriver had sealed him there with magic for many years. He looked at the uneasy prince and said he had waited a very long time for this meeting. His face darkened as he said it was Ragnar's blood he needed, the blood of a Greenriver descendant to break the spell binding him. Ragnar tilted his head and asked why Avantis didn't just kill him. He couldn't see why the elf wanted a deal instead. Avantis smirked and said Ragnar was thinking too small. Making him ruler would bring far more benefits. Spreading his arms, the Draconian said he wanted to tear down the old order and create a new world, so this deal would help both Ragnar and the Draconian. Avantis looked at him and said it was for the future of both humans and Draconians. Ragnar slowly rose and said Avantis just wanted to use him. The fifth prince lifted his head and added that if he refused, Avantis would probably kill him anyway. He surely had other people to replace him. Avantis replied that he had no plan to kill him. If Ragnar refused, he would simply wipe his memory, so he remembered none of this. The Draconian paced along the pentagram and added that he chose Ragnar because he was sure he wouldn't turn down this offer. Ragnar lowered his head and thought in silence. After a moment, he clenched his fist. Then he looked up sharply and told the Draconian to swear he would make him emperor and never betray him. With a smug smile, Avantis gave his promise. Ragnar turned and reached for the dagger Damphil had given him. A moment later, he cut his hand and let it bleed. Holding it out, Ragnar said he accepted the deal. His blood fell onto the red pentagram. At once, the castle floor began to shake. The pentagram slowly started to fade. Then it vanished from beneath the Draconian's feet, and Ragnar watched in fear. A second later, the elf began to chuckle. Then he threw back his head, laughed loudly, and thanked the prince. Ragnar stood still, staring at the Draconian. Avantis lifted an arm, and a fine modern sleeve appeared over it. His whole look changed. Fixing his clothes, he said it was better to dress in modern style. Avantis then walked toward the fifth prince, and said fear was written all over his face. As the Draconian passed by, he added there was no need for that. He wasn't going to kill him. Leaning close to Ragnar's ear, Avantis said he thought they might even become good friends. He then moved away, grabbed one of the cloaks and said he was leaving. A second later, he threw the cloak on. Ragnar remained alone in the middle of the hall, while Avantis walked through the crowd and said it was time to step outside for the first time in ages. The princess sat sadly in her chair and wondered why he hadn't come. While a maid brushed her hair, she quietly said, maybe he had forgotten. The maid tried to reassure her, saying Mr. Ian was probably just busy researching black magic. The princess gave a faint smile and said he really was a busy man. The maid grew uneasy, and the princess looked even more downcast. Then two maids rushed into the room, shouting for the princess. She looked over and asked what was wrong, and why they were yelling. Barely able to contain themselves, the maids cried out that the time had come. He was here. They quickly explained that Mr. Ian Page had finally arrived, and this time he was wearing a suit instead of a cloak. The princess stared at them and asked them to repeat it. For a moment, the room went quiet as the girls stared back at her. Then she lowered her head and began to speak. Suddenly she looked up with tears in her eyes and asked them to help her get ready. The palace shone in the sunlight. The princess walked down the red carpet in her shoes. She reached the great doors and touched the handles. Lowering her head, she shut her eyes for a second and let out a breath. Then she turned around and nervously asked if her hair looked fine, if nothing was sticking out. A maid told her not to worry, saying she looked the most beautiful of all today, and the others agreed. The princess looked at them once more and said she was going in. The hall doors swung open. Ian rose from his chair at once when he saw the princess approaching. He placed a hand on his chest, smiled at her and said it had been a long time. Your Highness. The princess lit up the moment she saw him. She blushed a little and said nothing. She looked down and quietly admitted she thought he had forgotten her. Ian leaned in a little, apologized, and said he had a lot to handle. The princess stepped closer, faced him and said she was thankful he came. Then she broke into a big smile and said the suit looked great on him, and he thanked her. The protagonist glanced up and said they should go somewhere better for studying first. Looking at the fountain, he explained there were too many people around, and gossip about them might spread. Her smile faded and she lowered her head. With a small grin, Ian held out his hand and said he'd take her there himself. She just had to hold on for a moment. She stared at the floor and softly said she would. Then she suddenly looked up, realizing she had answered without thinking. Surprised, she asked what he meant by taking his hand, and MC smiled and said they were going to teleport. The princess widened her eyes as his meaning sank in. Her golden eyes lit up, and she said that was space travel magic. Slowly, she reached her hand toward him. Watching her, Ian warned that she might feel a little dizzy. She carefully placed her hand on his arm, and he told her not to let go. A second later, blue light flared around them. They arrived in a quiet clearing near the mountains. She quickly stepped away, grabbed her head, and stared out in shock. As she fixed her hair, she started to ask where they were. Smiling, Ian cut in and said these were mountains near the capital, and hardly anyone came here. Still looking out, he explained he picked this place because a 6th grade magician can only teleport so far. It was open, calm, and perfect for practice. The princess turned to him in surprise. He noticed and asked what was wrong. Walking slowly through the grass, she said this was her first time outside the castle. She looked up and admitted the outside world had always felt like something she could only see in dreams. Looking at the birds overhead, she said that by taking his hand that dream became real in an instant. Then she turned back with a bright smile and said magic was amazing. Ian just stared at her, caught off guard. For a moment he looked completely unsure what to say. In his mind he remembered the lonely princess by the window. He also remembered those dark, sad eyes fixed on him. After that, Ian looked down at the grass, stayed quiet, and smiled a little. She kept smiling at him and he finally agreed. Looking back up at her, the protagonist said she was right. Magic really was amazing. Then he glanced at her, and she asked what he was doing at the palace temple. He said he had been looking around, went inside, and hid when he saw her with the magician. The princess blinked in surprise and asked how he managed that, when the place should have been heavily guarded. Ian looked away, a little embarrassed, and admitted he was curious. She giggled and said she understood. When she was little, she used to sneak into forbidden places with her brother too. With her hands behind her back, she grinned and said she'd overlook his illegal trip into the temple since he overlooked her learning magic. That meant they had something in common now. MC lowered his head with a wide smile and said she was right. Leaning closer, she told him there would be a reception in 10 days for her brother's birthday, and asked if he would come. Ian said he had gotten an invitation, but he didn't think he should attend. She was shocked and asked why, saying the prince would be upset. As they walked, he explained that only the highest nobles should be at an event like that. Even as the tower's new master, he was still a commoner, and his presence could cause trouble. He added that he knew the old tower master's ties with the nobles, built over many years, would not be easy to replace. Smiling at her, the protagonist said that until the crown prince secured his place among the nobles and firmly claimed the throne, he should stay out of the way. The princess looked off sadly and said she understood. Then she suddenly stopped. A moment later, she raised her fists and declared that she needed to work harder as a princess too, so no one could speak against her brother. Ian looked at her, surprised. Then she added that she would keep studying magic too. Beaming, with her hands behind her back, she thanked him for helping her and asked if she could call him teacher when they were alone. Turning to her with a smile, MC said she could call him whatever she liked. That night, the moon shone over the fifth prince's mansion. 2 enchanted magicians stood outside his room. Inside, Ragnar faced the Draconian and said this was his plan. Aventus replied that before they dealt with Ian, they had to remove the crown prince. Ragnar agreed, saying many nobles and powerful people were watching the new tower master's every move. He went on to say that even though he was strong, he was still young, with no title and little experience. To the nobles, he was nobody, and many already hated his appointment. Damphel and the servants listened closely. Ragnar relaxed a bit and said that if the crown prince was taken out, Ian would lose his support and be easy to remove. Damphel said they needed someone to carry out the plan. Ragnar frowned and answered that he had not chosen the person yet. Damphel bowed and offered himself, saying he knew someone who could handle it. Ragnar said he was counting on him, and Sir Damphel bowed again. Then the doors suddenly opened. Soon, only Ragnar and Aventus remained in the room. Aventus lowered his head a little and said it was time to move. Ragnar clenched his fists and said he wanted to ask something first. Aventus looked at him, waiting. Ragnar admitted Aventus had enough power to change the empire and surely had many others he could use, so why had he chosen the fifth prince? Aventus exhaled and said he needed to find someone. Ragnar asked Wonkly. Aventus opened his eyes sharply, pictured a golden dragon, and said it was the last of its kind, a dragon that controls time and a key ally to the Draconians. Stunned and uneasy, Ragnar asked if the golden dragon wasn't just a fairy tale. Aventus shook that off and said dragons still existed, whether people believed it or not. Humans just couldn't reach the places where they lived. He added that when new truth and chaos entered the world, the dragon would appear for sure. Ragnar repeated the word chaos, thinking it over. Aventus darkened and said that word meant war. Ragnar realized that meant the war with the Draconians 300 years ago had been fought to summon the golden dragon, and Aventus said he was correct. Aventus added that Mitchell Greenriver chose to join hands with humans instead of them. It was foolish to believe Mitchell alone could wipe out both dragons and Draconians. Ragnar pointed out that across the continent, no one even spoke of dragons or Draconians anymore. People were taught Mitchell defeated them with the magic he created in the tower. Aventus said Mitchell always erased his tracks and vanished as if nothing had happened. Then he narrowed his eyes and said Draconians with dragon blood could clearly feel that dragons were still alive. Ragnar lowered his head and said Aventus wanted to make him emperor and start a war. Aventus crossed his arms, smiled, and said that was the plan for now, but it might lead to more than trouble, maybe even the uniting of the continent's 3 empires. Ragnar listened in surprise. With a hard look, Aventus said his ancestors would welcome war. Once it began, the dragon would show itself here, and they had to find it. Ragnar stepped closer to the table and asked what would happen after they caught the dragon. Aventus shut his eyes and dipped his head, saying they had talked long enough. He stood up at once and told the fifth prince to stay safe. With a broad smile, Aventus said he was sure their goals would line up. The knight's headquarters sat beside the barracks. The vice-captain stared ahead in shock and blurted out, asking if it was true. The soldier by the door answered that they were waiting for him in the office of the first Imperial Knights captain. Leaning over the table, Paul grumbled about why that creepy servant Phil wanted him when he had not caused any trouble. A second later, Paul flashed a big smile and said he would go thank him for the message. Then the doors flew open. The knight who brought the message stood still as black magic poured from him and his eyes glowed red. Paul kept walking quickly down the hall. When he reached the large door, he lowered his head and stopped. After a brief pause, he closed his eyes and let out a breath. Sir Phil was writing at his desk, and when the knock came, he told him to enter. Paul stepped inside and faced the captain. Noticing him, Phil rose sharply and told him to come closer. Turning aside, Phil brought up Helene, saying he heard she had been controlled by black magic when she attacked the prince. Paul listened nervously. Paul answered that security had been tightened after that, and nothing like it had happened again. Phil lowered his head bitterly, and said those steps should have been taken from the start, since the imperial family carried the nation's future. He added that he had already spoken with Oliver, but this was the first time he was discussing it with the vice captain. Then Phil studied Paul's uneasy face, and said he had been vice captain for a long time, so he worried Paul might resent him. Paul lowered his head, embarrassed, but firmly said no. He was fully satisfied with his post. Exhaling with his eyes closed, Phil said he was glad to hear that. With his hands behind his back, the captain moved closer, and said people claimed Paul was the most skilled knight after Oliver. As he kept approaching, Phil said that kind of talent was amazing, and should be recognized by the ruler, the crown prince and the captain. Paul looked down, cheeks reddening, and said he still had a lot to learn. Phil told him not to be modest. He had earned that rank through his own hard work. Pacing the room, the captain said that when Oliver suggested making a common orphan the vice captain of the Second Knights, he thought Oliver had lost his mind. At that, Paul stiffened and grew visibly tense. Phil stepped to his side, and coldly said he could not understand trusting the imperial family's safety to someone pulled in from the street. Grinding his teeth, he went further, calling it absurd to give such a high post to an ordinary peasant. Paul jolted and became even more nervous. Then a draconian appeared behind the captain, and Phil declared that it would end today. Paul instantly grabbed his sword and shouted, demanding to know who it was and what was going on. Black magic coiled around his arm and blade, and Paul realized he could not move. Streams of black magic shot from the draconian toward him. Paul groaned and struggled to fight it off. He glared at the captain in fury. Phil looked back coldly and said Paul would become a sacrifice for the new empire. Outside, sword strikes rang through the training grounds. Hayden blocked the blow with his sword and let out a grunt. He and Oliver were sparring when the crown prince swung hard at the captain. Oliver hopped back and told him he was doing fine, but he needed better control over his footing and attack speed. Hayden stumbled back, gritted his teeth, and yelled for Oliver to stop. A moment later, the prince's sword slipped from his hands. Hayden stared in shock as it stuck into the ground. Oliver grinned and said training was over for today, and Hayden thanked him. The crown prince dropped to the ground, leaned back on his hands, caught his breath, and asked why he was so bad with a sword. Oliver tilted his head and told him that was not true. Hayden was very capable, more talented than most people, and learned faster than Ian. Hayden's mouth fell open, and he asked in shock if he was better than the main character. Oliver said yes. The protagonist had trained swordsmanship with him for 5 years. Remembering MC trembling with anger while holding a sword, Oliver said MC was a great magician, but not a strong knight. That only made Hayden more shocked. Laughing, Oliver put a finger to his lips and asked him to keep it secret. Hayden burst out laughing and said this was huge news. Ian was not perfect at everything after all. Grinning to himself, he added that meant there was at least one thing he could beat him at. Looking fired up, Hayden raised his fist and shouted that he would train even harder until he surpassed him. Then his eyes shifted to the side. He spotted Paul standing sadly under a tree. Paul kept staring at the grass, his face empty. Oliver turned toward him. Hayden said he did not know what was wrong, but lately Paul barely spoke and seemed totally lost. Looking down sadly, Oliver said he had noticed too. When he asked if something was wrong, Paul insisted nothing had happened. Hayden kept watching the vice captain, and said they should ask him again. He then told Oliver not to be shy or too harsh. It was his duty as a leader. Oliver smiled and said he would. Hayden looked at Paul with even more concern. Paul stayed under the tree in silence, still staring at the grass. Later, the banquet hall in the Imperial Palace was ready for the afternoon event. Butlers and maids hurried around as they finished preparing. Oliver entered the prince's room and told Hayden the reception would start soon. Dressed up for the event, Hayden turned to him and said he was just about to leave. Then his mood dipped a little, and he admitted these events always made him nervous. Oliver walked over with a smile, remembering Ian once yelling that Hayden had to build his own reputation. So he told the prince that he was in charge today, and there was nothing to fear. The nobles should be the ones worried when they saw him. Hayden looked at him in surprise. Then he straightened up and smiled with confidence. A moment later, Hayden placed a hand on Oliver's back and said he also had the Lord of the Sword with him, his most trusted support. Both of them turned when someone called for the prince. It was the princess, dressed beautifully and smiling brightly. Hayden looked her over and told her she looked beautiful today. Folding her arms with a grin, Haley thanked him and said she dressed up for his birthday. Laughing, Hayden said it was too bad Ian could not come. He would have seen her in that beautiful dress. Haley Greenriver instantly got flustered and asked what he meant by that. A second later, she glared at her brother and shouted, asking why he kept telling everyone she asked about the protagonist. Hayden could only stare back in alarm. Then she calmed herself and closed her eyes. When she looked up again, she happily wished him a happy birthday, and said she was truly proud of how hard he was trying. Bowing sharply, Haley added that he should not worry if anyone spoke badly about him. She would deal with them herself. Hayden smiled with his eyes closed and thanked his sister. Then he offered her his hand and asked her to come with him. She gently took it with a pleased little sound. The butler called out loudly for everyone to welcome the crown prince and princess. The whole room bowed at once. Hayden and Haley Greenriver slowly stepped in. They paused at the entrance, looked around and smiled. The conductor lifted his baton, and the music started at once. As Hayden and Haley Greenriver faced the crowd, birthday wishes and warm greetings poured in. Hayden gave a small smile, thanked everyone, and said he hoped they would enjoy the reception. Oliver watched the Crown Prince handle the nobles. Then his smile faded as his eyes locked on something. Emperor Terry suddenly appeared beside the butler and shot him a hard look. Startled, the servant turned and was told to make the announcement already. When the butler promised to do it at once, the emperor gave a satisfied smile. The servant loudly announced Emperor Terry's arrival, and Terry faced the hall. The whole room turned to him in shock. Hayden stared at his father, stunned. He walked up to the emperor and admitted he hadn't expected him. Terry let out a light laugh and said a father should celebrate his son's birthday. Smiling at Hayden, the emperor said he was proud of him. Hearing that, Hayden lit up and smiled back. Then the emperor quickly moved closer to his son. Terry and Hayden stopped by the main table, and Terry addressed the nobles, saying many had come to honor the prince's birthday. With a steady voice, he added that hard times make a nation stronger, and he hoped the empire would thrive after all it had been through. Then Terry looked at Hayden and said, as a father, it made him happy to see his child grow, and to hope everyone would recognize the Crown Prince's achievements. He recalled Hayden at about 5 years old, running after him in the garden. Back then Terry had asked why he kept following him, and the boy answered that he would go wherever his father led. Remembering that, Terry said those simple words made him feel he had to support his son and guide him down the right path. He lowered his head and quietly said that was so long ago. Looking Hayden in the eyes again, Terry thanked him for trusting him and said he truly believed his son could finish that journey. Hayden flushed a little and looked at his father, trying to settle his emotions. The emperor lifted a glass and called for everyone else to do the same. Then Terry raised it higher and shouted a toast to the empire and the prince's happiness. The nobles answered with raised glasses, cheering for a happy future. Terry drank, then congratulated his son. Smiling widely, Hayden lifted his own glass and thanked him. Then Terry suddenly dropped his glass, coughed up blood, and started to collapse as Hayden watched in horror. The Crown Prince froze, too shocked to move. All around them, the nobles stood frozen in fear, staring with their mouths open. Haley Greenriver gripped her glass and looked at her father in horror. Oliver snapped into action, looked at the prince, and yelled to him. Hayden's glass slipped from his hand, while the emperor kept choking on blood. The emperor's drink spilled across the floor. Later, the night felt heavy and grim. From outside the window, Hayden could be seen sitting alone in his room, staring blankly ahead. He sat on the sofa, his face filled with grief. The Crown Prince looked drained, lost in thought, his eyes fixed on the floor. A loud knock came, and a voice announced that Oliver, captain of the 2nd Detachment of the Imperial Knights, was asking to see him. Hayden jumped up at once, looked at the door, and told them to let him in immediately. He rushed to the door and found Oliver waiting outside. Backing up slowly, Hayden kept his eyes on him and asked about his father, what happened to him. Oliver lowered his gaze and said they had kept the emperor alive, but his condition was still critical. Every doctor and alchemist in the palace was working on him. Hayden cut him off and demanded to know if they had found the person who tried to kill the emperor. Oliver stayed silent, his face dark. Then he said they had caught the culprit at the scene, and the man confessed right away. Hayden clenched his teeth and glared at him. Reaching for Oliver, he shouted and demanded a name. Oliver lifted his sad eyes toward the prince. After he answered, the room went dead silent, and Hayden stood still with his hands gripping Oliver's. Slowly, Hayden pulled his shaking hands away. He stared at Oliver in horror, unable to react. Soon, the council building shook with nobles, shouting that a vice captain of the 2nd Squad could never have done this alone. One noble jumped up and yelled that the man had been close to both Oliver and the Crown Prince for years, so how had neither of them seen the danger? Another said he was sure the vice captain had help, and demanded that everyone tied to the plot be found. A mustached noble added that Paul Renza had bitten off his own tongue during questioning, so now he could tell them nothing. Another pointed to the report and said Paul was an orphan from the northern region, near the Coldwood Empire. One noble raised the old palace explosion from 6 years ago. He reminded the room that spies had been uncovered then, the Ivory Tower Mage, a castle maid, and the palace secretary. Then he argued that even if Paul had earned rank and title young, his unclear background meant they could not rule out that he was a Coldwood spy too. One aristocrat pointed out they had found no seal on him, but another shouted that a seal didn't matter now. Someone else said Paul tried to send the emperor away, and still said nothing about his motive or any partners. Another noble insisted they should have checked his past more carefully, and demanded he be stripped of his post and executed for trying to kill the emperor. Ian sat at the head of the table, watching as many nobles agreed. He listened in silence, eyes dropping to the table as he thought. Outside, the sky was dark with clouds. The protagonist turned when someone called his name. A man in a raincoat stepped out from the bushes, and Ian looked at him closely. Oliver pulled back his hood, came nearer, and asked about the vice captain. MC lowered his head and said everyone had decided Paul was a Coldwood spy. Oliver's eyes flew open and he snapped that it was nonsense. Paul was no spy. He looked off into the brush and said he thought the same. The vice captain had been ready to die for the Crown Prince. He remembered Paul Rennis as cheerful, skilled, and loyal despite his background. With a grim look, Ian said that was the man he knew. Then he warned Oliver that a verdict had already been passed, and even he couldn't clear Paul after what happened. Oliver stared at him in shock. The protagonist looked into the thicket and said Paul still refused to speak, so they had no idea why he did it or whether he had help. Lowering his head, MC admitted he truly wanted to know why this happened. An awkward silence followed as Ian stood firm. Then he looked at Oliver and asked about Hayden. Oliver said the prince had locked himself in his room, wouldn't eat or drink, and kept blaming himself. He glanced aside and said he understood. Oliver looked down at the grass and added that the protagonist probably already knew the Knights of the Second Detachment had been banned from leaving the capital, and interrogations would begin soon. Oliver clenched his fist, shaking with emotion, and said that as the captain, he couldn't act on his own feelings. He gritted his teeth, shut his eyes, and sweat ran down his face. Keeping his head lowered, Oliver admitted that right now, Ian was the only one he could ask for help. Then he bowed deeply and begged him to uncover the truth. MC looked at him with pity. He said they found no lies in Paul's words and no sign that anyone had tampered with him from the outside. That shocked Oliver. Then the protagonist told him Paul would be locked up tonight, and he planned to visit him there. After that, he said he would come to Oliver's house. Oliver straightened and listened closely. A little tense now, Oliver answered that he understood. Soon, storm clouds rolled in, and the wind picked up. Rain came down hard, hiding the Imperial prison behind the downpour. Near the cells, a guard had fallen asleep. Ian slipped past him without waking him. He stopped in front of one cell and stared ahead. For a moment, MC stood there in silence. Then the metal door opened. Inside, he found the vice captain worn out and badly beaten. Paul slowly lifted his head and looked at him. Ian stepped closer and asked if he still recognized him. Paul only looked down and stayed silent. With a heavy look, he said he never thought Paul would choose to attack the Emperor. He studied him for a moment, then said he already knew Paul wasn't a spy. Paul had sworn to protect the Crown Prince until the end, so Ian couldn't understand why he did this. The protagonist raised a blue glowing hand to Paul's head and said he was going into his memories. A blue rune appeared before his face, and MC quietly asked for permission. At once, he saw a soldier giving Paul urgent news. Then Paul went to a captain named Damphil, and a draconian stepped out from behind him. Next came the moment Avantis wrapped Paul in black magic. Damphil just watched, glaring as Paul suffered. Paul reached toward the two of them and curled his fingers. Ian's eyes widened. Paul hadn't been acting on his own. Someone had forced him with dark magic. Then Paul's spirit appeared before him, and the protagonist realized he had been too trusting. Paul looked at him sadly and warned him to be careful. The worst enemies are the ones closest to you. Ian stared at him in shock, his jaw tightening. Paul smiled with his eyes closed and said he had been waiting for MC, holding on just for this meeting. He spun toward him and shouted for him to wait. He would break the spell now, but Paul suddenly grabbed his hand to stop him. Surprised, the protagonist looked back, and Paul quietly asked how the prince was doing. MC pulled his hand away and said that with these memories, he could clear Paul's name. If they caught the one behind it, he could be proven innocent. Paul lowered his head and answered through clenched teeth that it was impossible. Ian snapped toward him. Paul bowed even lower and said that even then, he still poisoned the Emperor's wine. Furious, he shouted that he couldn't give up now. Otherwise everyone would remember him as the Emperor's would-be killer. Paul shook his head hard and said he didn't care. He had sworn to protect the Imperial family, so he couldn't just ignore what he had done. The protagonist looked at him sadly, as Paul added that anyone who harms the Emperor also stands against the Crown Prince. Raising his eyes, Paul said this was only the beginning, and probably not the end. He didn't want to remain a threat to the crown. Ian stared at him and shouted, asking what he meant. Paul looked down again and said, MC could pass his words to the prince and the captain. Then Paul lifted his head, smiled faintly, and offered both his thanks and his apology. He told him this was the last thing he could do to protect his highness, and he stared back in panic. Paul moved toward him and asked the protagonist to protect the prince. A second later, Paul shoved him. Ian stumbled and started to fall. Paul looked at him and smiled once more. Then he closed his eyes, and MC's vision turned completely white. In that light, Paul remembered the prince laughing and drinking with him, and thought that one day the prince would bring light to the empire. Ian suddenly snapped awake, clutching his chest as he screamed. He forced himself up and looked at Paul. Holding out his hand with the blue seal, he cast the Great Undoing spell. He shut his eyes as violent streams of wind slammed into him. When he looked again, horror hit him. Had the spell failed? The protagonist shouted at Paul to hang on just a little longer. He promised he would break it right now. Rushing closer, Ian cried that Paul wouldn't have to suffer anymore. A moment later, all he could do was stare in despair at the vice-captain's body. Paul Renz hung limp in his chains, and MC kept looking at him. There was no sign of life left. Ian stood there in silence, trying to steady his breathing. A moment later, he lowered his head and froze, lost in what had just happened. Outside, the storm kept raging. Rain hammered against the windows of Oliver's house. Oliver sat by the fireplace, staring at a candle beside him, hands folded. He stayed there in deep thought. Then a sharp sound made him grab his sword and look over. Cold sweat covered him, until Ian said it was him. Oliver rushed to the door and stared at him. The man stood there soaked through, wearing a sad expression. Once inside, Oliver stepped back and asked if the protagonist had seen Paul and learned anything. The water dripped from Ian's hair as he lowered his head. Then he grimly said that Sir Paul Renz had died in his cell today. Oliver stared at him in horror. For a moment, he said nothing. Fear and hopelessness filled his eyes. Oliver nearly gave way and moved weakly toward the table. He caught himself with one hand on it, then leaned over and held his head while Ian stayed still. A sad silence filled the room. Rubbing his nose, Oliver said they first met in the north, at an orphanage run by the Raywood family. The memory hit him, he and Paul playing together as kids. Paul had always been kind and looked after the others, and Oliver's father quickly noticed his talent with a sword. Since then, the two of them trained together all the time, smiling with swords in hand. Holding his head, Oliver said Paul was his best friend, the one who always supported him and kept moving forward. He didn't deserve to die like that. Ian lowered his gaze and quietly said he had seen Paul's memories before he died. Oliver turned to him at once, clearly shocked. He asked if MC recognized anything, and MC said that a few days ago, Paul had met the captain of the 1st Knightly Detachment, Sir Domfil. He recalled Paul reaching toward the knight and the Draconian, then said someone beside Domfil had used black magic on him. Tense, Oliver asked who that other person was. Ian looked down and said he didn't know. A pale man with long hair. Avantis flashed through his mind with black magic in his hand, and the protagonist realized he hadn't seen him even in his past life. Looking thoughtful, MC said one thing was certain. Damn Phil was tied to this, along with some high-level magician. Oliver anxiously asked how strong he was. He lowered his head and said he had tried cleansing magic on Paul, but it failed. Looking toward the fire, he added that this meant the magician ranked above him. Then he told Oliver he had a guess, but no proof yet. There might be others involved too, so they needed a full investigation. Hearing that, Oliver shouted that if even stronger mages fell under that black magic, the Empire could be finished. Ian suddenly reached into his cloak. He pulled out a necklace with a jewel in the center. Oliver looked at it and realized it was the necklace he had given Paul 6 years ago after training. The protagonist studied the glowing pendant and said it once belonged to the Empress. It could clear the mind, but this wasn't that simple. He explained that the necklace held a rare gem called the Dragon's Eye, which could block black magic, even magic above the 8th class. Oliver smiled, amazed, and started to say that if he kept it, then black magic. Ian quickly cut him off, shaking his head. Confused, Oliver stared at him. MC said almost no one still knew this ancient magic. To everyone else, the necklace looked like a normal ornament. Stepping closer, he told Oliver to promise he would keep the next part secret. Oliver agreed. A second later, he finally spoke. Oliver listened in stunned silence, while the protagonist held out the necklace and looked him straight in the eye. Then Oliver's eyes went wide in horror. Paul Renz died in prison. The 5th prince whipped around and glared at Domfil. He looked back at the letter and said he understood everything. Now, Domfil stared back coldly and said he had heard there was a rat in that cell. He added that the prince must have figured out black magic was used on the vice-captain. Ragnar set the paper down and said that was true, and nothing could be done now. Reaching for his tea, the 5th prince said Ian Page still didn't know about the Draconian. Ragnar raised the cup and said MC could only guess for now, and try not to fall under black magic's control. Thinking of Avantis in the dungeon, Ragnar went on. Herbert may be 5th class, and that won't work on him if he's 6th, but Mr. Avantis is far above that, an 8th class mage by human standards. He calmly took a sip and said Avantis still hadn't fully recovered. Even so, he was stronger than the protagonist. The protagonist had probably already realized someone more powerful was involved. Domfil lowered his gaze and asked if the 5th prince was worried Ian would run away. Ragnar gave a short laugh and said MC wasn't that kind of man. He'd come too far to back down. Then the prince said he still couldn't tell what he was really thinking. The protagonist's face came to mind, and Ragnar said that when the protagonist first came to the palace 6 years ago, he stood with the crown prince, but never truly served him. Looking at his reflection, Ragnar said MC was hiding a lot, and likely knew far more about him than anyone guessed. As he pictured him in front of him, Ragnar said it felt like they had known each other for a very long time. Ragnar set the teacup down. Leaning back with a hand at his chin, he said they would just keep watching Ian for now. Morning came at the protagonist's mansion. Domfil handed the butler a letter and told him to send it to Lord Callian Pyrrhic in the east as fast as possible, along with the one for Lord Mogrian. The butler bowed and said a report should arrive soon. He had already sent a messenger he trusted. Ian said he understood. Then he suddenly gave the butler another paper and told him to take it. The old man looked surprised. As the butler checked it, he explained that it was a merchant guild pass. With it he could disguise himself as a trader and leave the capital. The protagonist looked at him and said he hoped the meaning was clear. Gazing out the window, MC said that at sunset they were to pack, gather all the maids and his mother, and head to the Mogrian estate in the north. He added with a small smile that Lord Mogrian had likely received his message and would welcome them. The butler said he understood. Ian's mother hurried down the stairs. He turned to her after calling her name through the hall. He looked at his frightened mother. Mrs. Page stopped in front of him and asked what was going on. Why were they leaving so suddenly? Douglas and Lydio came up behind her. Ian lowered his eyes and said it was hard to explain, but the capital was in danger. He had already written to Mogrian, and the Lord would help them. His mother snapped back, asking how she could leave without him. If he stayed, then she would too. The protagonist stepped closer, took her hands and said he was grown now. She didn't need to worry so much. He told her firmly that he was a magician too and could protect himself, so she should not be afraid. Mrs. Page cried out that he was only 18, and her only son. She moved closer and shouted through her grief, asking why he always did reckless things. She could not stand by and watch him throw himself into danger again. A moment later, Ian lowered his head and called out to her sharply. Mrs. Page froze, trembling as she looked at him. With guilt in his eyes, MC asked her to trust him. Holding her shaking hands, he said that if anything went wrong, she could be hurt. Tears began running down her face. Slowly, Ian let go of her hands. Then he turned to Letio and said he was trusting him with her safety. He added that even if he later begged to know where his mother was, Liu must not tell him. When the time came, the protagonist said he would send the letter to Lord Mogrian himself. Liu answered that he would do exactly that. Douglas stepped forward, placed a hand on his chest, and said he would stay with MC. MC turned to listen. Douglas smiled and said he didn't know the full story, but Ian would need his right-hand man. He smiled back and thanked him, but warned that this was more dangerous than he thought. It was better for him to leave. Inwardly, the protagonist remembered the alchemist's son from his past life and thought he could not let him fall into their hands. MC walked to the middle of the room. By the desk, he faced everyone and said that once they had all left the estate, he would erase part of his own memory so he wouldn't remember where he had sent them. Looking down, he told them to remember both his orders and their destination and said he was counting on their help. The butler bowed and said it would be done. Everyone quickly started leaving, while Mrs. Page looked back at her son with sadness. Soon Ian was alone in his room. He let out a breath and closed his eyes. Then he turned toward the table and stared at the box. His eyes fell on the Empress's necklace, and he thought that had been left behind too. Then he reached into his pocket. He pulled out a bottle filled with purple liquid. The room was quiet. The man in the red cloak reported that the crown prince had stayed inside the palace the whole time. According to his maids, he wasn't well. The emperor had been treated properly and was now stable, but still unconscious. Even if he woke up, he would face the fallout from all the departures. Ragnar touched his chin and said the emperor had already lasted longer than expected. Clenching his teeth, the fifth prince said that if his father recovered, it could destroy their plan. Domfil said he would ask one of the alchemists for help. Ragnar turned to him sharply, and the knight added that they needed to act now. Domfil went on to say that many nobles doubted the crown prince. They believed that in a crisis like this he could not rule properly. He added that the second knightly detachment was being questioned, with Oliver personally overseeing it. Avantis gave a faint smile and said things were moving smoothly overall. They only had to wait for the throne to pass to Ragnar. But Ragnar, still thinking, said it was strange that Ian Page wasn't doing anything. He would never just sit and wait. They had likely already made a move. Then everyone turned toward the door as a servant rushed in and called for the prince. Domfil snapped at him for interrupting, then quickly apologized to the cloaked guests. The servant blurted out that he was on his way to the imperial palace. The room fell silent as everyone stared at the servant in shock, and Ragnar's expression turned thoughtful. He closed his eyes for a second, then said they would end the talk there for today. The fifth prince told the Draconian to wipe away any sign he had been there and leave. Avantis glanced at the prince and agreed. Ian strode down the hall with confidence. He headed straight for the fifth prince's chambers. A servant faced the door and announced that the protagonist Page had arrived. Ragnar turned to the door and coldly allowed him in. Ian stepped inside at once. The fifth prince looked him over and said it had been a long time. MC, the master of the ivory tower. He glared at the fifth prince and kept walking forward. Ragnar slowly turned toward him and said, this was their first meeting since the old tower master was executed. Turning fully to the protagonist, the fifth prince added that he had heard many awful things happened after that. Ragnar shut his eyes and clenched his teeth, saying he still couldn't believe his father had suffered like this. It made him furious that the poisoner was found so late. Then he opened his eyes and stared at Ian, wondering why he had come at such a hard time. The fifth prince stepped closer, fists tight, and asked what MC wanted. Meeting his gaze, he said he wanted to know what Ragnar was planning. Ragnar watched him and claimed he had no idea what the protagonist meant. Ian moved closer and said Paul Rennis had fallen under dark magic after meeting the captain of the 1st Royal Knight Squad. And at that time, Ragnar had been right there. MC also said he knew the leader of the Order of Dragons was tied to it. That made Ragnar twitch with nerves, especially when he said Ragnar himself had been with them the whole time. Standing right in front of him, the protagonist said it was obvious Ragnar was planning something terrible. Ragnar spread his arms and shook his head, calling it nonsense. MC had no proof. With a faint grin, Ragnar said that if Paul Rennes was under black magic, then he should be looking for the caster. He reached a hand toward Ian and added that this was the first time he had ever heard of that Order of Dragons. Looking away, the fifth prince said the tower watched all his movements. With his father's condition, he had not even left the castle. The protagonist watched his hand and could tell Ragnar was thinking that, as Tower Master, the protagonist should know that better than anyone. MC looked up and said he could use magic to detect lies. As he walked closer, he said Ragnar's words were already clearly false. He knew about the Order of Dragons, and even knew a mage who used dark magic. Ian stopped right in front of him, and said Ragnar was the Order's leader. Ragnar met his eyes and asked what conclusion he had reached. The protagonist only stared back in angry silence. Ragnar lowered his head a little and gave a quiet chuckle. Then he looked up with a cruel stare, crossed his arms, and said MC was even dumber than he thought. Leaning in, Ragnar asked what Ian planned to do. Did he think that would scare him into running? The fifth prince eased back a step and asked again if he had any evidence. His gaze dropped as he said the one who poisoned his father was dead. Paul Rennes had already paid for his sins. The protagonist clenched his jaw and said nothing. With a slight grin, Ragnar said it was amazing that MC still came to accuse him after that. He moved in close and told Ian he had lost, but he still had one choice left. Then the fifth prince called for the Draconian. Ravantis appeared from a dark cloud behind him and leaned against a column. The protagonist whipped his head around and stared at him. He saw a smiling white-haired man in a red suit, and something in his memory clicked. Ravantis tilted his head and grinned, saying Ian Page was interesting. Coming here had made their job 100 times easier. A moment later, black magic started curling around MC. Avantis dropped the disguise and returned to his normal form, saying he had worn that cape long enough. He walked up to him, took hold of the cape, smiled, and said he never thought he would see this unforgettable thing again. The protagonist tried to pull the black magic from his throat and realized in horror that this man was the dragon's heir, a Draconian. Avantis then turned to the fifth prince and reminded him he wanted to make the protagonist his pawn. Ragnar replied that Ian would be useful to them. Avantis snapped his fingers and said he understood. Then Avantis snapped again. The black magic wrapped around MC even tighter. Soon his pupils turned red, and his eyes grew darker. His hands started to twitch. Then the black magic pulled away, leaving Ian standing there with his head lowered. Ragnar looked confused and asked if it was done. Avantis calmly said yes. Avantis winced when Ragnar pointed out that nothing seemed different on the outside, then said he was suspicious by nature. Avantis glared at the protagonist and ordered him to kill himself. Horrified, Ragnar shouted for him to wait. At once Ian summoned an ice spear and aimed it at his own head. His grip on the spear tightened. Ragnar panicked and yelled for him to stop. The room went silent. MC held the spear by his neck. Avantis watched closely, and Ragnar forced himself to calm down. He pressed the spear into his neck just enough for blood to run. Ragnar stared in shock and said that was enough. Avantis turned away with his eyes closed and said they could use Ian however they wanted. Now, dark magic formed under Avantis's feet, as he said he was going to rest. After Avantis vanished, Ragnar looked away from the protagonist. The fifth prince then fixed him with a cruel stare and stayed silent. Ian stood still, eyes lowered, looking grim. When Ragnar called him, MC turned sharply. Then the fifth prince asked who his true master was. He suddenly dropped to one knee and froze. He bowed his head, placed a hand on his chest, and answered that his master was the Empire's highest son, the fifth prince, Ragnar Greenriver. The prince stared at him in shock. Then Ragnar broke into a twisted smile. A butler knocked softly on the door. He entered the crown prince's room, bowed, and said it was time to get ready for today's meeting. Sitting on the sofa in bad shape, the crown prince said the time had already come. After all, this was the ceremony for Ian's appointment as master of the tower. He covered his face, sighed, and said he should not appear before the protagonist looking like this. Turning to the butler, he asked for help getting dressed today, and the man bowed in agreement. Morning light poured over the imperial palace. The banquet hall was already filled with nobles. A group of aristocrats chatted that this was the first ceremony under the new tower master, and it seemed both the crown prince and the fifth prince would attend. One noble stepped closer to another and said it was time to talk about the real issue. The other asked what he meant. The mustached man answered that they should discuss which prince would take the throne. The nobles looked over the crowd. They said Ian would surely support the crown prince, since he had chosen a side long ago. One person in the crowd suddenly turned away from the young woman speaking. Lowering his voice, he whispered that MC had recently visited the fifth prince in the palace. He spread his hands and added that a lot had happened lately, and the crown prince had not looked very good. Then he suggested Ian might have changed his mind. At that moment, the prince entered the banquet hall. The crown prince looked ahead and froze in surprise. He spotted him, called out to him, and he turned at once. The crown prince hurried over and said it had been a long time, asking how the protagonist had been. Stopping in front of him, he lowered his gaze and sadly said too much time had passed since their last meeting, and he hated that things had turned out this way. Ian looked at him coldly and said nothing. The prince slowly reached a hand toward MC's stomach and started to say that, if MC didn't mind, after the reception. At that moment he slapped the prince's hand away, cutting him off. The prince just stared in shock. The prince dropped his head and went still. Then he looked up again, horror all over his face. When the crown prince studied Ian, all he saw was anger and darkness. The protagonist gave a formal bow, put a hand to his chest and apologized. After the ceremony, he said he already had other matters to handle. The prince rubbed the back of his head and forced a small smile, saying he understood. Then he quietly suggested they speak somewhere else later. Before anything else could happen, MC spun around when someone called for him. A servant by the door gestured toward the hall and asked him to enter. Ethan turned at once and walked inside. The prince stayed where he was, watching him leave. He kept staring after him, looking miserable, sweat sliding down his cheek. The protagonist stopped in the center of the grand hall, Facing the crowd, MC thanked everyone for coming to share this day with him. Then he added that the empire was going through one trial after another. As the crown prince listened from his seat, Isin reminded everyone that after the attempt on the emperor's life, his majesty still could not rule. Even if he woke up, there was no promise his health or his ability to govern would return. The nobles grew restless when he said it was time to decide, and that they all knew what he meant. Lowering his head, the protagonist said the empire needed to become stronger. He went on to warn that their enemies were waiting for the right time to strike, and many feared war was close. Ragnar sat with his arms crossed and a faint smile as Ian declared that, with the empire in such bad shape, they had to decide who would rule next. Hands stretched from the darkness toward the throne and crown. MC swept a hand out toward the nobles and said that person had to be worthy of ruling. He continued that they needed someone strong enough to rebuild the empire and deal with the troubles caused by the 3 neighboring nations. Lifting his head, he said the one who could restore the Green River Empire to greatness was someone worthy of the crown by both birth and character. The protagonist lowered his gaze, shut his eyes and began. I, the owner of the tower, the protagonist, now. His hands tightened on the table as his body shook. Then he looked up and announced that he supported the 5th prince as the next ruler of the empire. The hall instantly erupted. The nobles gaped and burst into loud chatter. The crown prince could only look at Ian in shock and fear. Ragnar leaned back, lowered his head and smirked, waiting to see what came next. The prince shot to his feet and strode forward. He came up to MC and called out to him, making MC turn. A second later, the prince reached toward him and grabbed his cape, glaring with raw anger. The crown prince's face twisted with fury. Ian stood firm and met his eyes as the prince demanded to know why he was doing this. Then the crown prince punched him in the face with all his strength. 2 soldiers rushed in and restrained the prince as he shouted for them to let go. The protagonist only wiped the blood from his lip. He stared back at the crown prince in silence, eyes full of anger. The prince shook with rage as someone ordered that he be taken away. That night, the crown prince's room stayed completely dark. He lay on the bed without moving. All he did was stare at the ceiling, while tears slipped out. A shadow appeared by the window, making him tense. Then he realized it was Oliver. The crown prince sprang up, glad to see the captain. He stepped onto the balcony, looked at Oliver, and asked why he was here. Wasn't he supposed to be staying home under watch? Oliver went straight inside and said there was no time to explain. The prince needed warmer clothes. They were leaving. Startled, the prince asked what he meant and where they were going. Opening the wardrobe, Oliver said there was a secret passage that would let them leave the palace without the guards noticing. He grabbed a blue jacket and added that it was for emergencies. Walking back quickly, Oliver said the knights of the 2nd Imperial Detachment were waiting. The prince just stood there, lost. As Oliver threw a warm cape over him, the prince asked what he meant about the 2nd Detachment. Oliver suddenly dropped to one knee. Looking up, he said the prince had to go, then held out his hand. The crown prince stared at that hand, trembling a little. A faint shaky smile touched his face as he kept looking at it. Then he finally placed his trembling hand on Oliver's arm. Soon, they arrived in a dark forest. Oliver and the crown prince followed a forest path in silence. The prince looked ahead until someone called to him. A group of knights was waiting with a horse, greeting him happily and saying they'd been expecting him. The crown prince pulled back his hood and stared at them in surprise. He froze as the knights rushed over, hugging him and shouting that they missed him and that he looked even cooler now. Turning to Oliver, the prince asked what was going on and why everyone was here. Oliver answered that the castle and even the capital was no longer safe. He said they were taking the prince to Paraké province for his protection, and that only made the prince stare at him harder. Alarmed, the crown prince asked why Paraké. That was the place where Ian had become a magician. Oliver told him he'd explain on the way, and asked him to come with them. The prince raised his hands and told them to wait. If they disobeyed orders and abandoned their post, they could face terrible punishment. Then, shocked by his own words, he added that they could even be branded traitors and executed. Oliver stepped closer and asked a simple question. Who gave that order? The prince stared back, stunned. Then Oliver said they were the crown prince's knights. They followed his commands, not the orders of strangers. They would never do anything that could hurt him or the emperor. The crown prince stood frozen as Oliver added that their whole purpose was to protect him from any evil, and they would fight for him to the end. At once the entire squad knelt and placed their hands on their chests. The prince watched in open shock while Oliver asked him to let them prove their loyalty. He tried to answer, but tears filled his eyes first. Covering his face with one hand, the prince finally agreed. When he lowered his hand, his eyes were wet. He told Oliver they had better explain everything clearly. Oliver placed a hand over his heart and smiled. Later, the 5th prince's mansion sat under the afternoon sun. Damphil paced the room quickly. He hurried to the table where Ragnar sat, with Ian beside him, and said they had a problem. Ragnar set down his papers and asked what happened. Damphil reported that the crown prince vanished at dawn, and the 2nd Imperial Detachment disappeared with him. Ragnar's gaze dropped as he asked whether they knew where the group had gone. Damphil straightened up and said they were heading east. If Ragnar wanted, they could send men after them. Ragnar turned away and said that wouldn't be necessary. They were going to Kallian Paraké province. A map of the area formed in Ragnar's mind, and he noted that the road there was dangerous and packed with monsters. With Oliver and the second detachment, they could get through it. Replacing fighters like that, though, would not be easy. Damphil looked at Ragnar in shock and started to speak. Ragnar cut him off, arms folded, and said to leave them alone for now. It would be better to find Vanessa Page first. Then he looked sharply at Ian and said that Sly Magician had known they might use black magic on him, so he must have hidden her somewhere. Ragnar just hadn't found out where yet. MC stood there as if frozen, staring at the table. Ragnar remembered him kneeling before him, and realized Draconian's magic must have worked. He had likely erased his memories ahead of time. Damphil asked why Ragnar even cared about the tower owner's mother when she was only an ordinary woman. Ragnar narrowed his eyes and said she was the protagonist's weak spot. What bothered him was that the protagonist knew black magic would be used on him, and still came anyway. Ragnar looked MC over and said he'd clearly set up another move against them. That was why he needed to find his mother. Damphil placed a hand on his chest, gave a small bow, and said he understood. Then the soldier left, and the room went quiet. Ragnar glanced at him and let out a faint chuckle. He studied him, still uneasy. Everything was going too well. What was the protagonist planning? By evening, they had reached the province of Callionpyric near the hill. Oliver walked up to the Crown Prince on the balcony, and quietly said they had arrived. Callionpyric came over and asked if everything was all right. The Crown Prince gave a small smile, and said he was fine. He apologized for coming so suddenly, and said he wouldn't forget this kindness. Lord Callionpyric smiled back and said the honor was his. Then his face turned serious. He admitted he was shocked when he got Ian's letter. Looking at the prince, he said what happened to the emperor was horrible, and hoped he would recover soon. The Crown Prince lowered his head without a word. Lord Callionpyric and his servant bowed and said that at MC's request, they would help them now, and the prince's safety would be their top priority. With that, the lord left, while the Crown Prince and Oliver watched him go. The prince smiled faintly and said Callionpyric seemed like a truly good man, loyal and kind. Then he asked if Oliver was related to him. Oliver smiled and said he was a distant uncle who taught him swordsmanship when he was young. The Crown Prince lowered his head and realized Ian had planned every last detail. A moment later, his face darkened. He called Oliver over and asked if black magic had really been used on him. Caught off guard, Oliver asked him to repeat that. The prince smirked and looked away, saying there was only one other option, that the protagonist had truly gone over to the fifth prince's side. Ragnar's smiling face came to mind, and the prince admitted to himself that Ragnar had always been better than him at everything. Had Ian seen that and chosen him instead? Oliver lowered his gaze, gave a slight smile, and said that was impossible. The Crown Prince turned sharply toward him, upset. Meeting his eyes, Oliver said that 6 years ago during training, MC had told him something important. He remembered a younger him saying he would never join the fifth prince. Oliver smiled and told the prince to trust him. He was sure this was all part of the protagonist's plan. Rain pounded outside the window. Oliver stared at Ian in shock and asked him to say that again. MC looked at the wall and said that when he met the fifth prince, Ragnar would cast black magic on him. The Crown Prince would try to stop him, so Oliver must not tell him. Oliver tensed up and shouted that it was too dangerous. He might never get back out. He dropped his gaze and said Ragnar wouldn't kill him right away. Alive, he was far more useful. He placed a hand on his chest and explained that as a sixth circle magician and master of the tower, he had power in politics and diplomacy. Ragnar would definitely want to use that. Yeon looked down sadly and said he never wanted to fall under Ragnar's control again, but this was the only way to learn his plan and stop him. Oliver caught that word again. Standing across from the captain, the protagonist added that if he ended up betraying the Crown Prince, Oliver had to send him to the Lord in Callionpyric. He would warn the Lord ahead of time by letter. Oliver touched his chin and said they'd need a magician strong enough to cast a spell on MC, but there was no one in the capital at that level, or no one they could trust. He gave a slight smile and said there was one person Ragnar would never suspect, a magician, both powerful and deeply loyal. The princess sat quietly, looking off to the side. Emperor Terry lay weak and thin in bed. Sitting beside him, she said Ian had gone over to the fifth prince, so her brother had to leave the palace. Lowering her head, she added that Ragnar was already getting ready to seize the throne and bring down the Crown Prince. Then she squeezed her eyes shut and began to cry in silence. Tears fell onto her hands as she asked what she was supposed to do. Her sobs grew heavier, and she asked who she could trust now. She remembered Ian sitting before her, and wondered if his words had all been a lie. Wiping her face, she admitted, it hurt to say, but even now, she still wanted to trust him. Sliding down a little in her chair, she told her father he needed to wake up. Then a sharp knock came at the door. She quickly wiped away the last of her tears, heard Kevin's voice, and let him in. Stepping out to meet him, she folded her hands and asked what had happened. Kevin shifted nervously and mumbled for a moment. Then he looked at her and asked if they could speak somewhere private. The two of them headed off alone. In an empty room, Kevin glanced around to make sure no one else was there. After that, he pulled out a small box and told her to take it. The princess stared at it and asked what it was. Holding it out farther, Kevin looked her in the eye and said the owner of the tower had asked him a few days ago to deliver it to her. She took the box and, stunned, asked if he meant Ian. Kevin quickly crouched a little and put a finger to his lips. Looking around, he warned her to keep it secret. Then Kevin bowed slightly, hand to chest, and said he would leave. He hurried down the corridor, and the princess watched him go with the box in her hands. Left alone, she stood still in the hallway, gripping the box. Looking down at it, she noticed gold particles coming from inside. She sat at a table and carefully began to open it. Inside were a vial of purple liquid, a necklace from the imperial family, and a letter. She slowly opened the letter and started to read. At the top she saw it was written for her. In his office, Ian had written that he knew this would shock her. If she was reading it now, black magic had already been cast on him. He went on to say he was writing because he needed her help. Remembering Emperor Terry coughing blood, the protagonist explained that Paul Renz, captain of the 2nd Knightly Detachment, had also been controlled by black magic when he attacked the Emperor. He wrote that the people behind this called themselves the Dragon Association, led by an extremely powerful magician. Thinking of Ragnar, Ian added that the 5th prince had joined them to steal the throne. They had to prove both Ragnar and the sect were guilty, or he would become their puppet. His pen moved faster across the page. He wrote that the Emperor had given him the pendant in the box. MC explained that the gold pendant with the blue stone held spells above the 8th grade, strong enough to remove black magic. She would need to place it on him to break the spell. He also included an elixir made from Landira flowers. After reading that part, the princess picked up the vial and examined it closely. Her hand started to shake when she read that it destroys mana in the body, making it deadly for magicians. Horrified, she finished the letter and read that if the necklace failed, she had to use the elixir to kill him. Heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor. The princess looked up and saw Ragnar approaching, with him right behind him. She noted she hadn't seen him in a long time. She faced Ragnar and asked if he was going to see their father. Ragnar gave a small smile and said yes, he was his father too. Since he was no longer under arrest, he should act like a proper son. The girl lowered her eyes and said she understood. Then she shot Ian a cold look, saying she hadn't seen the owner of the tower in a long time either, and asked if he was well. The protagonist only bowed, his face empty. She stared at him, growing uneasy. Then the princess turned to Ragnar and asked if she could speak with MC for a moment. Ragnar didn't seem suspicious and gave permission. He called to him and said that once he was done here, he should return to the palace where he'd be waiting. Then Ragnar walked off, leaving the two of them behind. The princess looked at Ian and told him to follow her. They entered a large room. The protagonist stopped in the center, and the princess shut and locked the doors. She stood across from MC, and an awkward silence filled the room. Then the princess lowered her head and quietly admitted she had missed him, even if she knew he hadn't missed her. She asked if he remembered his request. Ian stayed silent. She stepped closer and said she had come to give something back. Then she asked him to lean down. He did. The princess gently placed the necklace around his neck. As it settled on him, the protagonist took a deep breath. She stared at him, confused. The necklace suddenly flashed blue. Black magic poured out of Ian, and his eyes turned red. She jumped back in terror as MC collapsed. He grabbed his throat and started coughing hard. Blood covered his hand, and more spilled from his mouth. The princess clamped her hands over her mouth, screamed, and cried out his name. Meanwhile, the necklace kept pulling in the last traces of black magic. Shaking and in tears, she dropped beside him and asked if he was okay. Yahello kept coughing and held his chest. Then he suddenly lifted his head and let out a weak laugh. In front of him, the princess was sobbing with her arms stretched toward him. A second later, she threw herself at him and hugged him tight, yelling his name. Ian froze, stunned and totally confused, crying even harder. She clung to him and asked how he could write something like that. Did he really expect her to kill him? That was when he remembered the bottle and understood what she meant. He pulled her back, looked straight into her eyes and said he trusted her with his life. With a wide smile, the protagonist closed his eyes and said it was a good thing the black magic was gone. He hadn't really expected the pendant to work, and that left her staring at him in shock. Then her face twisted with anger, and she shouted at him for doing something so reckless and counting on her like that. Looking away, Ian answered that sometimes the stupid choice is the right one. A memory of a dagger from his past life flashed through his mind, and he added that some choices can even cost a life. Then he reached up, wiped her tears away, and thanked her for trusting him. The princess looked at him and saw that bright smile still on his face. She quickly shook her head, wiped her tears, and told him she was just so happy he was back. Then she stood up fast, reached toward him and said she had so many questions. Had he learned anything? Ian nodded and said he had. What shocked him most was how huge the Dragon Association really was. He explained that Havert Leon held a high rank in it, and many powerful nobles were members too. He also revealed that Damphil Morant, the longtime captain of the First Imperial Knights, was deeply involved. The princess trembled, unable to believe Sir Damphil was one of them. Seeing how shaken she was, Yahello added that the group's leader was a draconian. Everyone thought had died 300 years ago. He remembered how Aventus had bewitched him and said the draconian now lived in human form as an 8th grade archmage. Clenching his fists, MC said Mitchell Greenriver had once sealed him away, but the 5th prince set him free. The princess covered her lips with trembling hands and whispered that Ragnar had gotten mixed up in something this dangerous. He said he was sure Ragnar had been planning this for a long time. Their goal wasn't just the throne. They wanted the emperor's place, a war and control of the whole continent. He warned that the fifth prince already had much of the imperial court under his sway, and the crown prince was far from the only one in danger. Ian urged her not to trust anyone, and to protect his majesty. Surprised, the princess asked about him. The protagonist answered that he would stay close to the fifth prince, and keep pretending he was still under the spell. He still needed to find the spell Mitchell Greenriver had used to seal the Draconian. It wasn't in the Ivory Tower library, so maybe the castle held something useful. The princess lowered her gaze, and thought for a moment. Then she softly called to Ian. Straightening up, she said she wanted to show him something, and asked him to follow her. Together, they went to the royal library. At a table, she opened a silver box, while MZ waited behind her. Then she handed him a book with a gold frame. Ija looked at it in surprise, and asked what it was. She said it was a treasure her father had given her. Stunned, he listened as she explained that it was a book from a royal-blooded mage, the first emperor, who used magic. It was believed to be his diary. Looking down at the book, she added that it was still sealed, and no one had ever managed to break it. She recalled the old records about Mitchell Greenriver and the diary. History said Mitchell Greenriver was only a 5th class mage, but this seal was much stronger than that. Maybe the protagonist could open it. Taking the book firmly, Ian said he would try. He gripped it tighter as it began to glow, and he thought that if he let his mana flow into it and tried the spell. MC suddenly looked up in surprise. Then he focused on the book again. Words in dragon language were written across the seal. Studying them, Ian spoke a phrase in that language. At once the seal clicked open. The princess lit up and shouted that he had done it, telling him to open it quickly, while he stood there in silent shock. He opened the book, read a few lines, and realized it really was his ancestor's diary. The first page was dated to the end of the war with the Draconians. As they stood by the table, the protagonist read entries about the memorial funeral for the Empire's knights and mages, plans for a new ivory tower, and research into magic spells. He kept reading carefully. Then he saw the name Fran, and paused. The ocean wondered why his father's name was in the diary. The entry said that on that night, Fran found Mitchell Greenriver. He told him they would never meet again, and swore to protect their agreement for the rest of his life. There was also a note saying Mitchell Greenriver had left his final words in dragon language inside the diary. MC's eyes lit up as he read the word. A moment later, the world around him turned black and white. Only Ian still had color. He quickly looked around, not understanding what was happening. He called out to the princess. He scanned the room from one side to the other. Then it hit him. Time had stopped. That was when he noticed a glow coming through the crack under the door. Ian slowly walked toward it as bright golden light spilled through the opening. He carefully pushed the door open. On the other side was a wide grassy plain, and beyond the fog, huge gears loomed in the distance. The protagonist looked up and wondered where he was. Then he spotted a cloaked figure ahead, and slowly moved closer. Staring at the stranger, Ian asked who he was. He picked up his pace. Once he got closer, MC saw the person sitting on a stone, and called out to him. The figure didn't move. Only part of his face could be seen through the light. Then the cloaked man sharply turned his head. Ian looked at him and asked where they were, and who he was. The man glanced over the plain, and answered that this was a storehouse of time, a place outside space. He tilted his head, confused, and asked what that even meant. The barefoot man said it was hard to explain in human words, but simply put, this was where all time from every world was kept. That answer left the protagonist staring at him in surprise. He asked if the man knew him, who he was, and how he knew his name. The stranger lowered his head a little, gave a faint grin, and said that among humans he did have a name. Looking toward the giant gears on the horizon, he finally said he was the first magician, a golden dragon. Ian's eyes widened as he stared at the man in shock. MC had pictured the first magician as a huge golden dragon. Now he realized the golden dragon from the old legends, the Lord of Time, the first mage, the first person to use magic, was this same man. He studied him and thought that if that was true, he must know Mitchell. Then the man admitted he never expected to make such a huge mistake by saving that Draconian. He remembered facing Mitchell, and said he still didn't understand why he spared him in that world. Pity, revenge, mercy, human feelings were too messy, and always changing. Mitchell met the Draconian's gaze with dragon-like eyes, speechless, frowning. Ian asked what he meant, and what Mitchell Greenriver had to do with him. The golden dragon smiled and said the connection was close. He was the one who gave Mitchell the power to beat the Draconians. The protagonist steadied himself and said that if this was all true, then he had one question. Why didn't you do it yourself? Why give that power to someone else? The first magician lowered his head and said people had suffered from black magic for a very long time. He recalled the Draconians under the dragon banner and explained that dragon power was meant to make others submit, and black magic was created to control that power. He thought of countless people suffering under it, then said the Draconians' black magic was too unstable and too dangerous. It ruined souls, broke the world's balance, and kept causing the same disaster again and again. Remembering those tormented souls, he said that even after seeing all that pain, he still couldn't step in. Dragons were forbidden from interfering in human affairs. That law was set when the world began. Still, he didn't want to do nothing, because the chaos had started with dragon power, so he broke that rule and stepped into human history. Ian stared at him and said he gave humans magic so they could fight black magic. The first magician remembered giving Mitchell a glowing golden sphere, but said magic alone wasn't enough. People also needed a hero who could protect them from future disasters, so he gave his power to a man. That hero was Mitchell Greenriver. He added that Mitchell was kind, honest, and of imperial blood, but he cared about his people most of all. Mitchell gave his life to ending black magic, but one mistake destroyed everything he had worked for. That was human weakness. After meddling with humanity's fate, the first magician lost his memory and couldn't finish what he started, only hoping one day it would all be set right. That was why he sealed his remaining time inside a human body. Even without his memories, he kept wandering through the human world. He rose from the stone, pulled back his hood, and said that short part of his endless life had still been unforgettable, full of real life. Then he said he once met a girl named Vanessa. Ian froze in shock, staring at him. The man remembered running through the grass with her hand in his. She was honest, kind, and wonderful. The time he spent with her was the happiest of his long life, and she gave him something precious. MC could only stare at him. Then the first magician smiled and said he had always missed his dear son. Ian started shaking with anger and snapped through clenched teeth that his father had died long ago. The first magician said Fran Page was dead, but his essence remained here. After losing his body, he had waited all this time to meet him. The protagonist clenched his fist and shouted that he should have stayed gone. Then he yelled at his father, asking why he left. Because of him. Their mother Fran answered calmly that some goals are greater than life itself. As his memories slowly returned, he came to understand what he had to do. With a sad look, he said he had to destroy black magic in this world. He wanted to protect the place where Ian and his mother lived, but he was given too little time, so he had to leave his family. Then he turned and walked toward MC. Looking into his son's eyes, he said this life had been hard too, and he hoped he could at least find true happiness now. The protagonist looked down and said that wasn't why he came here, but his father cut him off. Ian had come seeking power to destroy the Draconian. The first magician said that power was already inside him. Before leaving, he had placed all of it in MC. He asked again in shock, and his father confirmed it. Then the protagonist remembered using magic to go back in time. He had been told only an archmage could understand and use dragon speech, so he fell into thought, then looked up in surprise. If this was true, then when had he started understanding dragon speech so easily? The man slowly stepped closer as golden energy spread beneath his feet, and said Ian needed to awaken that power. He held out his hand and said first, he wanted to test it. A bright golden light flared behind MC, and he looked at his father in shock. The first magician said he wanted to show him the life he truly wanted, even if he didn't know it yet. Ian suddenly woke beside a tree, resting on a pillow under a blanket. He looked around at the tree, confused. Then he slowly sat up, wondering where he was. Just a second ago, he had been talking to his father. When he looked ahead, he saw the princess in the clearing, with a little girl beside her. Haley Greenriver turned to him in surprise. She walked over and asked if he was finally awake. Annoyed, she pulled the paper off his head and said they finally found time to go out and enjoy themselves as a family, and he chose to nap. Ian stared at her, stunned. Haley asked if he'd been pushing himself too hard after being busy for days, and said she'd scold her brother for making him work so much. Still confused, the protagonist addressed her by her title. She lowered her head and started to laugh, then laughed even harder. Covering her mouth, Haley asked what was wrong with him. Was he still half asleep? Then she stopped, looked ahead and said she hadn't heard that in a long time. Ian asked what she meant. Haley suddenly called to a girl named Ukana, shouting that her dad was awake and she should go hug her dad. The little girl had been playing among the flowers. She slowly turned her head, then spun around fully, lit up with joy, and shouted, "Dad!" Large. She ran straight at him with her arms wide open, and Ian cried out in shock. His daughter slammed into him and wrapped herself around his legs. MC froze and looked down at her, staring at the girl. He asked what was happening. Haley, hands behind her back, looked him in the eyes and asked why he was just standing there. He should hug her. He slowly crouched and reached for his happy daughter. She tucked one hand under her arm as he suddenly lifted her up, holding her tight in shock. The little girl wrapped her arms around his neck and happily laid her head on his shoulder. Tears began to run down Ian's face. He held his daughter while Haley stood beside them, smiling. Then the golden fog faded, and the protagonist returned to the present. With tears still in his eyes, he looked at his empty hands in shock. He kept staring at them. His father stood beside him, watching, and asked what he had seen. Ian only MC stared at his hands, shaking. Then he quietly said he saw a child, a little girl with his same hair and eyes. He even introduced her, smiling as he said her name. Then he remembered lifting her up. Her weight, her warmth, her voice, even her scent when he hugged her, it all filled him with warmth. That memory hit him again, and after recalling how tightly he held her, he asked what it all meant. From shut his eyes, lowered his head, and calmly answered, "It was love." He stepped toward his stunned son, and said that simple word held an enormous power. Looking at Ian, Fran explained that love makes people devote themselves, fight to protect others, and find the courage to keep living. It makes them want the greatest thing of all, a normal life. He stared at his father, and quietly asked, "A normal life?" He pictured himself with his wife and daughter under that tree, and said a life that peaceful and beautiful felt too much for someone like him to even hope for. Then he looked at his father and asked if that was really his future. Fran replied that maybe it was, or maybe not. With a wide grin, Fran said it all depended on the path Ian chose. A moment later, he looked up and said it was probably time to send him back. The first magician walked up to the protagonist and said he would now awaken the dragon power sleeping inside him. Placing a hand on MC's head, he smiled and asked him to use that power to finish what he couldn't. A bright golden light flared from his head, and he looked at his father with shock and affection. His eyes turned gold, and memories from his father began rising inside his mind. A huge golden dragon appeared behind Fran, and he told Ian he would always be there. The protagonist leaned back as he heard his father say he would love him forever. Fran looked at his son with a bright, gentle smile. MC slowly began to close his eyes. In his mind, he saw his father embracing his mother. Then Ian jolted and reappeared beside the book. He grabbed his chest and groaned, making the princess panic as she asked if he was all right. He froze with tears in his eyes, wondering why his chest felt like it was burning. He quickly wiped the tears away and muttered that it was nothing. Something just got in his eye. Haley looked at him nervously. A moment later, the protagonist fixed his eyes on the book. The page was blank. Every word written in dragon language was gone. Ian turned to Haley and asked if she remembered what had been written there. She said no, then looked at the page in surprise when she saw it was empty. MC lowered his gaze to the book and said he understood. Now, Haley quickly asked if he had found a way to defeat the Draconian, and he said he probably had. At once, she beamed, grabbed his hand and shouted that it was wonderful. Ian looked away in silence, his cheeks turning red. He turned back to her and looked at her seriously. Then he said he would finish the fight with the fifth prince and asked her to stay by his majesty's side. Haley lowered her eyes and asked if there was anything she could do. The protagonist smiled and told her to focus on protecting his majesty. He would handle the rest and come back. She gripped his hand tightly, shut her eyes and said he had to return. Her grip tightened even more, and Ian promised that he would. Then he strode down the corridor with firm, quick steps. The ivory tower archmage ran after him, reaching out and yelling for him to think this through. MC stopped, and the man shouted that even after the war and unification, small conflicts would keep breaking out. The Empire still needed its 8th grade hero. Coming closer, the archmage added that there was still plenty of work left at the tower, and Ian was thinking of throwing it all away. He halted again and clenched his fists when the man said that his majesty would never let him leave. He turned around in anger and said that permission didn't matter. He was leaving the capital anyway. He had already arranged for Sir Ronan to become the next owner of the ivory tower. The archmage stopped and shouted the protagonist's name. MC faced him fully and said the man before him wasn't an 8th grade hero. He was just a monster. After that, the archmage said nothing more, and Ian kept walking toward the emperor. Soon, the hall doors began to open. He bowed deeply with his hands together and was told to enter. Ragnar sat on the throne, reading the letter the protagonist had sent. Without looking away from it, Ragnar asked why he was suddenly trying to leave. Ian kept his eyes on the floor, as Ragnar said that if he needed rest, he could take a month or even a year, whatever he wanted. Ragnar added that no one knew better than him how much MC had done for the Empire, and he would make sure the MC got the break he deserved. As he folded the letter away, Ragnar said he could assign someone else as head of the tower for now. Since he had recommended Ronan, he would make him temporary head. Then Ragnar tore up the letter and said he'd gather capable people to share the burden until the protagonist was ready to return with peace of mind. MC didn't move at all. He only stared through his hair at the torn letter. Slowly, he began to raise his head. Ragnar watched him and called his name. Instead, Ian dropped to his knees, bowed his head, covered his eyes, and said he would not return. He went on to say that his existence would not help the future of the United Empire. If he stayed, he would only create doubt and more conflict. So he wanted to resign from every post, return to his hometown, stop using magic, and spend the rest of his life repenting as if he were already dead. Hearing that, Ragnar shouted that he would never allow it. The fifth prince rose from the throne and declared that repentance was for the defeated. Frowning, Ragnar said Ian had contributed more than anyone to the Empire's growth. Shouldn't he be proud of that? He walked toward him and said, no citizen of the Empire should even dare question what he had done for it. Stopping in front of him, Ragnar told him to forget these trivial things. Tears in his eyes, the protagonist said that even if Ragnar told him to forget, his hands were already stained with blood. How could he just erase that? Ragnar looked down sadly and said those deaths had been unavoidable. MC trembled with anger and forced out that Ragnar was right, but they had all died by his hand. His hand shook hard as he said he killed them himself, and he couldn't bear it any longer. Ragnar's expression tightened as he looked down at him. Yahello fell at the emperor's feet and begged him as a friend to let him atone for his sins. Grinding his teeth, Ragnar asked if this was really why he wanted to abandon him after making him emperor. As he walked past the protagonist, Ragnar said they had spent so much time together, so how could the protagonist ask this of him and still call it friendship? He kept walking toward the exit of the hall. On the way out, Ragnar said he never thought their roads would split like this. Left alone in the hall, Ian asked for forgiveness and said he was sorry. Ragnar stood in the hall while someone shouted if he was really going to let the 8th level magician leave. Another voice angrily warned that the remains in Coldwood and rebels from the Alliance nations were still active at the borders. If people learned MC had left during such unstable times, the Empire's power would surely look weaker. Then another noble shouted that they also had to consider the chance that he might join the rebels. If he changed sides, it would only be a matter of time before he moved for the throne. With his back still to the crowd, Ragnar heard someone yell that some commoners already worshipped the protagonist as a war hero. If he was that dangerous, then he should be put on the throne. Ragnar stood frozen as angry voices shouted that if Ian wouldn't stand with them, he should die. He jolted awake and grabbed his chest. Then he leaned back, breathing hard. The fifth prince slowly fixed his hair. He turned and asked if someone was outside. A butler appeared at the door and said yes. Ragnar ordered him to bring the imperial alchemist, Douglas Hammond. Douglas glanced at the candles by the bed and asked about the medicine Ragnar was taking. He then asked if the emperor still couldn't sleep. Holding a mug in bed, Ragnar said nothing had changed. If anything, it was worse. He wanted something stronger. Douglas looked at him with concern and warned that the medicine was made from herbs that could become addictive. Taking more would hurt his health. Ragnar turned to him sharply, and Douglas added that medicine was only a short fix. What really mattered was finding the cause. With tired eyes, Ragnar asked what cause he meant. Douglas studied him and said he meant the reason Ragnar couldn't sleep in peace. Ragnar gave a faint smile and said it wasn't something he could handle alone. His hands started shaking, making the drink tremble too. He admitted he feared the old friend who left him, feared that Ian might betray him and take the Empire. MC's image filled his mind, staff in hand. Ragnar said he trusted him when he was close, but after MC left, he started to see him as a monster. Douglas answered firmly that if that was true, then the only answer was to kill the monster. Ragnar looked at him, worn out, and asked if he was really telling him to kill his own friend. Douglas asked if someone who caused him this much fear could still be called a friend. Ragnar looked away and touched his face, pressing his fingers to his forehead. Ragnar said Ian was an 8th Theo-grade mage. Even the whole tower couldn't kill him, so what was he supposed to do? Douglas closed his eyes for a moment and said there was one way. Ragnar suddenly looked up in shock. Douglas met his gaze and said he had a poison that could kill him. The protagonist's house sat quiet in the snowy night. A fire crackled in the hearth. Ian rested in a chair by the fire, reading. Then a knock came at the door, and he looked up. He took off his glasses and wondered who would come so late. MC stepped outside, with his eyes half closed, and asked who it was, not noticing at first that Ragnar was there. A second later, he opened his eyes wide and stared. Ragnar was smiling at him. He said it had been a long time and asked if he could come in. Ian looked at him carefully and asked why he was here. Ragnar lowered his head with a small smirk and said that even if he had resigned and left, they could still meet sometimes. Then he pulled out a bottle and reminded the protagonist that they were friends. MC smiled, welcomed him inside, and said he was always welcome here. A candle and a stack of books rested by the fireplace. Once Ragnar sat down, Ian looked at the drink in his hand and pointed out that he didn't even like alcohol, so why bring it? Ragnar poured the wine and said a drink now and then wasn't so bad. He just wanted to see how his retired friend was doing. He held out a glass filled with red liquid and told him to take it. He looked surprised and unsure. Still, the protagonist took the glass and thanked him. Sitting across from him, MC listened as Ragnar asked how he'd been. He said the protagonist looked better than he had in the capital. Ian smiled lightly and said he'd been traveling through the Empire, seeing how people lived. It had meant a lot to him. Ragnar quietly raised his glass and listened. He took a sip and said that after returning home, he learned a lot. Now he realized magic was all he really knew, so he was thinking of starting a garden once winter passed and the snow melted. Ragnar bowed his head a little and smiled, saying the great hero who won the war really was living a simple life. Then his smile faded, and he said it was good if the protagonist was happy with that. Ragnar swirled his drink and said a lot had happened since Ian left. They had crushed a rebellion in northern Coldwood, and the Empire was one step closer to peace. Soon, Bernard's daughter, who ruled the Duchy of Roe, would marry the Crown Prince. MC suddenly touched his throat and started shaking, wondering what was happening to him. Ragnar kept talking, saying the marriage would let them unite with the duchy peacefully. Lowering his head with a faint smile, Ragnar said it felt strange watching the Crown Prince marry when he still seemed like a child to him. Then he looked ahead and said he finally understood, a little, how his father must have felt. He trembled as he tried to stand. Ragnar kept speaking, saying things at Ivory Tower weren't as good as when he led it, but now they were trying to steady it with help from the Imperial family, and repairs from the war were moving ahead too. Ian collapsed to the floor, clutching his side, and tried to call out to his majesty. Still smiling, Ragnar said that once everything was settled peacefully, the United Empire would reach its full strength. Then he set his glass down. A moment later, Ragnar turned his wild eyes on the protagonist, and said it was almost as if he could just vanish. MC coughed up blood and covered his mouth as Ragnar explained that the poison would shut down the mana flowing through his blood vessels. He added that it only took a few minutes at most to work. Ragnar rose and told him he had mixed in several other poisons too, just to make sure. He stared at Ian without emotion and heard the question, why? Ragnar stepped toward his glass and asked if he really didn't understand. The protagonist looked up in horror as Ragnar said his power no longer helped the Empire's future. Leaning over him, Ragnar said that if a war were still happening, things would be different. But now MC's strength was only a threat. With a cold grin, he said Ian could have just gone back home and spent the rest of his life regretting everything. This was the result of his own choices. Blood on his mouth, he stared at the Emperor in shock. Ragnar looked into the fire and asked if he knew something. Then he snapped his head toward the protagonist and admitted he had always feared him. His body shook as he said he was terrified of his old friend. MC stared in disbelief, while Ragnar called him the kind of man who could steal the Empire at any time, an 8th grade magician. Horrified, Ian asked how Ragnar could call him a monster. Tears filled his eyes when Ragnar answered that he had once been his friend. Ragnar bent down, looked him in the eyes, and begged him never to forgive him. Then he straightened and turned away while the protagonist watched in horror. The door began to open. Ragnar stepped outside and ordered the soldier beside him to burn the house. The knight bowed. Soon flames swallowed the house. Ragnar walked toward the carriage. Ian's home was now fully ablaze. Ragnar didn't look back. Then, after a moment, he did turn around. He stared at the burning house in fear. Another knight approached, saluted, and told the Emperor to enter the carriage. They would handle the rest. When the knight looked up, he froze in horror. Ragnar had suddenly started sobbing as he stared at the house. He watched the roof catch fire. As he looked over the burning home, he thought that it had to end this way. It was a dull ending. Then Ragnar smiled and kept watching. At last he turned and headed for the carriage. Knights ringed the house with torches while Ragnar quickly climbed inside. By morning, the 5th prince's house was bright with sunlight. Ian walked down the hall with confidence. Ragnar sat at a table going over documents, and when MC entered, he looked glad to see him. Without looking up from the papers, the 5th prince asked what he had been talking about with the princess. The protagonist kept his eyes on the floor and quietly said the princess asked why he betrayed the crown prince. Ragnar looked up sharply, anger in his eyes, and demanded to know what he told her. Staring at the desk, Ian said he saw no reason to answer. Ragnar burst out laughing, arms crossed. Ragnar lowered his head and said his poor sister had gotten too involved with him. He added that their father kept pushing her to choose a husband, but she had turned down every single match. Looking at MC, Ragnar called that foolish. For people like them, marriage was only a tool to build power, and MC listened without a word. He stared ahead, tense, as Ragnar said the princess was only lying to herself. With a mocking smile, he added that it made no sense. This was her only real chance to strengthen her place. Then, Ragnar suddenly stood and declared that when the time came, he would find Ian a wife. Pacing the room, he said that very soon he would become a far better emperor than his father, the first one to unite all 3 countries. He went on, saying he would turn Green River into the perfect place to live, while the protagonist stood still and silent. Ragnar stepped closer, looked him in the eye, and said it would happen for sure. He placed both hands on MC's shoulders, and said MC would help him do it. Smiling, Ragnar told him that he belonged to him now, and would never regret it. He said nothing. Then the protagonist finally spoke, and Ragnar's eyes widened. As he slowly took Ragnar's hands off him, MC said he had already seen the greatness of a united Green River Empire. He remembered Ragnar greeting a huge crowd from a balcony, and added that under the rule of the great emperor. Ragnar raised a brow, then stared at him in shock and asked how he knew that. Lowering his head and covering his eyes, Ian said his life's purpose was to make it all come true for Ragnar and the Empire. He smiled at the prince, and said he had found his purpose in this life. But before he could finish, Ragnar stepped back in alarm, and asked if the spell had really broken. The protagonist turned aside and eyes half closed, said he was sorry, but in the past, present, and future, Ragnar was shaking with excitement, as Ian knelt and said the person he hated most and respected most was Ragnar, his dear friend and his master. Golden strands of magic started swirling around MC, and Ragnar backed away. The 5th prince could only stare in disbelief. He looked at him gently and told him to come find him. He would be waiting in the old tower. A golden pillar flashed up and Ragnar stumbled back again. Ragnar began to tremble. Then anger took over and he clenched his fists. A second later, he gritted his teeth, stared ahead and grinned just as the doors burst open. The butler rushed in, terrified, and asked what had happened. Raging, Ragnar shouted for him to summon Sir Damfiel at once, gather a squad, and find a man named. The old temple ruins lay under fresh snow. Ian sat on the main steps, staring ahead. Then he suddenly lifted his head and looked at the sky, thinking that in his past life, ending up here had not been an accident. A faint smile crossed his face, as he said someone had always been watching over him. He remembered wandering through a world full of death, with no goal left, then coming to these ruins for the first time. That was when he realized he had been given a second chance to live differently. He recalled the book written in dragon language, its letters glowing, and said his final inheritance was a spell in that language. Ian looked up sharply and said he finally understood where he knew him from. Then his gaze dropped again to the golden particles gathered near his hands, and he realized he now understood how to use the power left to him. Hearing hooves, the protagonist raised his head and looked over with a hard stare. A squad of knights had arrived, led by Ragnar. Ragnar glared at him. Yahello rose, lifted a hand and greeted the prince loudly. Ragnar looked up and called for the Draconian, then turned to a man named Avantis, and said they needed to kill MC. Avantis lowered his head and said it should have been much easier. He had only made things harder, and as a 6th grade mage, he should have been easy to deal with. Then Avantus looked up at the protagonist and said there was just one problem. Ragnar turned at once and asked what it was. Uneasy, Avantus said he could feel the power of the golden dragon very close by. Ian stood tall, calmly facing the squad. Ragnar kept staring at him in silence. MC slowly stepped down from the stairs and walked toward the prince. Holding out his hand with a broad smile, Ian called Ragnar over. Ragnar narrowed his eyes and sneered, saying he didn't remember giving him permission to use his name. Then, furious, he said he had already lost. Did he really think the Crown Prince could unite the Empire? Watching the protagonist come closer, Ragnar shouted that the Empire needed a strong prince who could make hard choices, and the Crown Prince had no brains at all. His jaw tightened as he said MC should have understood that by now, but the Crown Prince kept clinging to the throne because of their father's love. He only sighed while Ragnar insisted that for the good of the Empire, they had to remove the Crown Prince. Burning with rage, Ragnar yelled that he would never accept him. He was the one who deserved to be the next emperor, not Hayden. Ian lowered his head and said dark magic had taken hold of everyone. Ragnar had lost all common sense and was chasing only his own desire. Then the protagonist looked up at him and said there was no turning back now. Ragnar answered with a cold smile, telling him to say whatever he wanted. Today was his last chance. He then called to Avantus as dark magic began swirling around the Draconian Master. Avantus fired a massive blast of black magic straight at Ian. MC stood his ground and waited for it to reach him. As the attack closed in, his eyes sharpened. The earth cracked and broke apart under the force of Avantus's magic. Avantus thought people called him smart, but this proved otherwise. Starting this fight while knowing who stood behind it was foolish. Then his confidence vanished. He saw the protagonist raise his hand and block the strike. Ian glared at him with glowing golden eyes, and Avantus could only wonder how. Snarling, the Draconian summoned a giant pillar of fire. MC didn't move as the flames twisted before him. He just kept staring at Avantus, perfectly calm. Avantus answered with huge ice spears, thinking there was no way Ian could match him. He was a Draconian who had trained for centuries. He calmly waited for the spears to hit and did not move, only watching them approach. Then every spear stopped right in front of him. Avantus stepped back in horror, unable to understand why his magic wasn't working, and that wasn't even the end of it. The protagonist held one arm out before the frozen spears, while Avantus realized the golden dragon's power was coming from him. Ian slowly moved his palm, and the spears started to crack. They shattered into pieces, and Avantus wondered why that power was coming from MC. Trying to stay calm, the Draconian asked who he really was. The protagonist said he pitied him. He had wiped out the dragons to steal their power, and in the end, he lost both that power and his family. Ian remembered Mitchell Greenriver standing before the dungeon circle, where the last Draconian had been trapped, and said Mitchell Greenriver had chosen the perfect punishment for him. Looking straight at Avantus, MC called it emptiness. He pictured the Draconian sitting alone in that dungeon and named it clearly hatred, anger, sadness, and helplessness, with no way out. With a slight smile, he said it was impressive that he had survived like that. Avantus snapped and shouted at him to shut up, clenching his fists as dark magic gathered again. Spreading his wings, the Draconian roared that he would make Ian suffer even more. Golden energy began to shine from the protagonist's body. Golden light burst from MC's body. He told Avantus that, before the end, he'd show him the power he wanted so badly. Avantus stared at him in pure fear. Then he finally understood what that power was. Ian raised one finger as golden dust swirled around him, then coldly ordered the last Draconian to kill himself. Avantus could only stare, completely lost. Then his body moved on its own, driving a huge spike into his chest. Ragnar watched in horror as Avantus dropped. The Draconian sank to his knees, black magic spilling out of him. Looking at Ian's calm face, he asked where that power came from. He gave him no answer, just a quiet, pitying look. In the darkness, the blood-stained book floated as its pages slowly turned to the end. The protagonist said he still remembered his first meeting with the fifth prince. He didn't know if it had been fate or careful planning, but that moment changed everything for him. Ian walked down the hall with Leon, who said meeting Ragnar was a great honor. Still uneasy, MC followed as Leon explained that Ragnar rarely met people like this. Since he saw real talent in MC, he might even help with his research. Leon gave him a careful look and reminded him to mind his manners and speak respectfully. Then he added, eyes half closed, that he might be meeting the future emperor, and that made him pay even closer attention. The two stopped in front of a massive dark door. Inside, Ragnar heard that the owner of the ivory tower wished to see him and told them to come in. The doors swung open. Ian and Leon entered the hall and moved toward the fifth prince. Ragnar greeted them warmly, welcoming both the tower's master and its magician. The protagonist looked up in surprise and froze. With a faint grin, Ragnar said he'd already heard about him, that MC had amazed everyone at the academy. Ian quickly bowed and thanked him for the praise. The fifth prince smiled, clearly pleased. Then Ragnar spoke more softly. He had heard his mother died of illness a few days earlier, and since he had lost his own mother too, he understood that pain. Hearing that, the protagonist lowered his head and stared at the floor. Ragnar admitted his words couldn't ease that loss, but he wanted MC to know he was truly sorry. Then he stepped closer. Standing right in front of him, Ragnar told Ian to lift his head. Startled, he straightened up and heard that Ragnar wanted this meeting to be between people, not prince and subject. He said it with a small, bright smile. Ragnar leaned in a little and kept talking. With open trust in his voice, he said he hoped they could become friends. The memory shifted to a ruined temple in a raging snowstorm. Ian walked forward through the snow without hesitation. He moved toward Ragnar, who stared back in fear. Terror filled the prince's eyes. Ragnar squeezed them shut. Then he dropped to his knees and bowed his head, saying he wouldn't beg for his life. Better to die here than later in the square before everyone. Ian studied him closely. He said nothing. With a bitter smile, Ragnar asked why the protagonist was looking at him like that after hating him so much. He lifted his head and met MC's eyes, asking if that look was pity. Then anger burst out of him, and he shouted that he should have killed him back then. Even when Ragnar called him a monster, Ian only looked at him with sadness. Lowering his head, the protagonist realized that was how Ragnar had seen him all along, and how deeply it had scared him. Then MC stepped toward him and said there was one last thing he wanted to show. He placed a hand on Ragnar's head. Golden light flared from his fingertips, and he said he would show him who he really was. Golden rings formed around him as the glow grew stronger. At once, memories from Ian's past life poured into the fifth prince's mind. Ragnar saw their first meeting. He saw the protagonist holding a staff and watching him carefully. He saw Ragnar smiling brightly. Then came the crown prince glaring at MC as he passed, and MC turning to look back. He also saw him looking toward the palace. Next was a battlefield covered in bodies, with crows flying overhead. The protagonist stood there alone, staff in hand. Then Ragnar appeared wearing a grand crown, standing on a balcony, and waving to the crowd below. After that came the moment MC told him he was leaving forever for his village, and Ragnar's fury. He showed Ragnar abandoning him at the very moment he needed him most. Last came Ian's home in the snow-filled dark, and Ragnar standing over the poisoned him with an angry stare. In that memory, Ragnar glared at him. Then he leaned down and told the protagonist never to forgive him. That final image lingered. When it ended, Ragnar looked up in shock, mouth hanging open as he stared at Ian. MC pulled his hand away, and the fifth prince dropped to the ground, stunned. He sat frozen, lost in thought, eyes fixed ahead. After a while, Ragnar looked up with a faint grin and began to speak, but he answered by summoning an ice spear, glaring at him. Then came the sound of killing. Ragnar collapsed unconscious into his own blood at Ian's feet. The protagonist stood over the dead fifth prince for a moment, looking relieved. Then he raised his head and looked into the sky. Thinking back on the palace, MC said that after the Draconian and the fifth prince died, the Empire began investigating the dragon cult, and everyone tied to it. First, Ser Damphil, captain of the First Imperial Knights, was executed. After him came the fifth prince's allies who had tried to start a coup. Ian said that thanks to the princess's care, Emperor Terry Greenriver slowly recovered while she sat by him and shared the latest news. Soon, the emperor broke down in tears. The princess and even the maid cried with him, and he noted that Ragnar's death had shaken him badly. He also said Knight Paul Rennis was cleared of trying to kill the emperor, then buried with honor beside the other imperial knights. Another thought crossed the protagonist's mind, Ragnar standing over blood, with Avantis below him. He explained that using black magic to prepare a rebellion was something new for the Empire. In the end, they chose to hide the truth about the Draconian. As time passed, people stopped talking about the fifth prince's death. The glowing book returned, and Ian said that was how his revenge, and the crushing of a rebellion that once seemed impossible, was finally carried out. The memory shifted back to the imperial palace. The princess sat alone in a vast room. Then she turned and asked Ian if he was nervous. He answered with a wide smile. Looking away, she admitted she was honestly scared. MC tilted his head and asked if she regretted her choice. Clutching her dress tightly, the princess said she didn't. Then she looked at him and said he wouldn't hide this anymore. He wanted to use his power to help others. Ian smiled even wider at that. He knelt beside her, met her eyes, and told her not to worry. Everything would be fine. Suddenly, the door opened with a loud sound. A servant stepped in, bowed and called for the tower's owner and the princess to enter. They were brought into a large courtroom where 3 judges waited. The princess slowly walked forward. At the stand, she lowered her eyes in guilt as a man announced the trial of Princess Haley Greenriver for secretly learning and using magic. Ian sat among the judges, watching her closely. Then he closed his eyes for a moment and said he wanted to speak before the trial started. He rose from his seat and stepped aside. Standing next to Haley, he told the judges that because of his connection to the princess, he couldn't stay fair, so he would step away from the case, and asked Ronan and Dakab to take his place, leaving Haley staring in shock. Everyone in the hall started whispering in shock. The gray-haired judge stared at him and shouted, asking what he meant. Ian placed a hand on his chest and said he was one of the people who taught the princess magic. One of the judges told him to explain. Looking aside, the protagonist said he learned about her power 6 years ago when he accidentally saw her practicing. He recalled that moment and explained he kept quiet, because her reason for hiding it made sense to him. Then Ian reminded them that everyone knew he had been investigating the dragon cult. That group used black magic, and one of its goals was getting close to the imperial family. The Draconian made them even more dangerous. MC said his magic could ruin an empire, so he had to move carefully, and he couldn't do it alone. He needed someone powerful, but also someone he could trust. That was why he made a deal with Haley. She looked stunned as he explained it. He would train her and protect her secret, and she would help him fight the dragon cult. Because of Haley, he was able to remove the dark spell and destroy the Draconian. Ian added that the rest was already written in his report about the Fifth Prince's uprising. That was all. A judge then turned to the girl and asked if the protagonist's statement was true. Haley Greenriver lowered her head and quietly said it was. The judge gave her a chance to speak for herself. Haley turned to the side without a word. She saw Kevin, her maid, and 2 other maids, all trembling. Then she looked back at Ian. He met her eyes with a warm smile. Haley Greenruff faced the judges again and swallowed hard. After a pause, she folded her hands on the stand and said she knew she was guilty under the law and was ready to accept any result. She went on, loud and steady, saying she did not want special treatment for being royal and would accept whatever punishment the Ivory Tower and the Empire decided. Then, with her head lowered, she asked them to spare Kevin and the maids who knew her secret. They had only obeyed her orders. Kevin and the maids stared at her in horror. Haley lifted her head and firmly asked every mage in the Ivory Tower to punish only her. Then someone shouted that the princess was innocent. Ian and Haley Greenriver both turned in surprise. Even the judges looked stunned. The crowd froze, mouths open. Emperor Terry Greenriver stepped into the aisle and hurried toward them. MC asked how he was feeling, and Terry answered that he wasn't bad, not bad enough to die yet. Standing before the judges, Terry declared to the mages of the tower that the princess was innocent because she had acted on his orders. He said he had asked Kevin to watch over her, and ordered them to hide her magic because he wanted her to stay a princess, not become a mage. It was his decision that forced her to hide her powers from the tower. Terry admitted it all came from his love for her, and from his own careless choices. After that, he asked the judges to blame only him and let Haley become a true mage. The judges looked at one another in silence. One of them studied the others before speaking. He said the tower owner's role in this matter was too big to ignore, so they would decide for themselves. Even if they had to condemn her for secretly using and learning magic, they understood why she did it. Haley lowered her eyes in surprise. The judges recalled that the former tower owner, Herbert Leon, had ties to the rebel Fifth Prince, so their caution made sense. They also believed Haley had never used magic for her own gain, so they would not punish her for that. The judge added that she was a 4th-class mage, and the Empire badly needed talent like hers. Because of that, the Ivory Tower wanted to give Haley Greenriver a chance. Flushed with shock, she listened as they changed her sentence to 5 years of training in the Ivory Tower. She would take on missions and receive private lessons, and they hoped those 5 years would prove their choice was right. Ian smiled broadly at her. Then the judge announced that Haley Greenriver was no longer a princess of the Empire, but a mage of the Ivory Tower. He looked out the window quietly. He stood in the corridor with his hands behind his back. When someone called to him, Ian turned around. Haley was standing there, smiling softly. She walked up and said she was no longer a princess, so he could just call her by name. With a smile, the protagonist asked how life in the Ivory Tower was going. Haley looked down and admitted it felt strange at first, but everyone had treated her kindly. Looking him in the eye, she thanked him. Thanks to his support, she had been able to fit in at the tower, and MC said he was glad to help. She smiled and stayed quiet for a moment. Then Haley lowered her head and said she had heard he was stepping down as tower owner. She asked if it was because of her. Ian turned away and told her it had nothing to do with that. Resting a hand on a box, he said there were still things he had to do, things he couldn't do while staying as tower owner. He opened the box and said he had asked her here to return Mitchell Greenriver's mage cloak. Inside was a blue cloak. He explained that it was a royal mage's cloak, one the emperor had given him. He said it was meant for the imperial family's mage. He had only borrowed it, and now it was time to return it to its rightful owner. Then he took out a staff and said he was giving her that too. Yoon explained that it was the staff of the Great Meadows, made from rare materials not found in the Empire, and it helped a mage use magic better. As Haley took it, he told her it was light, and would be easy for her to handle. She looked up at him with a bright smile. The protagonist asked if she liked it, and Haley answered right away that of course she did. He smiled back, looking more relaxed. Then Ian lowered his gaze, and said he also had one favor to ask. Haley asked what it was. Mimi told her he was leaving the capital for a few years, and wanted her to watch over his family while he was gone. She gripped the staff tightly, and stared at him in shock. Sadness filled her face as she asked where he was going. Ye-Yun looked away with a faint grin and said he couldn't answer because he hadn't decided yet. He remembered his father's words, there were still many dangers in the world, and only he could face them. Haley lowered her head and said nothing. Holding the staff with trembling hands, she said she had finally found her purpose. She said she wanted to help people in the Empire who were suffering, and planned to open a foundation with her brother. Her father had supported the idea. Then she looked up at Ian, and started to speak again, but she pressed her lips together and fell silent. She looked down at his feet, and quietly asked him to stay, not to leave. He dropped his gaze to the floor, shut his eyes, and went still. Clenching his fists, he lowered his head, and asked for her forgiveness. Soon after, he headed to the Emperor's palace. The Crown Prince stared at him in shock, and blurted out, "You're leaving the capital." He rushed over, and Ian greeted him in the hall. Scratching his head, the prince said he had just gotten the protagonist's letter. He was stepping down as master of the tower and leaving, right when things had finally settled down. With a blunt look, The prince added that this was why Haley kept crying. MC glanced away, uneasy, and asked what exactly he meant by throwing away. The prince coughed into his hand, embarrassed, then admitted Haley was amazing, kind, beautiful, like her mother, and a strong magician too. Where else was Ian going to find someone like her? He gave a faint smile and said Lady Haley was beautiful, and he was sure she'd meet a good man and be happy. The prince threw his head back and groaned, asking how the protagonist could be so clueless about relationships. Standing beside Oliver, he then asked if MC had anything else to say. Looking down, he answered that Paul had one last request before he died. Paul asked him to pass along both his apology and his thanks to the prince and the captain. That left the crown prince staring at him in surprise. Yahyun bowed deeply and said this was the only thing he could do, then apologized to the prince as well. The prince looked at him sadly and said none of them would even be here without the protagonist's help. Smiling with his eyes closed, he added that without MC's power, nothing in the empire would have changed. Then, with a hand over his heart, he promised to do everything he could not to fail the people who believed in him. The prince held out his hand with a smile and told Ian to promise he'd return someday. He smiled back, met his eyes, and gave his word. The prince leaned in, thrilled, and shouted that it was settled. The protagonist asked what he meant. Oliver handed the prince a sword, and he drew it from the sheath. Looking at MC, he said MC handled a sword well, and that he'd been training hard lately. MC asked what he was planning. The prince happily raised the sword and said he had a gift for his teacher and close friend, the title of eternal high-ranking guest. Lowering the blade, he declared that the Empire would always welcome Archmage Ian Page. He stared at him, stunned, as the prince said that if he ever needed help from the Imperial family or the Empire, it must be given at once. Bowing his head, the prince added that this oath would be passed down through every generation. Then he and Oliver bowed, and the prince swore it on the name of the Emerald River that runs through the Empire. After that, he scratched the back of his head with a grin, and admitted he'd seen local lords do this as a kid, so he thought it would be nice to do it now. Ian lowered his head as tears slipped down. Hearing them tell him to come back, they would wait. The prince stepped forward and hugged him, and the protagonist wiped his tears away and thanked him. Later, back at MC's mansion, he sat in his office sorting papers when he heard a knock. Mrs. Page asked from outside if she could come in. Surprised, Ian turned to the door and told her of course. He quickly went to her and asked why she was up. She should be resting more. Something about her made him pause. Taking her hand, he asked if she was really all right. She looked pale, and her hands were ice cold. Mrs. Page lowered her eyes and said nothing. Trembling a little, she closed her eyes and insisted she was fine. Then she collapsed into his arms, shaking, and Ian panicked, shouting that he'd call Letio and the doctor right away. But she grabbed him with a trembling hand and said she was all right. Stepping back, still unable to meet his eyes, she said she only came to wish him a safe trip, but the moment she saw him, she couldn't do it. He looked at her sadly, barely holding back his own tears. With tears in her eyes, she looked down and asked if he really had to go. She said that after returning to the capital, she heard everything he had gone through, and she nearly fainted. Covering her mouth, Mrs. Page broke down crying. Letio tried to comfort her as she asked why her son had to suffer so much, how he could survive in such a cruel world, and whether all of it happened because of her. Ian bowed his head and tried to calm her, but she went on, saying that back in Mogrian province she was terrified they might never see each other again. Looking at him in horror, she said that if anything happened to him, she wouldn't be able to go on living. She couldn't bear to lose any more family. The protagonist lowered his head sadly, and thought for a moment, before gently taking her hand. Looking into her eyes, he said something that sounded hard to believe. He had met his father. Mrs. Page stared at him in shock, and asked him to repeat that. Aya remembered meeting his father in the Green Meadow, and said it was hard to explain, but even if he couldn't be seen, he had always been by his side. Closing his eyes with a small smile, MC said he used to hate him, but later he realized so much of what he had was his father's love. Holding his mother's hand more firmly, he said he wanted to follow his father's path. He told her he wanted to understand what it truly meant to protect others. Then he asked for her permission to carry out his father's first and last request. Iron looked at his mother carefully, still smiling. She stared back at him, and tears streamed down her face as she sobbed that he had grown so much. But to her, he would always be her little boy. He held his shaking mother close and told her not to worry. She would not be alone. Smiling warmly, he said they had a big family to lean on now. He mentioned that Letio was a truly good man, and because of him, Ian learned what it felt like to have a father. Then he brought up Douglas too, someone who could always lift everyone's spirits, a kind and smart guy. With his hands on her shoulders, the protagonist said he truly wanted her to be happy. He hugged her tightly and promised he would come back. At that moment, the door slowly opened. Letio stood there looking sad, with Douglas beside him wiping away tears. The next day, Ian stood by his horse, checking the things on the saddle. Then he heard someone ask if he was already leaving. Letio was walking up behind him, and MC said yes, it was time. Letio lowered his head and asked if he needed anything for the road, remembering their first trip from Lloyd Village together. With a smile, he joked that back then the protagonist didn't even know how to stay on a horse. The protagonist shot him an annoyed look and said he'd learned he was just a kid then. Then MC smiled a little and asked him to take care of his mother. Ladio met his eyes and said not to worry, he was ready to give his life for Mrs. Page. Just then, he heard someone call out, "Brother." He turned and saw Douglas hurrying over, holding out a bag. Douglas said it was full of elixirs and magic potions he made himself. They were better than anything on the market. Ian probably wouldn't need them, but it was safer to take them anyway, and if he ever needed more, he could send a letter. The protagonist thanked him just as Mrs. Page came running over. She rushed up with Ladio behind her, and called out to her son. Then she pulled out a large bundle and said it was food for later. Mrs. Page gave him a small smile, and told him to stay healthy and write often. Ian smiled back and promised he would, then told her to take care of herself too. He took the reins, glanced at everyone gathered to see him off, and said it was time to leave. The horse started forward at a slow pace. Missy moved on with steady steps beside it. But after a few steps he slowed. Then he suddenly looked back. His eyes rested on the mansion, and he thought of it as the home he could always come back to. He kept looking over his shoulder, smiling as he saw the alchemist Douglas, his mother and the servants. His family was there waiting for him. Ian's smile grew wider. Then he turned away and kept going. Douglas wrote his letter, and asked how the captain was doing. He went on to say 8 years had passed since he left. In that time, a lot had changed. Douglas graduated top of his class from the Imperial Academy of Alchemy, and finally created the medicine he had worked on since childhood. In the letter he added that he'd been recognized for it, and now worked as a court alchemist. His father got the same offer but turned it down. Douglas joked that Ladio claimed it was too much pressure, though he was sure the real reason was that he didn't want to leave Ian's mother. He also wrote that Mrs. Page and Ladio had married and were living happily together. Then Douglas mentioned the royal family. Terry still hadn't fully recovered from the poisoning 8 years ago, and was getting ready to pass the throne to the crown prince. If the protagonist could see the prince now, Douglas said, he'd know Hayden was fully ready to become emperor. He believed that was thanks to the peace deal Hayden made with Coldwood and the Kingdom of Law. Trade and technology had grown, and the empire was doing better than ever. Douglas next wrote that Lady Hailey had finished her 5-year probation, and was now serving as an archmage in the Ivory Tower. She'd opened a fund for the poor, become beloved by the people, and would most likely be named the tower's next mistress. Looking out the window, Douglas added that everyone was doing their best and moving forward, but they still missed Ian a lot. He ended the letter by telling the captain to come back soon. They were all waiting for him. He also asked if, when they met again, he could call him brother. Douglas stretched in his chair and said he really wanted to see where MC was. Now in Mouvir Lejube called that everything was ready downstairs, and Douglas answered that he was coming. He hurried down the stairs, but when he looked ahead, he stopped in surprise. Seeing Mrs. Page all dressed up, he said she looked amazing today. She smiled and thanked him. Then looking at the scroll, she asked if she could really go. Lejube gave a sly smile, and reminded her that the new emperor had personally invited her. Douglas added that they had even prepared a fine carriage. Mrs. Page laughed softly and agreed. They really had. At that same time, Ian's grand mansion stood waiting for him. Everything seemed calm and bright. Elsewhere, Oliver sat by Paul's grave with his head lowered and eyes shut. A knight behind him quietly said it was time, and Oliver agreed. He rose to his feet and started walking, then turned back once more. Oliver looked over his shoulder at the grave of the knight named Paul. With a faint smile, he said they'd shared good times together, and promised he'd return. Until then, Paul should rest in peace. Meanwhile, the ivory tower stood shining in the afternoon light. A girl with glasses opened the door and asked if Lady Hailey was ready. Hailey smiled brightly, and said she was on her way. Hailey glanced at the staff on the wall and reached for it. Then she grabbed it, hurried to the door, and said they could finally go to her brother's coronation. The imperial palace had been dressed up more than ever, with crowds filling the grounds. Everyone was talking and celebrating. Then the curtains were drawn back, flooding the hall with sunlight. Terry stepped down the stairs, stood tall, and addressed his people. Mrs. Page, Ladio, and Douglas listened, as he said that today he wished to pass on both a great honor and a great burden to his son, Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver. Terry admitted he was meant to rule until death, but for the good of the country, he believed power should now pass to the younger generation. Standing before the throne, he declared that if the empire was going to face the future with confidence, it needed a new emperor with fresh eyes. Then the great white doors swung open. Terry called on the people of the Green River Empire to behold their new emperor as Prince Hayden entered in full ceremonial dress. He looked down, tears in his eyes, then gathered himself and moved forward. Reaching Terry, he looked up at him, then dropped to one knee and bowed. Terry looked at his son and said he was proud of him. Smiling through it, Hayden vowed he wouldn't let him down and would give him even more to be proud of. Terry nodded with a gentle smile and closed his eyes as he took the crown in his hands. Carefully, he set it on the new emperor's head. Hayden then lifted his face to the crowd, spread his arms and spoke. Turning to the audience with a broad smile, he declared that from this moment on, the Green River Empire had a new emperor. The hall erupted in cheers and applause, and later Hayden stood on the balcony before the celebrating crowd. He raised his hands and used magic to send flower petals drifting over everyone below. Then Hayden looked up and noticed someone across from him on another balcony. His eyes widened when he realized who it was. Nearby, Hailey caught one of the petals, felt the magic in it, and quickly looked up in surprise. Leon gave a small smile and called out his congratulations to the new emperor. Hayden stared at him in shock, then broke into a huge smile. With shining eyes, the new emperor happily greeted Ian. A little later, in the ballroom, Hayden threw his arms wide and shouted through tears that he was really here. He grabbed and shook him, saying how badly he'd missed him and how much he'd wanted to see him again. The protagonist looked at his friend and joked that he hadn't changed a bit. Then he placed a hand on his chest, bowed and congratulated him on the coronation. Mrs. Page cried out in shock when she saw Ian, while Lydio and Douglas were left speechless. She rushed over and hugged him, asking why he hadn't told her he was coming back and how he'd been. Douglas wrapped his arms around him from behind and yelled that he missed his brother. MC looked at his mother and admitted he'd missed them too. Then, seeing them all together, he said he'd missed his brother and stepfather as well. His mother looked at him closely and asked if he had done everything he wanted. Ian shut his eyes with a happy smile and said he'd found his answer. A sharp cough from Hayden called to him. He turned, and Hayden pointed off to the side. There stood the princess, and the protagonist froze in surprise. Then his face lit up, and he happily greeted her. She smiled warmly back, hands folded together. Ian quickly walked over and asked how she had been. They hadn't seen each other in so long. Haley lowered her head and quietly answered that she was fine, then asked how he was. MC smiled and said a wanderer's life was always full of adventure. He'd heard her name even in the farthest parts of the empire. Leaning in a little, he told her people spoke of a beautiful lady, the future mistress of the tower, who cared for the poor and for orphans. Embarrassed, Haley looked down and insisted she wasn't as great as people said. Then silence fell between them. A moment later, blushing hard, she bowed and said she should go, wishing him a good evening. Ian could only stand there, confused. Haley hurried away, leaving him staring after her. He watched her go in quiet sadness. Hayden then leaned in with a teasing look and asked why he seemed so down. The protagonist forced a smile and said it was nothing like that. Then Hayden pointed out that Haley Greenriver still wasn't engaged. Hayden rolled his eyes and said plenty of people had tried to win her over, but she always said she was waiting for someone. Ian lowered his head when Hayden asked who she could have been waiting on for 8 years. Hayden stepped closer and told him it wasn't just his sister waiting for him anymore. They also had a lot to do. Then he grinned and asked if MC would stay by his side. He placed a hand on his chest, smiled at Hayden and said of course. Later the afternoon sun lit up the ivory tower. Haley Greenriver quietly picked flowers in the garden, regretting that she hadn't talked to him longer. She remembered the way he left and thought he probably didn't remember anymore. Then she recalled how he had apologized to her. Still holding the flowers, she kept staring down, her cheeks turning pink. A quick shake of her head snapped her out of it. She told herself not to expect anything. He had only just come back and was already buried in work, so why would he spend time with her? Then Ian suddenly spoke from behind, saying there she was. Startled, Haley jerked back and he gave her a small smile, telling her he hadn't meant to frighten her. Haley slowly stood, blushing, and asked why he was here. The protagonist said he had met the Ivory Tower mages, and they told him she was in the garden. A little embarrassed, she looked at him and asked if that was the only reason. Ian glanced around and said the garden was beautiful, nothing like it had been in his time. Haley looked down and explained that after becoming mistress of the tower, she wanted the mages to have a place where they could relax, so they finally started taking care of it. MC smiled and said that was a great idea. Then he asked if she would mind showing him around, and her face lit up as she happily agreed. The two walked side by side through the garden, talking comfortably. He mentioned that the Randiora flower was rare in the Empire, so he was shocked to see it treated like a weed in Coldwood. He even shared that one family had gotten into serious trouble because of it. While Haley listened closely, a little later, Ian told her about the Luo Kingdom, where he had gone to see a golden lake. At first it looked ordinary, but at sunset the whole thing turned to his gold. He remembered standing there, knowing he would never forget that moment. Haley looked down and quietly said his journey sounded really interesting. Then she smiled and said she couldn't even imagine how amazing that lake must be. She hoped she could see it herself one day, and the protagonist watched her closely. His expression slowly turned sad as he looked at her. Ye-Yun faced forward and parted his lips, ready to speak. Then he turned to her, held out his hand, and said he'd take her anywhere, if she would take his hand. Haley stared at his outstretched hand. In MC's mind flashed all the places he had been, the Golden Lake, the Spirit Forest, the Blazing Desert, the Endless Sea, and then he pictured Haley in every one of them. No matter where he went, she was always on his mind. Lowering his gaze, he admitted he kept wondering how she would react if she saw those places too. The feeling in him only kept growing stronger. He shut his eyes and finally understood what that feeling was. Haley stared in shock as he told her that once his work was done, the first thing he wanted was to come back to her. Then he dropped to one knee. Ian reached out his hand, looked up at her, and asked her to become his wife. With love in his eyes, he asked her to let him spend the rest of his life with her. Haley froze, too stunned to speak. Her whole face went red as she looked down at his hand. When she asked if he was going to leave again, Ian answered that he would always be there. After hearing that, her face turned completely red. A second later, tears poured down as she looked at him. He opened his arms, suddenly worried, and called out to her. Looking at her gently, he heard her say she had missed him so much. She had waited for him for a very long time. Then, through a bright smile, she agreed to be his wife. She placed her hand in his and asked him to stay with her forever, while Ian softly held it and looked at her with love. And that's where this story ends. If you made it this far, please subscribe and leave a comment.